Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Spy Harry fallen in love with Daphne Greengrass? Harry X Harem. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Agent Potter, The Wizard of Wand by H. Fanfictioner 66. Mr. Potter, are you sure of this? The deep voice of the Minister of Magic cut through the silence in his office. Absolutely. Mr. Potter, I beg you to reconsider. You are the best we have on the field right now. Kingsley, I have given deep thought to this. Most of the Death Eaters are captured or dead, and my mandatory 2-year service is complete as well. I see no reason to stay any further. Harry, but you are doing well. If there is a problem, we can deal with it together. Is it the pay? I can increase it. I think a promotion is long due anyway for a capable young man like you. Kingsley offered. Harry scoffed. Money is of no concern to me, and you know it. Kingsley. Sirius and my parents had left me enough to live a decent life without working for a day. And then, these awards came in after. The war, quadrupling that amount. Not to mention, I don't have to pay taxes as I have an Order of Merlin, first class, and plus, I get a pension as well. Then what is it, Harry? You cannot just hand in your resignation. I can, Harry said dryly, smothering his growing irritation. I am giving you an advanced notice of a fortnight as the ministry's dash. Yes, I am aware of that. But I am asking if there is a reason you're resigning. I gave you my reasons already, Harry replied, taking a sip of the Earl Grey Kingsley had offered. There was a moment of silence as Kingsley paused to collect his thoughts. What will you do then, Harry? I do not need to work, Kingsley. I get a pension equal to the salary of your undersecretary as I dash. Oh, spare me, Kingsley snapped. I know you, Harry. The Harry Potter I know would not sit on his ass the rest of his life just because he doesn't need to earn. What do you want me to do, Kingsley? Paperwork? Harry snapped back. For the last 3 months since I captured Selwyn Sr., all I have been doing is bloody paperwork. You recently captured a crook, if I remember correctly. Yesterday, I believe. Harry's eye twitched. He was selling cauldrons without a permit in Diagon Alley. I would hardly call him a criminal. He paid a fine. His cauldrons were confiscated, and he was let off within an hour. That is a part of the job. Not everything has to be dealt with spells, Potter. I know, and that is why I am resigning. This job no longer holds the same purpose for me as it did once. Please, Kingsley. My decision is final. Harry's eyes hardened. Minister Shacklebolt, by all means, I request you to stop. You wouldn't do this if any other Auror had resigned. You are doing this because I am the man who conquered, or whatever shit the prophet calls me these days. This talk is over. Thank you for the tea, Harry replied, standing from his seat. Have a good day, Minister. He moved to the door and pulled the handle only to find it locked. Harry growled in irritation. Open the door, Kingsley. Not until you hear me out. Harry pursed his lips as his wand. The death stick slid into his hands. Alohomora, he intoned. That door won't open with a simple spell as dash. Kingsley stopped short as Harry pulled the door open and walked out of the room. Potter, come back. Kingsley's call echoed through the corridor. Kingsley Shacklebolt watched helplessly as the young man swiftly walked away as his cry echoed through the hall, undoubtedly reaching Harry. A part of him felt for the young man as his words rang in his head. Had he fallen to the same level that his predecessors had when it concerned the boy? Probably. As an Auror, he had never concerned himself with politics and focused on getting the job done. But now, as the minister who led a country that was rising from the ashes of a civil war, he needed to think of the greater implications of the resignation that the hero of the wizarding world had handed him. As Harry hurriedly walked away, before pushing the door of the nearest bathroom open, going to the sink, he tapped the tap with his finger and water flowed out. Gathering the cool water in his cupped palms, Harry splashed the liquid on his face, relishing in the feeling as the cool water soothed him while trickling down his face. He opened his eyes and saw his face staring back at him from the mirror. His eyes flitted to his lightning bolt-shaped scar, which was now a barely noticeable, thin line. He shut his eyes again as memories bombarded him. Much had changed in the 2 years since the war had ended. The very morning after the Battle of Hogwarts, as people dubbed it, Harry had begun to notice the changes. He had no longer needed his glasses for one. His need for his companion of 15 years had just vanished. Harry felt it was a relief to lose his glasses, but sometimes he felt like he had lost a part of his identity. So did many people who were accustomed to seeing Harry in glasses. His scar, which always looked angry and inflamed, had faded, healing to a degree after 16 years. Another of his companions and identifying traits lost, and perhaps most surprisingly, the day after, he had noticed that he had a new tattoo. A symbol of the Deathly Hallows, as big as a galleon, right over his heart like a brand burnt into his skin. The three Hallows had refused to leave him alone. He had tried to get rid of them except for his beloved cloak, but had failed. Now, they were his constant companions regardless of whether he wanted them or not. It is not completely bad. The Hallows had been a great help to him, especially after he joined the Ore Department straight away, intending to capture the remaining Death Eaters and bring them to justice. And that was when he had taken advantage of his fame for the first time in his life and used it to ensure that each and every Death Eater received a fair sentence. He had wanted to ensure that there were no Sirius Blacks or Lucius Malfoys again. No innocent should receive prison, and no criminal should walk free. That was what he had worked by in the Wisengamot Council, and now his work was done. Some of the Death Eaters, the ones who had likely fled overseas, were still free. But spending his time in the Auror Force, waiting for their whereabouts, was a waste of time. He had gotten no lead on them in the past 3 months, and it was unlikely that he would get one now. It was as if some of them had disappeared off the face of the earth. Harry shook himself out of his thoughts and wiped his face clean before exiting the bathroom, only to find himself face to face with Hermione, who was leaning against the wall in front of the bathroom. She had changed quite a bit from how she was at Hogwarts. Once a girl was now a woman. Her face had angled, and her assets had developed through the years. Her figure, once plain, now turned heads as she entered a room, her model-worthy beauty enthralling people before she even spoke. Or it could be the robes and light makeup she now wears almost every day that highlights the features that she always had. Harry mused. Hermione now donned formal attire, giving her the look of a seasoned, beautiful diplomat rather than a schoolgirl who once had a bush for her hair and buck teeth. Her hair was set properly in a neat bun, while a strand of her hair fell on either side of her face in curls, accentuating her beauty. Not to mention, Hermione was actually a diplomat now, and an extremely busy and important figure in the wizarding world to boot. She had risen rapidly through the ranks and now was the Undersecretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Percy Weasley to be precise. The two of them had worked wonders as far as foreign relations were concerned, working day in and day out for the past year and a half to re-establish Magical Britain to its former position in the international arena. It was among the many things Voldemort had ruined for Britain during his reign. The nation had been booted out from the ICW and the other councils soon after the Scrimgeour administration was overthrown. The councils had levied heavy trade duties and regulations on Britain to discourage countries from trading with terrorists. Hermione and Percy had worked to reverse it all once the internal conflicts in Britain had settled, and were still working to establish Britain back on the dominance it once held. Hermione's name had featured several times in international newspapers and magazines. Her name had recently been featured in the list of the 10 most influential witches in the world. Harry, Hermione greeted. Her voice was prim and crisp, holding a disapproving edge to it. Time to bear another one of Hermione's scoldings, I suppose. But we have already talked about my resignation. Then what is it now, Hermione? Is there a problem? Kingsley sent me after you hoping to play a last gamble at keeping you with the ministry. His offer was a promotion, double the pay, and no paperwork beyond the official signing. Her voice held a twinge of jealousy to it at the last part. Of course he did. My answer still stays the same, Hermione. Tell him dash. I already did, Hermione shrugged, a small smile flitting across her face. Sent him a Patronus message a minute ago when you didn't come out of the loo. She knows me too well. Perils of being best friends for 9 years, I suppose. Harry felt a smile bloom on his face. Thanks. Then why are you here? Not that I mind, but you are usually busy. I am never too busy for you, Harry. You know it. I do, Harry conceded, as he remembered the good times they had together. He, Ron, and Hermione. Also, next time, don't leave conversations hanging, especially when it is with someone who can get away with ordering me around. she added. So that was her reason for her disappointment. Well, too late now. I will keep that in mind, he assured. Good. By the way, did you know Susan broke up with Ernie Macmillan last week? He felt a ripple of irritation rise, but he suppressed it. Hermione is trying to set me up on yet another date. You mean the breakup that took place in front of my office ending, with Susan slapping Macmillan so hard that he fell to the floor? Yes, I do, he replied. So, she is single now, and you know her well. She was in the DA and fought in the final battle as well. Also, she is pretty good looking. I know, believe me. We did not fit well, but we are good friends, Harry stated as he reminisced the wild nights he had with her. His time with her was more of a fling. A very enjoyable fling, but a fling nonetheless. Hermione frowned. You've dated her? Briefly about a year ago. We decided that it wouldn't work. Hermione frowned disapprovingly. Another one of your flings, then? Harry gave her an affronted look. I will have you know that not every relationship works out like yours and Ron's. He eyed the ring on her finger for good measure, and Hermione rolled her eyes. Yes, you have said that before. After your every fling. Speaking of which, when's the wedding? That is a really bad change of topic, Harry. Damn it. She knows me too well, and, I have said before, we will marry soon. Just not now. We are engaged and we live together, but marriage is a whole different thing. You both have been behaving like a perfect married couple for the past 9 years. Hermione, Harry joked, making the brunette give him a dry look. It is evident that you do not wish to talk about it. I really don't. So, anyway, have a good day. And remember, tomorrow night I have to be at the Weasleys. I know. I got a letter from George, Ron, and Mrs. Weasley reminding me that. One would think I have short-term memory loss with how many reminders you all are giving me. Harry said dryly. You almost missed the last one. I didn't miss it. I was just held up. Excuses, Hermione simpered. Be there on time tomorrow. And don't forget to bring Teddy. I will. Don't want to get on Mrs. Weasley's bad side. Good. See you later, Hermione said as she walked away to the lifts. And think about Susan, she called just as the grills closed, making Harry roll his eyes. On second thought, maybe it isn't such a bad idea to go and say hello. She was quite fun. We both might be in need of some relief. A week and a half later, Harry found himself in the Hogshead pub in Hogsmeade, under a simple disguise as a light wind blew, prickling his skin. Just because he had handed in his resignation notice didn't mean that he didn't have to work. Just 4 more days and I can do whatever I like, he thought as he pushed the door of the pub open, the bell chiming with the motion. Over the past week, Harry was being sent to all the shadier parts of magical Britain, from Knockturn Alley to shadier pubs by Gawain Robards, the current head of the DMLE. He had a sneaking suspicion that it was being done on Kingsley's orders, but there was a little he could do. The bastard is probably trying to make me find some lead on a Death Eater in hopes that I would stay. Probably would till I capture the Death Eater, but it seems unlikely that I will find anything in 4 days which I have not found in 3 months. As Harry entered, he glanced around the pub almost mechanically, his eyes analyzing his surroundings. Constant vigilance. The voice of the late Alastor Mad-Eye Moody rang in his head. The pub looked almost empty save for 4 customers that he could see and the bartender. Harry frowned as he saw the bartender. It was a young, blonde lady behind the counter instead of Aberforth Dumbledore, or his usual co-worker. Probably a new worker, Harry mused as he walked up to the bar. Seeing him, the girl, who was probably his age, gave a smile. Harry noticed how a dimple formed on her left cheek while she smiled. What may I get for you, sir? A dragon martini. Shaken, not stirred, Harry replied as he took a seat at the bar counter. This is the same place where I had sat on the day Dumbledore's army was formed. The bartender nodded and wordlessly got to work, preparing his drink. Looking around the bar, Harry knew that there wasn't going to be much business today. There was hardly anyone around. Including him and the bartender, there were a total of 6 people in the bar. Your drink, sir, the bartender said, drawing his attention. A tall coupe glass with a clear liquid in it stood in front of him, blue flames sizzling on the surface of the drink. Once upon a time, Harry would have been reluctant to drink anything from such a place like Hogshead, but Aberforth had improved the condition of the bar to that of a much more decent place after the war, even if it was still a bit shady. Thanks, Harry said, picking the drink up and taking a sip, ignoring the flames on top of it. The chilled liquid felt heavenly to his throat and taste buds. Yes, the drink was chilled despite a fire burning on it. A fire, which enhanced the taste of the vodka and was perfectly consumable. Perks of being a magical drink. So, are you new here? Harry asked the pretty blonde as he discreetly cast a hearing charm on the table where two hooded occupants were seated, having a drink together. I joined this week. Nice. If you don't mind, where's Aberforth? Mr. Dumbledore is away on business along with Mr. Booth. That is what he told me before he left. Harry hummed as he took yet another sip of his drink, allowing the chilled liquid to grace his throat again. That was when the door opened again and a cool breeze blew in just as a well-dressed, middle-aged man entered the pub, a long umbrella in his hands. From his looks, he doesn't seem British. Harry mused to himself, looking at the man and his appearance. The man walked to the counter and took a seat right next to Harry. "A fire whiskey, please, my dear. Ogden's finest," he ordered. "Definitely not British. I might not be an expert on accents, but that sounds Italian." "Right away, sir," she said dutifully before serving him a glass of Ogden's premium fire whiskey. "Grazie," the man replied, confirming Harry's suspicion. Now the question is, what is he doing here? The man took a sip before letting out a burp with a slight flame before looking at Harry with a smug expression. Harry raised his glass in acknowledgement. It needed perfect timing to do what the man did after all. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," the man greeted, making Harry stiffen as alarm bells went off in his head. A blink of an eye later, the man found a glowing red wand tip between his eyes. "Who are you?" Harry asked dangerously. "You are fast," the man remarked, appearing inconvenienced due to the wand pointing between his eyes. "Very few men can draw a wand with such a speed that you hardly realize what they are doing till you find a wand pointing at your face. I ask you again, who are you?" Harry growled, cutting straight to the chase. "I see. My name's Leonardo DeLuca. I am from the Warlocks Association for Nebulous Defense, or, as we call it, WAND. "Never heard of it," Harry replied as the red light on the tip of his wand grew brighter. "I would have been extremely worried if you had," the man remarked. "We, to simply put it, are a secret service. An international spy organization in layman's terms. We are the magical version of MI7, CIA, but only international as compared to serving a single country. A spy organization in the magical world. Sounds almost surreal. How do I trust you? And, if it is a secret organization, why are you talking about it in a public pub, that too, in front of her?" Harry asked, gesturing to the bartender who was looking at the exchange with an impassive gaze. The man smiled mischievously. "She is one of mine. So are all of them." At that, all the occupants in the pub stood up from their tables and formed a line, standing side by side in attention. Harry narrowed his eyes before turning his glowing wand on the bartender. "Where's Aberforth?" he growled. "What have you all done to him? Mr. Dumbledore and his assistant are asleep. They won't remember anything tomorrow morning," she replied, raising her hands. "We mean you no harm, Potter. We don't even have our wands in our hands." Harry turned back to the man who was sitting in front of him, calmly sipping his fire whiskey. "Okay, who is in charge among you all? I am the team leader, and this is my team. But, if you want a familiar face, you might know her from school," the man replied, gesturing to the bartender who touched her necklace, making her face shimmer. Her brown eyes turned a brilliant blue as her cheekbones and nose sharpened. Her hair turned a shade brighter. "Recognize me?" she asked with a coy smile. Her voice was different as well. Harry narrowed his eyes, trying to remember who she was. "She was in my class. Slytherin, if I remember correctly. I saw her during the battle somewhere, and at the Wizengamot. But who is she? You were in Slytherin in my year. You used to hang out with Zabini and another girl. I saw you somewhere during the Battle of Hogwarts. Very good, Potter. Now my name, Davis." Harry guessed, making the blonde scoff. "No, she is the other girl you mentioned. I am Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass. Seriously, spending 7 years in school, one might have thought you would have had the courtesy to remember my name." She snarked. 6, Harry corrected mechanically, making Daphne roll her eyes. "You two can catch up later," Mr. DeLuca said. "Mr. Potter, we can talk more if you lower your wand." "No," Harry said. "Not until you give me enough reason to trust you. Be glad that you have not been stunned already." "All right, as you wish. Warlocks Association for Nebulous Defense, or WAND is a secret service that was founded in 1905 as an autonomous branch of the International Confederation of Warlocks, or the ICW as you call it. Officially, we do not exist. All of us are normal citizens of our countries. I am Leonardo De Luca of Italy. Who are you really then? Leonardo De Luca is my birth name and I am from Italy. But my name in concern right now is Hippogriff. Harry scrunched his nose. Don't tell me you codename yourself after animals. No, we don't. But it is preferred by several amongst us. Agents choose their own names. But we make sure it has nothing that can be related to them. He shrugged. Okay. So sorry to interrupt, but before I give away more now, I will need a vow of silence. I think I have given away more than I should have, in order to create a semblance of trust in my words. But before I give away more, I need a vow of silence from you. Vow of silence. This means I won't be able to speak about this to anyone without his permission. But then again, it is a secret organization after all if this man is to be believed. But should I do it? First you give me an oath, then I will give you mine, Harry declared. 4. That whatever you are saying is true. The man seemed to contemplate for a moment before nodding. What I have told you so far is the truth and nothing but the truth. Ut magica iudex juramento. The man glowed with a golden hue and Harry lowered his wand but didn't put it away. At least it is not a sham. A word of advice, Mr. Potter. Do not trust oaths completely. They don't depend on intent, but rather on raw words, which can both be harmful if said wrong, and can just be an evasive play of words, making the oath useless. Even in a vow of silence, information can be gathered by an enemy by various methods including veritaserum and legilimency. If one wishes to give someone some information under the vow, they can ask to be administered the truth potion and ask the specific question. Harry nodded contemplatively despite already knowing it. I concede your point, Mr. De Luca, but for now, it is perhaps the best we will get. Now your vow, Mr. Potter, the man reminded simply as he took another sip of his whiskey before letting out another burp of flame. Damn it. Looks like I have no choice but to give the vow. Harry thought sourly before swearing a standard vow of silence, making the man smile. Good. Now, before you start asking questions, I will give you some more information by myself to save both of our time. Fair enough, Harry conceded. So, as I already informed you, WAND is a secret service. A top-secret spy organization. We do not exist on paper, and very few know of our existence. We are ghosts in the dark, one might say. We hunt down high-profile criminals. Sometimes, it is also information gathering and espionage. We recruit only the best or the exceptional and train them to be the best. And we have many immunities. And other things that will be told to you if you agree to join. So, you have come all the way here and set all of this up just to recruit me? Including the tip-off to the OR department? Yes. We have our contacts. We wish to meet you, and we did what was necessary. Harry frowned. Why? You are one of the best ORs your country has seen. Your success rate on cases is above 90%. You can work in a team. You are excellent on a broom. You are known to react rather excellently in high-pressure situations. And, by what we can gather, you are a good young man, barely 20, who is willing to do good for the world. Everything we need in an agent. Harry raised an eyebrow. Not because I am the man who conquered? No. We do not care for fame or power, Mr. Potter. We care for the abilities of a person. Well, that's a first. A person not wanting me for my fame, but for my abilities. But I would make a bad spy due to my rather annoying fame. You do realize, Mr. De Luca, that I would make a terrible spy due to my fame? The man looked amused. Weren't you just on an espionage mission? Gathering intelligence on the whereabouts of Death Eaters? Also, you can drop the glamour now. We all know who you are. Harry waved his wand and closed his eyes as he felt his face tingle as the glamour washed off. Much better. Also, you do not have to worry about things like your appearance. We have a team on the back end, inventing and modifying things for us every day. You, Mr. Potter, will be a field agent like us. Okay. Do you have anything more to add, or should I start my questions? Ask away. Daphne, a refill, please. Greengrass' eyes narrowed slightly, but she pursed her lips and filled the man's glass with the magical drink again. So, where were you all during the war with Voldemort? A Dark Lord should be something that would be on your to-do list. Surely, he was one of our top priorities till 2 years ago when you finished him off for good. W.A.N. D worked primarily to prevent the war from spilling outside Britain. Voldemort was hell-bent on conquering the whole world, or so we were told. We kept him in Britain, though, by eliminating his teams from doing out their tasks like kidnapping families of high-up officials, recruiting vampires, werewolves, and all sorts of things. We also occasionally took some Death Eaters out, but our work within Britain was limited, especially after your government was overthrown, and we lost a majority of contacts within this country. Harry found himself nodding reluctantly. And how do you get your cases? You say it is an international organization that works under the ICW. There are hundreds of cases in each country. How do you choose? The top priority is always international cases which are registered in the ICW. Say, some dangerous criminal has fled a country to somewhere else. We catch them and hand them to the ICW, who proceeds further. Sometimes, it is other high-profile cases like smuggling of artifacts, human or creature trafficking, some high-profile robbery, and so on and so forth. So you just take cases like Ors, albeit the more difficult ones? You could say that, but we have prevented several catastrophes as well. Once, a wizard in South America had managed to breed a new species of Hungarian horntail dragon with the powers of a basilisk. It had all the powers of the Hungarian horntail, plus a killer stare and a venomous tail. Harry winced violently. A Hungarian horntail was dangerous enough, but mixing it with a basilisk was downright lethal. He had faced both after all. What happened? This was some 14 years ago. The creature killed the man who bred it before we got there. But the teams managed to kill it before it got to civilization. But it came at a great loss for us. We lost 16 agents that day. How many total agents do you have? Harry asked. You ask too many questions. I have sworn a vow of silence. You are trying to recruit me, not the other way round. And I am genuinely interested. Harry placated. 49 agents. 7 teams. 7 members each. And you have only 6, Harry observed. Yes. So, will you be the 7th member of my team, Mr. Potter? Can I think about it for a bit? This is a little too sudden and too fast. Very well. You have to give me your answer before you step out of this bar, though. What if I say no? You will be obliviated of the details of this meeting despite your oath and end up thinking that you had a perfectly boring, useless visit to this bar and gained nothing out of it except the martini. Harsh, innit? The man just smiled before picking his drink up and going to a nearby table instead. The rest of the group took their seats as well, except for one hooded figure who came toward them before removing the hood. It was a dark-skinned woman with hair as black as Harry's own. She grinned at him, showing her pearly white teeth before turning to Daphne. Can I get a scotch on the rocks, Daphne? Off. Take it yourself. You won't get away like DeLuca. Spoil sport. At least give me the bottle. You can join us, you know? Harry told Daphne, who rolled her eyes. Quite generous of you, Potter. I would say it was more gentlemanlike. Ignore her. She is a bit bitchy sometimes. The woman said with a seductive smile. Harry took another sip of his martini, observing her. Her accent was different, but he couldn't place it correctly. Likely American, or something if he had to take a guess. I don't think we've been introduced. I am Harry Potter. Natalie. No last name. Is she being secretive? Or is it like a nymphadora? Don't call me by name, Tonk situation? Harry mused, ignoring the pang that went through his heart, remembering Teddy's mother. Just Natalie? Like Belle? Socrates? Plato? Yes, she replied dryly. Just Natalie. So, a Tonk situation. Very well. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Nice to meet you as well. Oh, something for you, my lady, Harry added, waving his wand, and a bottle of scotch, which Daphne had still refused to touch, flew up from the shelf and opened just as ice flew from the ice dispenser into a glass. A moment later, the glass floated next to the bottle, and the bottle tilted and poured the drink into the glass before recorking itself. Here you go, Harry said as the glass floated towards her. Natalie picked it out of the midair and tipped it towards him with an amused expression before taking a sip. Nothing like a good old scotch, she remarked. Are you going to join us, or are you going to wait there waiting for us to place an order so that you can snap at us? Daphne grumbled, picking a butterbeer from beneath the counter and uncorking it. I rather prefer it warm, Harry remarked. And from Rosmerta's. No one makes butterbeer like her. Why do you think I was not preferring to drink, Potter? Daphne questioned. Harry shrugged before leaning forward towards the ladies. Is this worth it, the job? Definitely. Daphne replied as she took a sip from the bottle. Harry waited for a moment before asking, care to elaborate? It is fun if you ask. Dangerous and not for the weak of heart. Natalie replied instead. Daphne is still a rookie. Joined us some 8-9 months ago. I have been working here for almost 7 years now. Started as a rookie as well and trained my way up. So now, I will be the team's rookie? Harry asked, making air quotes. Depends. Harry raised an eyebrow and she elaborated. As DeLuca said, we recruit the exceptional and train them to be the best, or directly recruit the best. You are the top orer in Britain right now, and one of the best in history, only being topped by Alastair Moody in the period of 1975 to 79, until he lost his leg. All right, thank you for the praise, and I know it is a high praise being compared to Moody, but what does it have to do with my question? It means you are already equipped to go into the field. You have experience both official and unofficial, for times more than what I have. Daphne cut in. She is jealous. So, you say I should take it? I would love to work with you, darling, Natalie replied, leaning forward. I would like to see what all you can do. Trying to seduce me isn't going to work. Many have tried in the past 2 years. He gave her a smile before leaning closer as well. I can do a lot. It depends on how much the other person can take. Ahem. If you don't mind, I think it is time for you to make a decision, Potter. Can I quit anytime I want? Harry asked, draining his dragon martini. After a mandatory 5 years of service, or a crippling injury, yes. That is a bit long, Harry mused. But, will it be worth it? Will I be able to see Teddy and my friends once I'm a spy? Do you get to visit family? Harry asked the ladies. If you are not on a mission, you are free to do whatever you want, Natalie replied, her eyes trailing up his body. Whatever. You will be an absolutely normal citizen. Well, as normal as it can be in your case. Outside the missions, Daphne added, glancing at the woman. But no one except for your spouse, who will also be put under the contract, can know your real job along with one other person of your choosing. Also, you all so readily showed me your faces and the talk was straight to the point. DeLuca even revealed quite a bit. Daphne tilted her head. What did you expect, Potter? Us kidnapping you, taking you to an unknown dark place, and then offering you the job? Please, we are offering you a job, not torturing you. The best way to do it is in a peaceful manner. Confrontations don't make a first good impression. If you say no, we will just obliviate you and be on our merry way as the protocol demands. Blunt, but true. Natalie nodded. What if I resist? Don't be ridiculous, Potter, Daphne scoffed. We all are highly trained officials whose job is to deal with hostile situations. You may be good, but you won't be able to take out the whole team in one go. At least not unscathed. Harry saw Natalie's hand go to her waist as she appeared to sip her drink while watching the conversation. Harry hummed before taking the leap of faith. Mr. DeLuca, he called across the bar. Have you made your decision, Mr. Potter? Yes, I am in. Done. So, as you can see, folks, I am here with a brand new FIC for you all, and this time, it isn't a one-shot. This will be a short FIC with around 60-80k words. At least I assume it will be. But it will have sequels like other spy movie franchises, e.g., James Bond, Kingsman, Johnny English, etc. Yes, it will have quips and references from them as I enjoy them too much. Like, in this chapter, the line, "A dragon martini, shaken, not stirred," is adapted from James Bond's favorite drink, which is actually a Vesper/vodka martini. Don't tell me you just realized that. LMAO. So, anyway, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Let me know your thoughts in the reviews, and don't forget to follow and favorite the FIC. God, now I am sounding like a YouTuber. XD. Note, there is no fixed schedule for updates right now, but I will try to keep it the same as ROLP and LowSP, I twice a month. But no guarantees. If you haven't read the fix, go and try them after reading this, and no need to Google. Just click on my name, and you will see them in my profile. A huge thanks to my friend, Matt, aka Darkness Enthroned, yes, the writer of the FIC, a Cadmean Victory, for baiting this chapter for me. Also, join my server, House of H Fanfictioner 66, to interact with me directly, and also, I will be posting the pictures of the characters there. so you all can get an idea of how they look. Link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. As of this moment, I have 5 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter, my novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon, a novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 250k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream, a fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed, obviously. 4. Secrets, another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D. The thing you just read, and I take this opportunity to remind you to follow and favorite the FIC if you haven't. If you have, love you too, winky face. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. Fanfictioner 66. Warlocks Association for Nebulous Defin. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D. CH2 Warlocks Association for Nebulous Defense. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the blue expanse of the sky as the hustle and bustle of Muggle London continued uninterrupted. Harry sat idly at a cafe table, sipping his Earl Grey with relish, simply looking outside the window as he waited for someone to show up. Someone from W.A.N.D. whom? He didn't know yet. He had received a letter arranging this meeting the previous evening, just after he had returned home from his last day of work at the Auror office. Sir, can I get you something else? The sharp voice of the waitress cut through his sightseeing like a hot knife through butter. No, thank you. I am waiting for someone, Harry replied, flashing the young Muggle lady a smile, making her cheeks pink. Call me if you need anything. I am happy to help, she whispered, batting her eyelashes. Sure, Harry curtsied before looking back out of the window. The traffic outside didn't seem interesting anymore, though. His wait was becoming too long now. To be fair, they said to be here around noon. It is barely 12:15. Harry's attention was drawn to the door of the cafe as it was pushed open and a young blonde girl, wearing a green crop top and dark blue jeans, stepped into the pub, her blue eyes roaming around the cafe. Daphne Greengrass. Her eyes sought Harry before she noticed him. Her lips quirked upward as she ambled forward to his table. Pulling the seat opposite Harry, she took a seat without even asking. How long did I make you wait? Good afternoon to you as well, Daphne. If I say so myself, you look quite fetching in a Muggle attire. Daphne rolled her eyes. Then I do hope I made you wait for a bit. Just enough for me to start my second cup of tea, Harry replied, taking a sip of the hot Earl Grey. Tea, how very British. I am British. And if I ain't mistaken, so are you. I prefer coffee to tea, thank you very much, she replied, wrinkling her nose. Even Hermione prefers coffee to tea. Should I order one for you then? Harry asked, glancing at the waitress who was glaring at Daphne from the side. No, I am afraid that we are on a schedule. I would appreciate it if you finish your tea fast. We have places to be. Well, she has no appreciation for fine Earl Grey. A shame, Harry thought before draining his tea, the hot liquid burning down his throat. He took a tissue and wiped his mouth before signaling the waitress to come over. Yes? The waitress asked in a clipped tone. The bill, please. Sure. Your total is £4.20, sir. Harry removed £5 from his wallet before handing them to the waitress with a smile. You can keep the change. Thank you. Not a problem. Let's get going, Daphne, Harry replied, getting up from his seat and offering Daphne his arm. Daphne took it, flashing the waitress a smirk as they walked out of the cafe. Any reason why she was glaring at me, Potter? She implored as the door of the cafe closed behind them. I do not and will not pretend to understand the workings of a woman's mind, Harry drawled. Now, where are we going? Keep holding my arm, Daphne replied, taking a hairpin out from her hair before breaking it into two. Harry felt magic prickle his skin from head to toe. A moment later, Daphne's grip tightened around his arm and she twisted. The commotion of Muggle London faded into a vacuum of nothingness as everything went black. A crushing force enveloped Harry's body as if iron grips were being tightened in his chest. The very next second, The feeling vanished and he found himself in a pristine bedroom as he gulped in a lungful of air. The side-along apparition was no less unpleasant than it had been when it had been performed on him the first time by Dumbledore. He preferred to apparate under his own power, or even better, fly to his destination on a broom if possible. "I didn't expect you to bring me to a bedroom of all places," Harry commented as Daphne released his arm. "Get your mind out of the gutter, Potter," Daphne snarked as she walked to the painting of a vase before tapping it with her wand. The painting swung open, revealing a small safe fixed in the wall. "Why are safes always behind paintings?" Daphne leaned forward, pressing her wand in one slit and her left thumb on another. "Agent Kion, Team VI 7. The number flashed in Harry's mind as the words, "Access granted," flashed on the small screen on the safe. The lock clicked open and Daphne pulled the door of the safe open before removing a piece of rope from within. "Kion, is that your code name?" "Yes, it is. Named after the goddess of snow in Greek mythology." Daphne sniffed. "How fitting for the Ice Queen of Slytherin." Daphne's head snapped toward Harry, something incomprehensible shooting through her eyes. "Where did you remember that from?" "It was a stupid name I got in my 4th year." Hermione remembered. "Not me. I didn't know anything about you except you were in Slytherin. I didn't even remember your name till you told it to me." "A stupid name. I assume you code-named yourself after?" Harry asked, giving her an amused smile, ignoring her question. "No. I am quite adept at ice spells. I froze the balls of quite a few boys at Hogwarts in my time, including Draco Malfoy in my 7th year. I would have paid to watch that. A shame I missed," Harry thought, ignoring the twinge of the slightest pity that rose in him for the blonde ferret. "Let's go, shall we? I assume that is a portkey," Harry said, grasping one end of the rope. "It is," Daphne replied before clearing her throat. "WAND Headquarters. Building 3. Initiation. Activate." The rope glowed blue, and barely a moment later, Harry felt a painful tug behind his gut as his feet were yanked away from the ground, and he spun around as the wind howled in his ears and the surroundings became a swirl of colors. A few moments later, Harry felt his feet hit the ground again, and he staggered before regaining his balance feebly. The putrid taste of vomit ran up his throat as his consciousness spun around in circles. He placed his hand on the nearby wall and heaved heavily, trying to center himself. That portkey was not normal. "They don't last so long. Are you all right, Potter?" Daphne's voice rang in his ears. "Somewhat," he croaked. "Happens to everyone when they travel by an international portkey for the first time." "International portkey?" Harry thought incredulously as the spinning slowed. "She took me outside Britain without even asking. But don't worry. You will get used to it after a few more experiences, which I dare say will be by the end of this week." "End of this? What the actual hell? You mean to tell me that you all travel by international portkeys all the time and traverse international borders without any authorization by the Ministry or any other relevant authorities of the concerned countries?" Harry coughed slowly. "We don't need it, Potter. We have more liberties than any normal witch or wizard. Creating portkeys, even international ones, and using them at our whim is rather unimpressive to some other permissions we have. If traversing international borders at a whim isn't impressive for her, I want to see what is." "Like?" A smirk curled on her lips. "How about absolute immunity from all prosecution laws in any country? Immunity from conviction. That is not even granted to the ministers of magic and other diplomats. Even they are subject to the laws of their country and the punishments that come with breaking them, even if they have diplomatic immunity in other countries." "Where are we?" Harry asked, seeing they were in a room with whitewashed walls and white tiles with black swirls at regular intervals as a design. That was it. There was nothing else in the room except the metallic door in front of him. "Headquarters of WAND, Daphne replied. "Or well, one of its buildings anyway. This place is huge. Several departments and each team have their own building. This is the place where the initiation process happens for newcomers, and standard equipment is provided for all agents." "Standard equipment? You mean there are special ones as well?" "Standard equipment are those that an agent has on them at all times during all missions. Rest are provided on request, as per what a mission demands." Daphne elaborated as she moved toward the door. Kion accompanying Harry Potter, new member of Team VI. A mist sprayed from all directions at them. Harry felt the liquid tingling against his skin before it evaporated and the door clicked open. What was the mist? Harry shivered due to the cooling sensation all over his body as Daphne wrenched the door open and led him down a corridor. The thief's downfall. You might have encountered it in Gringotts if you have visited a high-security vault, which you should have, considering you own the black accounts now. Yes, Harry nodded, suppressing a shudder as the memory of his Gringotts break-in flooded his mind. Good. After you, she said, suddenly stopping at a door to their left and pushing it open. Harry gave her a skeptical look and walked in, only to see DeLuca sitting behind a desk along with two other men. One was a balding, old, pot-bellied, Caucasian-skinned man, while the other one was a turbaned Sikh with a perfectly trimmed black beard and a stylish handlebar mustache. The man was bulky and muscular and yet had uncharacteristically warm, mirth-filled obsidian eyes. Mr. Potter, welcome to the headquarters of W.A.N.D., DeLuca said, greeting him. Have a seat so we can begin the paperwork to complete your initiation in this body. Harry grimaced, anticipating the dreaded process, but took the offered seat. The turbaned man removed a bunch of papers from a folder, giving Harry a smile that reached his eyes. Hello, Potter. Sign your name wherever I tell you to. Let us get over this fast so we can move to the fun stuff. Sir, it is Potter. Harry Potter. Oh, I know, Potter. I know your surname's Potter. But Potter means son or child in Punjabi. My nephew is your age. I am Yash, by the way. Yash Singh. I am from Punjab, India. The twinge of pride when he took the name of his nation was unmistakable. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Pleasure's all mine, Potter. We will be on the same team. After all, once you sign all of this. Mr. Singh is our creatures expert on the team. Daphne's voice drawled from behind. If he's anything like Hagrid, he is going to be pretty fun to be around, Harry thought to himself as he took the pile of paper from Mr. Singh's hands. You can read it before signing, especially the secrecy agreements, the pot-bellied man said in a nasally voice from the side. It is your right, after all. Harry nodded reluctantly, dreading to read this much stuff. He had gone through the horrendous experience once already when he had signed up for the Auror office. And this looked even thicker. An hour later, Harry had skimmed through the majority of the documents and signed his name about 25 times already, in addition to having filled out a form giving his personal details. The Griffin was rather persistent on not giving back the snitch. Rather like Nifflers in that area as far as golden shiny things are concerned. But absolute sweethearts once you earn their trust. What happened to the game then? Daphne asked while the other two men leaned forward in interest. Another snitch was released, of course, but the Griffin flew in and caught it in seconds. Finally, the match was postponed till the next week and the officials came in and led the poor thing back to the forest she had come from. My classmates and I joked that the Griffins, a house at our school as I said, had won the match cause their house emblem had scored more points than both the teams combined. Mr. Singh regaled, laughing uproariously. In the past hour, Harry had found that Mr. Singh was exactly like Hagrid, only shorter in height. His love for magical creatures was equivalent to that of Hogwarts' friendly gamekeeper, if not more, seeing that Mr. Singh had authored a few textbooks on the subject as well. And, not to mention, rather famous in educational circles as well. A perfectly normal, albeit extraordinary citizen of India to the outside world. No more, no less. They couldn't be more wrong. Excuse me, Harry called before Mr. Singh could begin his third tale for the day. Harry had loved hearing the first two tales, but he had already delayed his announcement for the past 5 minutes. I am done signing this pile, and I have read the secrecy agreement. Now, you told me to wait before signing it. Ah, yes. You are not signing it with a normal quill. It is a magically binding contract. Once you sign it, followed by us as witnesses, you won't be able to tell anyone the secrets of W.A.N.D., the pot-bellied man said. So, it will be like a vow? No. Vows, if broken, give punishment according to the breach of it. This won't allow you to tell it, despite whatever you may try. To anyone not of W.A.N.D. or aware of its existence, it will sound gibberish. Interesting. At least it is better for secrecy than what Hermione thought for the D.A. Edgecombe still babbled before suffering the jinx. Here's the quill, the man said, pulling out a thin, long box from within his robes and opening the lid before presenting it to Harry. A pitch-black quill rested within, its sight making the back of Harry's hand itch. I must not tell lies. The scars may have faded and their inflictor executed, but the memories remained. This is a blood quill, Pudar. We have to use it for the secrecy contracts as blood is what makes it binding. Mr. Singh said sympathetically. You sign here first. Then we all will sign and again. At the end you will sign in the other box, making the contract binding. Harry took the black quill with a grimace before signing his name in the first box, ignoring the itching on the back of his hand before pushing the contact to DeLuca, who did the honors before passing the contract around. When Harry signed his name on the last box, the parchment glowed as Harry felt magic wash on him. It felt like a small glass of chilled water had been poured over his head. The contract is now binding, Mr. Potter, DeLuca declared, and Harry kept the quill back in the box, not wishing to hold it for longer than necessary. He curled his fingers into a fist, avoiding scratching the back of his hand. It will be gone in a couple of minutes. Scratching will only make it worse. We are done here, Mr. Potter. Now, we move on to the other procedures, starting with a medical examination. The medical clearance for duty seems to be a part of W.A.N.D. as well. A shame. I was hoping to avoid those annoying things. Let us get going, Potter. Believe me, they are saving the best stuff for the end. Daphne said, I wonder if it is a genuine statement or if she is being sarcastic. Harry thought as he was led to a nearby room, which, as expected, turned out to be a medical ward. Two healers dressed in white healer robes sat in the ward, playing a game of chess. With a crunching sound, the Black Queen demolished the White Bishop as the two healers stood up. A standard health check, please, for this young man. DeLuca's voice rang, shattering the momentary lull of silence. New recruit, I assume? Please sit here. We will begin the check shortly. One of them asked briskly in a deep rumbling voice before he turned to fetch a device from a nearby table. So, Harry began, as the two healers started their work. Tell me more about the team. I mean, this team I am going to be in. Daphne and Mr. Singh looked at DeLuca, who nodded. So, the team has 7 people, each with their own specialty. A team always has a fully qualified healer, a curse breaker, a creature's expert, and 2 qualified fighters. DeLuca slowly began pacing around the bed Harry was seated on, his hands firmly held behind his back as he continued. The remaining 2 are for back-end support usually and only come out in the field in dire situations or the more difficult missions. The healer is Agent Fern for us, who is also our dark arts expert. I am the curse breaker, Yush is the creature's expert, and Daphne is our fighter, despite being a trainee. Our other fighter, Agent Kadros, recently retired after 29 years of service, from both as the team leader and as a fighter in this team. And I am their replacement? Yes. Kadros was a very integral part of our team. Kadros led us and was a phenomenal duelist. One of the best W.A.N.D. ever had. She would have still continued had it not been for her spinal injury. She was healed but was told that her reflexes and movements would never be the same again. So, she left. The sadness in DeLuca's voice was unmistakable, especially with the unhealthy amount of guilt in it. Perhaps she took a curse meant for him, or was injured because of DeLuca and had to leave the service. Harry mused as the band tied on his arm beeped. The healer removed the band and took it back to the table he had picked it up from while the other healer came forth with an empty syringe, making Harry frown. Wizards and witches just pricked their finger if some blood was needed for testing. Excuse me, but only 3 drops are needed for the test. Why the syringe? It is an extensive test, sir. 3 drops of blood would be insufficient. Also, you will be administered a few potions that would need your blood as an ingredient. The healer replied in a practiced tone, making Harry blink. What potions? Harry questioned sharply. A body deficiency correction potion, an anti-poison potion, immunity elixir, and a special calcium potion to strengthen your bones. Don't worry, Pudar. We take them every year. Mr. Singh assured. They taste horrendous, though. Beside him, Daphne scrunched her nose. They are telling the truth. Harry nodded at the healer, extending his arm. With a wave of her wand, a band tightly wrapped above Harry's elbow. You might want to look away, Mr. Potter, in case you are afraid of needles. You won't even feel it. The healer said, almost making Harry snort aloud. A needle has nothing on the things I have been through. He felt a slight stinging pain as the needle penetrated his skin. Fresh, viscous, dark red liquid began to fill the tube. A moment later, the healer pressed a small wad of cotton over it and pulled the needle back. The cool liquid on the needle soothed the stinging, making it disappear within moments. The healer removed it and told him that he was to return in an hour for his potions and checkup results, along with DeLuca. "Let's go, Mr. Potter. Lots to do. We need to take your measurements and get you fitted with some good stuff." "Good stuff? What do you mean?" DeLuca smiled at him mischievously while Daphne's lips had curled into a Cheshire grin. "You will see. Now let's not waste time here and get to the tailor," DeLuca declared, marching out of the room with Mr. Singh and Daphne, making Harry hurry after them down the corridor. Instead of going into another room, Harry was led up the stairs onto the upper floor. "I don't even know where we exactly are. Can anyone tell me where we exactly are?" Harry asked aloud, making the team stop in their tracks. "We are in building number 3 of W.A.N.D.H.Q. Putar. Surely Daphne told you that." A bubble of irritation formed within Harry. "Yes, I know that. But where are we geographically? Britain? France? The States? India? Australia? Where?" "Ah." DeLuca trailed off. "None. We are in the middle of nowhere." "Excuse me? This place has no name. Or at least none we know of. We just call it W.A.N.D. headquarters. The whole place is a small island in the northern Atlantic Ocean. The landmass nearest to us is Portugal and Spain in the east along with Morocco." DeLuca replied. "It is a part of a 3-island group that belongs to the ICW. One is W.A.N.D. One is a magical research facility. And one is the ICW Special Preserve for endangered magical species of flora and fauna." Harry breathed evenly as he took the news. ICW was apparently more than a bunch of squabbling international diplomats. Much more than that. A top-secret spy organization, a research facility, and a bloody magical preserve. Merlin knew what else they had. "You have much to know, Potter. I am here for 9 months and I just learned that," Daphne said, giving DeLuca a glare. "You never asked, Kion. Now, shall we?" DeLuca asked, ascending the stairs, making Harry and Daphne hurry after him. "This is much more comfortable than the Aura uniform. And better looking," Harry mused as he checked himself out in the full-length mirror of the trial room. He was decked in dark navy blue robes underneath which he wore a light blue shirt and a navy blue vest with matching pants, both of which were a touch lighter than his robe. Turning around, he unbolted the door before walking out, where the rest were waiting, only to find them dressed in similar robes as well. Even Daphne was wearing the same attire as them. Harry's eyes roved over their forms. How did they all change their clothes so fast? "You look good. One of us," Daphne commented. Harry gave her a faint smile before moving to wear his boots. "Oh, not those ones," DeLuca interrupted. Harry looked at his shoes. "Plain black Oxford shoes made of dragonhide. They would go perfectly with my clothes." Footsteps sounded as a short, petite man walked in holding a box in his hands. "These are the shoes you will wear," DeLuca declared, taking the box from the man and handing it to Harry. Harry opened the box, only to find a pair of plain black Oxford shoes in them. "They are the same shoes as the ones I have," Harry commented dryly. "Only on the top. These are special. Enchanted shoes with a few additions," DeLuca said before suddenly moving his feet. Immediately a 4-inch blade popped out of the right shoe. Top-of-the-line blade laced with a tranquilizing potion. "Kick a man with these on, and they will be incapacitated or dead." In addition to the blade, it also has extra grip enchantments, a silencing charm, along with a special cushioning charm to take the impact of jumps. The boots are made from dragon hide, and thus are extremely durable and also waterproof. The man who had brought the shoes added, glaring at DeLuca, who raised his hands in surrender. "No need to get your panties in a twist, Nicholas. Then let me do my job. I handle the footwear and I make them. Do not interfere in my work, especially after what you did to the last 2 pairs of special orders I gave you." DeLuca winced at that. "Never in my dreams had I thought that shoes can be melted, that too, when you weren't wearing them. Who uses their shoes, enchanted shoes that were specially made for you, to test traps? You have a dozen things with you. And all you found were my shoes?" The man fumed. "I said I was sorry." "No, no, no. Sorry doesn't cut it. It took me hours to make and enchant them, and you threw them at ING wall to test if it had traps. Shoes? My specially enchanted shoes. You could have conjured a pair and threw them. But no, by now, the man was holding DeLuca by his collar, glaring daggers at him. DeLuca gulped. Don't worry. The bastard will be all right. A voice cut through his attention on the heated exchange, making his head snap toward the source. Daphne had slid up next to him without even noticing. Either she is too good, or I have gotten sloppy. Oh, Mr. Singh is breaking them up, Daphne added, amusement shining through her eyes. Harry looked back and saw that Mr. Singh was holding the man, Nicholas, a good couple of feet away from DeLuca. Nicholas, you can make Leonardo wear a pair of biting shoes the next time he pulls such a stunt. I am never making a special pair of shoes for this man again in my life. He can buy anything he wants from outside. Fair enough. I guarantee he won't do such a thing again, Mr. Singh assured. Now, why don't you do your job and explain the robe to our new member? The man's head snapped toward Harry and he straightened up. Yes, the robes. It has 3 parts. The shirt and pants are one. They are normal clothes with temperature and color-changing charms. Nothing you won't find in a good magical clothing store. They can be worn without a problem in the non-magical world as well. The man began. The second part is the vest, which is made of specially woven dragon hide. It serves as armor. It has 2 pockets on the inside, both expanded to the size of a small bag, meant to store important items. It is tear-resistant, so a knife would not penetrate it. Harry ran his finger over the said vest, feeling its material. It felt nothing like dragon hide, except that it was a bit thicker than a normal suit piece. Now, for the most interesting one, the outer robe. It is woven from fine acromantula silk and demiguise hair. It serves as an invisibility cloak as well as a normal one. It has several pockets, 3 on the outside, 6 on the inside, all expanded indefinitely. You can store anything in them and never feel the weight or the bulk, like Hermione's beaded bag. It also has tear resistance to physical objects and mild resistance against magical spells. Mild resistance, he reiterated. It will protect against a moderately powered Stupefy and a Defendo. Do not expect it to do shit against other spells. Cool. Harry trailed off. Anything else? Fire resistance. Normal fire, like the ones non-magicals have. Do not try to use it against magical fires, and Merlin forbid, dragon fire or fiend fire. One idiot tried that and died. Believe me, I absolutely do. Don't worry. Good. Now, these clothes have one special enchantment. They can appear and disappear at command as long as you are wearing the pants and the shirt. This means you can change your clothing at your whim. For all the commands and enchantments, you can have this, Nicholas said briskly before thrusting a small pocket-sized book in Harry's hand. The instruction manual, both for the robes and the boots. Read them without fail. Another set of uniforms will be delivered to you tomorrow. Have a good day. Come, Harry, DeLuca said, pulling Harry out of the door as Daphne and Mr. Singh followed. Once they were sufficiently away, a sigh of relief escaped DeLuca's mouth. He seemed pissed off with you, Harry commented. I won't deem that with a response. Now, come on. We have a lot to do. What else is left now? A lot of stuff. Believe me, it will take the whole week to get you through things. You did realize that despite not being a total trainee, you have a 1-month training period. I did. But, to be honest, I still cannot digest the whole trainee part. Daphne has been training for the past 9-10 months, and I have it for a month. That is because we need to teach you to use the stuff we give you and hammer things into your head so that you do not break some vital protocols of W.A.N.D. But you are already trained in fieldwork. You have experience in how to react in situations. You know how to go on espionage missions. And you have 2 years of experience in it. Daphne was in the dueling circuit when we recruited her. She still is. She is good on the dueling stage. But that doesn't mean that she would be good on the field as well. Oh, you won some league in Brazil recently, if I am not wrong. The Brazil Opens. Yes. Daphne agreed. It was rather easy. There weren't any big names there. I didn't know that you followed dueling. I don't. I follow Quidditch. Daphne narrowed her eyes. The Brazil Opens wasn't a big league to be known unless you follow the circuit. Did you perhaps research about me? Maybe. I will take that in the affirmative. Tell me, what else do you have on me? Not much. A general overview. Harry shrugged. Your marks from your years at Hogwarts. Pretty high, if I must say. Your family relationships, ranging from your great-grandparents to your younger sister. The career counseling filed by Snape and Slughorn in your OWL and Newt years. The sponsorship you received from Matthew Albertos, former dueling champion. The tournament results as well. Is the golden boy impressed with me? Daphne drawled. It is a good record, but not impressive? Daphne asked sharply. She has an ego. My best friend is Hermione Granger. Be around her for as long as I have, and impressiveness fades into commonness. Granger isn't a duelist, though. A snort escaped from Harry before he could help it. If you saw her fight, you wouldn't say that. I have seen her fight Death Eaters by my side, Greengrass. Believe me, you do not want to be on the wrong end of her wand, international duelist or not. Greengrass raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment as DeLuca led them to another room. Go in, Mr. Potter, DeLuca said, pulling the door open. Harry frowned before walking into the room. The room was devoid of furniture or windows. It was a huge square room that just had 4 whitewashed walls and small plain white square tiles. What dash Harry was cut short as the door was shut behind him, making him whirl around. They had locked him in the room. What the hell? His wand leaped into his hands, and he pointed it at the door. The spell died on his lips as the walls, ceiling, and the floor of the room shimmered and whirled around. A moment later, Harry found himself standing in front of a small abandoned-looking town block. Mr. Potter, DeLuca's voice sounded from all around. You see that abandoned building in front of you? Harry's eyes fell on the old, 4-storied building standing in a distance in front of him. The building was old, paint peeled from its outer, moss-riddled walls. The ground around it was full of overgrown weeds. There are 4 hostages being held in the building. You have to free them without them, or you dying. The spot where you stand is the mark of freedom. Take down the adversaries in any way you wish. I wish you luck, DeLuca said before everything became eerily silent. Well, he could just have told me that this is a test, Harry muttered. Looking around the block, there was no one around. Not a single animal, plant, or human. There was not a nary sound. No trickle of water, no cackle of fire, no howl of the wind or the sound of life. Harry could hear his own heartbeat thumping in his ears. Hostage situation. For hostages, I don't know the number of enemies. They could be 10 or 100, but the location is the building. This is likely a simulation like the one the room of requirement could create. I can't cast revealing spells as it would alert the kidnappers to my presence when they glow. And I can't go in with my wand blazing. Harry took a deep breath before pointing his wand at himself. Magic leaped from his wand onto his body, imposing his will to fade into the background, to let light pass unobstructed through his body. I don't need a cloak to become invisible anymore. Without a sound, he moved forward a couple of steps before pausing and looking back. The area is all bare ground. My footsteps will be seen, and they will give me away. But I cannot fly without a broom like Voldemort, and I don't have one on me right now. This test is definitely not as easy as it looks. The Elder Wand hummed in his hand as Harry's magic ran down its length, shooting onto his shoes. I do not want my shoes to leave footprints, Harry thought resolutely as his shoes glowed with a faint blue hue, visible despite the invisibility. Harry took a step forward and pressed his right foot onto the ground. No footstep formed on it, making Harry smile. He walked forward, completely invisible and soundless. Stepping in front of the gate of the building, Harry looked around. 4 masked individuals sat there, playing a game of cards. The table was laden with bottles of alcohol, cigarette stubs, cigarettes, and ash, with the cards in the center. Harry sniffed the air. The air is devoid of smell, but they are smoking. There is a ward here. And, if someone is bothering to put a ward to stave off smells from inside, this is a well-warded place. He pulled his cloak out from his moke skin pouch that laid against his chest, before draping it all over himself. He might not need a cloak to become invisible, but he couldn't bypass the wards with only his invisibility. He needed his cloak for that, and its power to be completely undetected. Harry walked forward under the protection of his cloak till the scent of burning tobacco and stale alcohol assaulted him. He walked a few steps forward to get near the table before removing his cloak and stuffing it back securely in his pouch. He was still, invisible and soundless though, and the men picked nothing up. Now that I am in the field, it is time to start the main work. Swift and effective. Constant vigilance. And I cannot let them make a sound. Harry thought to himself, looking at the 4 men around the table. Harry took a breath before twirling his wand. Mephisto. The magic settled around the area Harry wanted it to. With a swish of his wand, the chairs the men were seated on turned into metal wires that bound the men instantly. The 4 gave startled yelps as they fell to the ground, bound in metal wires, but before they could do more, a beam of orange light hit each one of them, knocking them out cold. They won't be getting up now for several hours unless I personally innervate them, which I have no intention of doing. Harry walked around the table and entered the building, scanning his surroundings as he was trained to. Always scan your surroundings, Potter. Be aware of what all is in your vicinity. A good Auror is always aware of such details. They will save your life. Gwaine Robards' voice rang in his head. He had not gone through Auror training camp, but he had been taught a lot of things while on the field. His main instructor in his initial days was Gwaine Robards, who was now the head of the DMLE. All he had learned was hands-on work while in the field, fighting for his life. Sunlight streamed in the room through the broken wood panes that covered the windows around the floor. The concept of doors seemed non-existent so far. The door frames stood without any protection, wide open for anyone to enter. Harry looked around once more before entering through the nearest door. The furniture in the house was old, and most of it broken. But it was clean. Squeaky clean for such a broken place. That means that they used this house. Probably every house in this building. Harry moved around the house, careful not to bump into anything. It was a small, one-bedroom flat with its own bathroom. The bedroom and the bathroom were definitely in use for an abandoned, run-down building, though no one was there at the moment. Harry moved on to the next flat, straining his senses to pick up the presence of someone around. A loud crashing noise from upstairs drew his attention. "Shut it, you bitch!" A man shouted as muffled screams sounded before the sharp sound of the slap penetrated the air. Making a split-second decision, Harry climbed the stairs, abandoning his search of the ground floor. "She is a feisty one, ain't ya? Be glad that the boss is paying us all a hell of a to keep you all hostage. But if you don't shut up, I will crucio you till you faint."
So shut the up.
"Boss wasn't happy with you yesterday, Carl. If you crucio her dash, crucio." The scream of a man penetrated through the walls. "You are getting sloppy at the job if you're saying that, Stebbins. Remember who you are talking to unless you want to feel that again." The other man growled. Footsteps sounded from above, and Harry stopped in his tracks. A moment later, 3 men noisily descended the stairs onto the first floor, where the commotion was happening, their wands held at the ready. Without waiting, Harry followed them to a room where 2 men were standing guard next to a tied, gagged woman who was looking at the man curled up on the floor with frantic eyes. "Was tuss do, Carl?" A man whom Harry had followed growled. "And speak English, you German bastard," he asked. "What are you doing?" Another man replied, "Putting Stebbings in his end place. That is what I am doing." The man, Carl, replied heatedly. "This bitch is making too much noise." 6 people, 1 indisposed. Hostage in the middle. The man, Carl, is right next to her. If I stun a couple of others first, he may move to put the hostage at one point. But if I start with stunning him, the others will be alerted immediately and attack. Harry surveyed, before raising a silencing ward around the room. A fight would alert anyone who was upstairs with the other 3 hostages, wherever they were. The German. I will stun him. Disarm Carl. The force will slam him into the shelf behind, knocking him out. Then stun the other man, who was in the room before dealing with the rest. Harry decided as he moved closer to the German and shot a nonverbal stunning spell at his back on point-blank range. Before the man could crumple to the ground, Harry's wand snapped up, aiming at Carl. Expelliarmus. The crimson beam of light tore through the air and hit the target square in his chest, flinging him straight onto the shelves behind with a sickening crunch. Whipping his wand around, a beam of orange light left his wand again, hitting the other man in the face, making him fall on his back. A wild beam of purple light flew a foot away from Harry's wand arm and hit the wall, punching a hole through it. Obtuno. Another orange beam flew from his wand and hit the 4th man in the abdomen before he could react. Protego. The 5th man yelled, even before Harry could turn his wand on him. A shimmering barrier formed between them as the man's eyes roamed around the room frantically, searching for Harry, sweat beading his forehead. His breathing was heavy with fear.
Reducto.
The shield was blasted apart, and the man fell on his behind, his wand rolling out of his hand. Instead of picking it up, he began to back away. Idiot. Obtuno. The man crumpled to the floor. Help! Help! Intruder! The man who had been tortured shouted out loud, making his voice ring around the room. It is futile. Intrud dash. The man crumpled to the floor mid-syllable as Harry hit him with the same stunner he had used on the rest. A muffled sound drew his attention back to the woman. Harry glanced at the door once and dropped his disillusionment charm before walking forward slowly toward the woman and removing the tape muffling her mouth.
Chi sei? Per favore non farmi del male.
Harry didn't understand a word she said but raised his hands and spoke slowly. I am here to help, ma'am. I am here to save you. The woman took deep breaths, looking at him, her hazel eyes boring into his soul.
Mio bambini.
She began again before pausing. My child too.
Mine.
Above. My husband, above child. Save them.
Per favore. Signore.
Her 2 children are held above, and her husband is on the topmost floor. Harry thought as fury welled in his gut. They are holding children. Do you know how many? Harry asked, gesturing to the kidnappers lying on the floor. The woman shook her head, her burgundy curls flopping around her face. Curls of her hair fell on her eyes and she blew them away, looking pleadingly at Harry. I will free you, Harry whispered, before moving behind the chair. His foot fell into a liquid, making him pause. He looked down and saw dark red liquid had pooled, flowing from Carl's head a couple of feet away. He's dead, Harry realized, seeing the amount of blood flowing from his head. But he wasn't real anyway. With a jab of his wand, the blood vanished into nothingness, and he moved to untie the rope, holding her hands together behind the chair, before cutting the ropes on her legs. The woman gasped in pain as she was freed from her constraints. I am going to save your family. Stay here. Take this to defend yourself, Harry said, picking a wand from a fallen kidnapper and handing it to the woman. Hide behind that cupboard till I return with your children and husband. I with you. Save them. No, Harry said firmly. You are in no condition to fight. You will hinder the rescue by putting yourself in danger. Stay here. I promise to bring them back safely. The woman seemed defiant, but nodded reluctantly after a moment. No coming out till I return, Harry reiterated, and the woman nodded before going to hide behind the steel cupboard. Taking a deep breath, Harry turned to the door frame. Protego horribilis. Salvio Huscia. Protego totalum. Cavincium. A shimmering barrier formed on the door, before disappearing. She should be safe enough now, Harry thought, looking back at the place behind where the woman was peeking from. He nodded at her before reapplying his invisibility and walking out of the door. Time to save the rest 3. And done. Here you are with the 2nd chapter of Agent Potter. Hope you all enjoyed it. Let me know your thoughts in the reviews, and don't forget to follow and favorite the FIC. And I just saw the faves and follows. And I must say, thank you for the love. 600 plus follows and 400 plus faves. Damn, I love you guys. I will try to write the next chap ASAP, but a nice nudge from you guys will be appreciated. Maybe by making this FIC cross 1,000 faves and 1,500 follows before the next chap, Winky Face. A huge thanks to my friend, MSWITC bot, for baiting this chapter for me. Guest, Teddy, as in Teddy Lupin, son of Remus and Nymphadora Tonks, godson of Harry Potter. I don't think he was mentioned in the movies. Not sure anyway. Joe Inheritancefen. Yes, you can say that. If you noticed, I did take a really good Kingsman element in this chapter. 123, Bunny and next chap promise. Crux has been killed. Haha. No, not happening. Also, join my server, House of H Fanfictioner 66, to interact with me directly, and also, I will be posting the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. Link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. As of this moment, I have 5 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter, my novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon, a novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 250k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream, a fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed obviously. 4. Secrets, another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D. The thing you just read, and I take this opportunity to remind you to follow and favorite the FIC if you haven't. If you have, love you too, winky face. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. Fanfictioner 66. Becoming Agent Potter. Last time, with a jab of his wand, the blood vanished into nothingness, and he moved to untie the rope holding her hands together behind the chair, before cutting the ropes on her legs. The woman gasped in pain as she was freed from her constraints. I am going to save your family. Stay here. Take this to defend yourself, Harry said, picking a wand from a fallen kidnapper and handing it to the woman. Hide behind that cupboard till I return with your children and husband. I am with you. Save them. No, Harry said firmly. You are in no condition to fight. You will hinder the rescue by putting yourself in danger. Stay here. I promise to bring them back safely. The woman seemed defiant, but nodded reluctantly after a moment. No coming out till I return, Harry reiterated, and the woman nodded before going to hide behind the steel cupboard. Taking a deep breath, Harry turned to the door frame. Protego horribilis. Salvio Huscia. Protego totalum. Cavincium. A shimmering barrier formed on the door, before disappearing. She should be safe enough now, Harry thought. Looking back at the place behind where the woman was peeking from, he nodded at her before reapplying his invisibility and walking out of the door. Time to save the rest 3. And, okay, so before we start, one note of clarification. In this story, I am using the British way of floor numbering, i.e., ground, first, second, third. So, the bottommost floor is the ground floor here, and the floor above it is the first floor, and so on. This is just to avoid confusion. Anyway, hope you enjoy the chapter. CH3 Becoming Agent Potter. A high-pitched scream tore through as the woman in front of Harry screamed bloody murder while her companion collapsed in an unconscious heap, tumbling down the stairs onto the landing between the first and the second floor. Barely a moment later, she dove out of the way of Harry's orange stunner that scored a scorch mark on the gray wall behind. Bringing up her wand, she blindly fired a dark blue-colored curse, making Harry twist out of its way. How the woman had precisely detected his location and fired a curse with almost deadly precision was anyone's guess. It had almost made Harry doubt his skills at the disillusionment charm. Almost. With a flick of his wand, Harry ripped her wand out of her hand, just as the wall behind him exploded with an unearthly loud bang as he felt the ground shake slightly. Whirling around, he saw that his opponent's spell had punched a sizable hole through the wall behind him. Sizable chunks of concrete laid all over the landing, a few having landed on the man he had stunned a few moments ago. Harry grimaced. That is bound to attract attention despite the silencing charms I just put up. My presence is known to the enemy. Harry turned to face the disarmed lady, only to see her slashing blindly in the thin air with a steak knife in her hand, a foot away from his face. The blade glinted in the sudden sunlight streaming in through the hole in the wall, illuminating the innumerable particles of dust in the way. Harry swiftly moved and grabbed her hand before jabbing his wand directly into her side and firing a point-blank stunner, putting her down. He allowed her body to fall freely on the stairs with an audible thump just as several footsteps sounded from above. Harry leaped down the stairs and back onto the landing to give himself better mobility against the incoming attackers. And, not to mention, precious rubble that could be used to intercept spells and be transfigured into weapons. Always use your surroundings, Potter. They are your greatest ally, especially for someone like yourself with above-average skills in transfiguration. Robart's teachings echoed in Harry's mind. His fingers curled tightly around the Elder Wand. The only advantage I have right now is my invisibility. I do not know how skilled they are going to be, nor their number. I must use the element of surprise to the fullest because, after the first spell, my approximate location will be revealed, especially if even one of them is remotely competent. Harry let the first 2 men appear in his line of fire but didn't do anything, waiting for the rest of the party to come. Meyer and Eau Claire are down, the first man shouted. Intruders! Close the bloody doors! A voice from above shouted as 4 more men appeared on the second-floor landing. Instead of all of them coming down, one of them rushed up the stairs toward the 3rd floor, leaving 5 men facing a huge hole in the wall, along with their 2 downed companions. There's no one here, a particularly bulky man whispered in a rough voice as they all held their wand ready. They couldn't have gone far. Search everywhere and check on the lassie. Another ordered, I cannot let them go to check on the lady. It would be disastrous. What if someone is hiding in here to jump on us? One of them questioned, his eyes roving around the landing cluelessly. Watch your six, lad. Or precisely, everyone else is along with Mudrock. We move as a team and do not let the intruder get a jump on ya. This one is quite a strategist. It would be vital to take him down first. Once he is down, the rest of their team might go haywire. But how to do it? Harry's eyes moved over them, trying to come up with something to take all of the 5 men down with the most minimal effort possible, and not to mention quickness. He knew that as soon as he fired the first spell, his approximate position would be given away, allowing the rest to engage. He needed a distraction, something to draw their attention in the other direction, so that he could dispose of half of them quickly before they even knew it. His eyes fell back on the rubble near his feet, and a smirk bloomed on his face. Pointing his wand at a sizable piece, he shot a bedazzling hex at it. The gray piece of concrete shimmered slightly before merging into the background like camouflage. Wingardium Leviosa. Strangely, Hermione's voice, her bossy 11-year-old voice, instructing Ron to perform the spell echoed in his mind. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long. With a twitch of his wand, the rock slammed onto the wall behind the men, making them whirl around in panic. Intruders above. A man yelled, wildly flinging a cutting curse onto the wall. Harry wasted no time in attacking as the men turned their backs on him. With another flick of his wand, pieces of rubble from the wall rose and shot toward the legs of the men. The cracking of bones echoed audibly down the stairs as the pieces slammed onto the back of their knees with considerable force, making them fall down the stairs before they could even comprehend what was happening. Barely a moment later, beams of light rained down on each one of them, taking them out of the fight. Harry looked around once again to confirm that everything was clear. With a swish of his wand, the rubble all around flew back onto the wall, repairing it. The wall still has cracks, but there is nothing much I can do about it. Oh well, now these bodies. Harry swung his wand like a lasso, and the 7 stunned bodies flew to one side of the landing and piled themselves on top of one another while their wands landed at Harry's feet. A moment later, the 6 men and 1 woman were all bound tightly in ropes. They are out of the way now. Harry spared a last glance at them as he walked past the pile of stunned bodies onto the 2nd floor. Before he entered the floor, he turned around sharply and glanced at the stairway leading to the topmost floor of the building. It won't do for the thugs above to come down and attack me from behind. Or worse, get to the lady who is waiting for her children on the 1st floor. Waving his wand, Harry immediately erected shields along with a proximity ward. Satisfied, he entered through the empty door frame onto the floor. The place seemed eerily silent except for the faintest buzzing all around. Silencing wards. Not bad. They are aware that I am coming. That man shouted to seal the doors, so the children are going to be held in a house that has doors. Harry moved swiftly across the floor, looking for a place that had a door instead of empty door frames all around. As it turned out, he didn't even have to search for the door as he caught the sight of 6 men stationed outside a door, with their wands pointed straight at the doorless entrance to the house. Foolish, especially when they do not know the number of assailants and know that sight can be fooled by a simple invisibility cloak or a well-placed disillusionment charm. Harry went to take a step before pausing in his stride. Enchantus Revelio. A soft thrum of magic shot from his wand and resonated near the entrance before his wand vibrated softly in his hand. There is an enchantment of some sort, probably an alert ward that would give my precise position away as soon as I stepped into the room. His eyes scanned the area, looking for a way to enter the house without having to remove whatever enchantment charm they had put on the floor. Harry knew for a fact that he couldn't apparate or use a portkey. Not while he was in the building except for the entrance room or whatever it was called. The anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards here were strong. Exceptionally so. But then again, nothing he wouldn't expect from a top-secret spy agency under the command of the ICW itself. Looks like I would have to fight them head-on. Not something I prefer doing nowadays. Harry's fingers curled tightly around the death stick while his muscles tightened. Swiftly swooping in front of the entrance, he aimed his wand at the floor near the feet of the men, and a yellow beam of energy shot forth, detonating in a spectacular grenade-like explosion, throwing half of the group back violently. The killing curse missed Harry by a good couple of feet, impacting the wall behind them, making a part of it explode into dust and small pieces of debris. The resultant hole was enough for a fully grown man to jump through. Whipping his wand forth, Harry flung an Expelliarmus followed by a Reductor Curse and a Stunner. The man who had shot the killing curse sharply twisted out of the way, allowing the spell to splash harmlessly against the door. A shield shimmered into existence briefly before being annihilated by Harry's Reductor Curse, while the orange Stunner slammed into the man in the extreme right, throwing him back onto the door. Harry deflected a beige-colored curse into the hole that the killing curse had left, allowing it to soar harmlessly into the sky. Sanguis Ulcus. The man who had shot the killing curse shouted again, shooting a blood-boiling curse at Harry. What an idiot, Harry mused as the curse followed the path of the deflected beige-colored curse, straight into the hole, a foot away from Harry. Another stunner left Harry's wand, but a shield materialized in its path, blocking it again. Fulmin's electric blue lightning cackled from the tip of Harry's wand and obliterated the shield before slamming into the man who had erected the shield, taking him out as he was thrown back onto the wall, convulsing in pain. Bombarda Maxima. Harry abandoned the lightning spell and hastily ducked out of the way, allowing the spell to take out yet another chunk of the wall. Suddenly, pain flared in Harry's back as something slammed into him from behind, making him stumble forward. Cursing under his breath, he allowed a Bonebreaker curse to soar harmlessly past him, through the wall. Obtuno. The beam of orange light hit the man attacking him, squarely on the chest, taking him out. He swung his wand at the three men knocked out by his blasting curse and stunned each of them for safety before wrapping all 6 men in ropes. He pointed his wand at the doorknob. Alohomora. The knob glowed faintly as the lock clicked. Harry pushed the door, internally wincing at the creaking noise that was made from it. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, and he instinctively erected a shield a fraction of a second before a blasting curse slammed into it, throwing Harry off his feet as his shield exploded. Pain flared in his buttocks and lower back as he landed on his behind. Don't come closer, or I will blow their heads off. I am not kidding. I will blow their heads off, the man inside shouted, pointing his wand at the head of a kid who was bound to a chair. Beside him, his sister was bound similarly and looking around with wide, fearful eyes. Even through the fear, though, Harry could see the brief flicker of hope. Neither of the kids looked older than 10, and they were bound and dressed in rags. On top of that, the boy had a black, swollen eye and the girl's cheeks were bruised. Burning hot fury lit in Harry's gut. Without even a conscious thought, he twisted his wand and the man's neck snapped like a twig under the force of his magic, killing him. As the man dropped silently to the ground, Harry got back to his feet and removed his disillusionment charm before raising his hands in the air. I am here to help, he enunciated slowly.
Chi sei? Per favore non farci del male.
The girl chattered rapidly, all of which flew above Harry's head. I, Harry said, pointing toward himself, will take you two to your mama. Their eyes lit up, understanding what he had said. Mama? The boy asked, hope flaring in his eye.
Ci porterai da lei?
Harry opened his mouth before hesitating. He had no idea what the kid had said. So, he just nodded. Let me free you first, he murmured to himself before waving his wand. The ropes binding the kids fell to the floor and they immediately gave a pained yelp. Harry was instantly at their side. Okay, I am going to heal you, he said as soothingly as he could. Che cosa? Instead of replying or trying to make heads or tails of what the girl asked, he waved his wand and applied a soothing spell followed by an episki at her cheeks before doing a similar thing to her brother. The swelling around the boy's eyes immediately reduced, while losing it black-blue tinged, giving way to a bright red, less swelled version. On the other hand, the girl's bruises faded considerably. He tried an episki spell again on the boy's eye, but the swelling didn't budge. Sighing, Harry shook his head. His healing capabilities were limited to basic first aid, all geared toward containing a highly painful or probably fatal injury until medical help arrived. Setting bones, healing cuts, lessening bleeding, reversing splinching, clearing lungs to allow air, magical CPR, and such. Bruises and all fell under a category that Oris usually tended to ignore, as they were neither fatal nor something to be concerned about much 99% of the time.
Come?
I will take you to your mom. Mama? The boy asked for confirmation, making Harry nod. She is downstairs, Harry said, pointing his finger down toward the ground. They understood. Thankfully, Harry helped them stand and led them out of the door, slowly and carefully, being on his guard as he walked. Stopping them at the doorway of the landing, Harry quickly took a peek to confirm that there was no one waiting to ambush him, despite his alert ward not being tripped. Seeing the place was clear, he hurried the kids downstairs, straight to the room he had asked the lady to hide in. He had to erect a shield as soon as he entered, as a bludgeoning curse was flung at him. "It's me," he shouted, making the lady lower her wand. The two kids peeked from behind his leg before detaching themselves from him and running toward their mother, who immediately gathered them in her arms, hugging them tightly before peppering them with kisses. Harry smiled at the scene before nodding at the woman who mouthed something to him. "I will go get your husband in a few minutes. Stay here." The woman nodded in assent, still refusing to break her hug with her children. Harry turned and reapplied the disillusionment charm before rushing up the stairs, climbing them two at a time till he reached the top floor of the building. Instead of an empty doorway, a closed, locked door stood in his path, making him pause. "As soon as I open the door, they are going to attack. Heck, I don't even know how many are behind the door." Harry realized. Sometimes he wished he had an eye like Mad Eye's or something similar, allowing him to see through solid, opaque objects. With a groan, Harry realized that he only had one option left. He had to wing it. The Gryffindor way, not one I prefer during field work. So, he blasted the door to bits and charged in, still invisible, before managing to dodge out of the way of an aquamarine-colored spell that he didn't recognize. Immediately, he hit the nearest person, a woman, with an Expelliarmus, disarming and throwing her off her feet. Twisting out of the way of a cutting curse, he retaliated with a stunner before hastily erecting a shield to protect against a piercing curse. Around a dozen men along with 4 women were in the room, all armed, and only one was down so far. At the end of the room, a lone bald man stood twirling his wand next to a blonde man who was bound and gagged in a chair, currently unconscious. A blasting curse slammed into the shield, breaking it, and forcing Harry to deflect and weave through the next spells thrown at him. Though only a few made it in a line for a hit, while the rest of the spells were just flying around haywire, more than 15 people shooting at you in a small space did exceed the probability of an invisible man getting hit. "I need a distraction. Fast," Harry decided as he shot a point-blank stunner at a man before using his body to cover himself for a second, before dropping it to the ground and diving out of the way of a jagged purple beam of light. The entrail expelling curse. Nasty. No more playing around. Slashing his wand, he immediately hit the man's leg with a bone breaker, making him fall to the ground with a pained scream. He immediately followed it up with a disarmer, ripping the man's wand out of his hand. A moment later, a bludgeoning force slammed into his gut, taking the wind out of his lungs and making him stumble. That proved to be good as a gouging curse missed him by inches. With a pained gasp, Harry swished his wand, deflecting 2 spells at once and dissipating the third. Finite Incanitum. Someone yelled and Harry felt magic tingle along his skin before being repelled. Harry smirked as he deflected a stunner straight at the woman next to him, taking her out. No ordinary spell could undo a spell done by the Elder Wand, especially when cast by its master. It would require a much more complex and/or powerful spell to even chip the disillusionment away. "Accio Invisibility Cloak," another shouted, reminding Harry of Voldemort and his futile attempt to summon his cloak at the Battle of Hogwarts. Needless to say, it didn't work, considering he wasn't wearing an invisibility cloak. Now, time for some action.
Depulso Maxima.
Immediately, 3 of the thugs were flung onto the wall with considerable force, undoubtedly knocking them out. "Hominum Revelio," someone shouted and Harry glowed. Shit. He immediately dove out of the way of the spells that rained down on him before erecting a bronze shield. "I am fighting 8-on-1. Well, 7. Considering that man there is doing nothing. And this damned glow won't go away for several seconds. Time to bring out the big guns."
Confringo.
The yellow blasting curse shot with a bang from his wand and hit the ceiling, and with a head-splitting boom, the The ceiling was blasted apart. The building shook again, this time much more visibly, just as waterfalls of dust and huge chunks of rubble fell on the thugs. Harry closed and averted his eyes while bringing up his hand to cover them as the sound of rubble crashing and breaking of bones echoed through the building. Suddenly, pain flared through Harry's ankle as something sizable and heavy fell on it. He promptly withdrew his foot and clutched it as tears involuntarily pooled in his eyes due to the pain. Through the haze of the pain, Harry feebly pointed his wand at his foot and murmured, "Episki." The pain lessened to a dull throb as he felt something in his foot shift. With his Quidditch experience, Harry was now sure that he had broken a bone, or severely cracked it at the very least. Overpowering through the dull throb of pain, Harry opened his eyes and waved his wand to clear the dust in the air. The 5 men and 2 women lay trapped under chunks of gray concrete with metal pipes prodding out of them. Thankfully, none of them seemed dead as 4 of them were clearly moving or shouting, trying to struggle out of the pile of concrete. The other 2 had been likely knocked out as there was no blood flowing from them. The last one, a woman, had a metal rod through her shoulder while a big broken piece of concrete covered a part of her forehead. Blood flowed freely from her shoulder, coating the brown metal rod and the gray concrete in a horrific red as blood dripped down her shoulder. He saw a flash of light from the corner of his eye and fell back to the ground, allowing a severing curse to fly above his face. "Come out, please," the bald man said, finally doing something since Harry charged into the room. "Drop your invisibility and fight me like a true wizard." Harry raised his wand in front of his face and saw nothing. The glow had faded. "Come out, little hero. Stop hiding like a coward." Harry rolled his eyes before flinging an Expelliarmus at the man. To his credit, the man was quick enough to deflect the spell before retaliating with a cutting curse which Harry dodged as he rolled to his feet. Pain flared in his ankle, but silently applying a numbing charm, he powered through the rest of it. The bald man flung another curse at where he had been lying a few moments ago, but it passed through the thin air, making the man narrow his eyes. "Stop hiding and attacking from the shadows, you cowardly bastard. Face me like a man." In response, Harry inched closer before firing a stunner at him, making the man raise a shield. The man quickly followed it up with his own stunner this time. As the stunner raced toward Harry, a plan hatched in his mind. Silently conjured a very small Protego shield near his body and intercepted the spell before purposefully slamming himself onto the shelf behind him. "Gotcha!" the man exclaimed in triumph, a grin blooming on his face as he lowered his wand. And then, Harry struck. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious and bound in ropes before he even knew what was happening. Suddenly, the room whirled around. A moment later, the illusions melted into nothing, and Harry found himself back in the white-tiled, white-walled room. Harry looked around for a moment before removing his disillusionment charm and turning to the door expectantly, which opened, admitting 7 people. Out of them, the man in the lead was one he didn't recognize. He had a receding hairline and looked like he was in his late 40s, with an overly large nose and sharp blue eyes. His brown hair was flecked with whites, especially near his temples. DeLuca was walking next to the man, a step behind him. With him, the rest of his team seemed to be present if Daphne, Mr. Singh, Natalia, and the rest too were any indication. Mr. Harry James Potter, the man who conquered. The man in the lead greeted as he strode nearer, making Harry narrow his eyes. The man had a sharp British accent, but he didn't look British. And then, there was the way he addressed him with that damn title. "I am also a Hogwarts alumnus," he continued without preamble. "Ravenclaw of 61. A pleasure to be your acquaintance. I have heard a lot about you in recent years." Harry shook the man's hand with a slight smile, one he had mastered to give to Wizengamot and Ministry members. "If I may ask, who are you, sir?" "You may call me M. I am the head of W.A.N.D.M. M for Mage," the man replied amiably. "Though, no one bothers to call me that. Even I addressed my predecessor as M, just like the rest of them address me now. So, you may continue the illustrious tradition. And I assure you, it has nothing to do with James Bond. We were formed much before that, but it might have something to do with the shortening of the title from Mage to M, especially in recent years." "Quite interesting," Harry said, his lips quirking into a smile. He had not seen all the movies yet, but had seen a couple of them the previous day, just for shits and giggles, and I needed to see what a spy does. "Indeed. Now, Hippogriff. Comments on the young man's performance, please. All hostiles engaged and taken down. 2 deaths, out of which 1 was unintentional and 1 was purposeful. 3 men left in need of immediate medical attention, but the rest, stunned within. Advanced stunner, obtuno. Targets rescued. First aid was given as necessary. No big injuries as such beyond perhaps the ankle on the ceiling the rock fell. Only 1 hit sustained by Mr. Potter. Quite impressive. Mage, or M as he liked to be called, nodded. Timing, 12.5 minutes, sir. The record's 9.5 for this one, but still very impressive. M nodded. Sir, I might add that he broke the rookie record, which was 14 minutes previously, DeLuca interrupted. Yes, quite impressive as I said already, M reiterated. Based on this, I welcome you, Mr. Potter. Or, should I say, Agent Potter? You are now an agent for W.A.N.D. Team 7, under the leadership of Hippogriff. Now, please choose your code name so it can be integrated into the system and the files. Ah, Harry trailed off. He had thought of a few names, but each seemed stupider than the next. A point of note is that 007, or any number for that matter, is prohibited from being a code name, M added, making Harry blink. All right, how about Dragon? He asked. The dragon was the emblem of House Potter, and one code name he had quite liked for himself. Taken, M said dryly, as if prepared to refute it. Next. Felix? Harry asked, hoping that it would be allowed. The other names he had thought were frankly deplorable or cliché, or generally something he wouldn't take up. Felix, M said amusedly. Luck seems to be in your favor today, as the name has not been chosen. That was a damn good pun. Welcome, Agent Felix. Felix will henceforth be your code name until you are in service. Good day to you. Saying so, M whirled around and strolled out of the room with his cloak billowing in a fashion that would have made Snape green with envy. A round of cheer for our newest member, Mr. Singh declared loudly once M left. The pronouncement was immediately followed by a round of applause from his 6 team members. Thank you, Harry bowed. You did well on the test, Natalia offered. Extremely well. I didn't break the record, though. Oh, don't worry. M is a bit touchy about records in the agency. You beat the rookie timing one, though. The man whom Harry hadn't been introduced to said. Sensing this, Daphne stepped forth. So, well, introductions are in order, I guess. First, DeLuca, as you know, is Agent Hippogriff and our warder and cursebreaker. Mr. Singh, known as Sure, is our creatures expert. Natalia, who is Agent Fern, our healer and dark arts expert. This is Faisal Khan, our equipment and research specialist. The man who had given him the fact about M being touchy gave him a grin, showing his pearly white, slightly uneven teeth. He was a rather young, good-looking man with an angular jaw, greenish-brown eyes, a thin black beard, fair skin, and jet-black hair that was spiked rather stylishly. I wish I could style my hair like him. My stupid hair refuses to even compile to the most basic styling unless I use Malfoy-level hair gels, which I am not touching. He also is our Muggle technology expert. He is also known as Niffler. And yes, I chose that name, Faisal added with an infectious grin. We have Miss Hadid, or as we call her, Agent Crystal, Daphne, introduced, and the last unknown member of the team waved. She was an extremely curvy, chubby lady with Persian skin color. Her most prominent feature was her big, silvery blue doe eyes which glimmered in the light of the room, looking ethereal despite the visible signs of her age. Her wrinkles had begun to appear, and her black hair was flecked with noticeable gray hair. I wouldn't have pegged her as an agent by her looks. She specializes in research and knowledge of obscure magical knowledge and artifacts. She also is a quite good healer and a potions mistress. Daphne continued. Then, there is me, Daphne Greengrass, or as you know, Agent Kion. I specialize in combat much like yourself. Nice to meet you all, Harry said amiably, his eyes scanning over the team and committing the details to memory. I am Harry Potter and my codename is Agent Felix, as you all are aware. I worked for the British Ore Division before this. We know, Agent Crystal said, her eyes glimmering with amusement. We did our research before recruiting you, you know? Yes, Harry nodded. It was just polite to introduce myself, I thought. Yes, quiet, DeLuca said, stepping forward. Now, Agent Felix, I noticed you had a problem understanding the lady and the children. During the test, How good are your languages? I am only well versed in English. I can passably speak French as well, though. Harry replied, and that was only because of Fleur. Bless her soul. An agent of Wand should be capable enough to communicate in any language he or she faces. He can't be serious. So, to do that, we have this, DeLuca continued, handing him a small ring box from his pocket. Oh, for God's sake, ungive him the whole set, DeLuca. Natalia snapped irritatedly. No need to get your panties in a twist. I am Dash. Just do it. Please, Mr. Singh sighed audibly, making DeLuca grumble before he removed 4 more boxes from his robes and laid them on a table that appeared out of nowhere between them. Picking up the smallest box, he opened it and showed it to Harry. Inside was a small, black thing. This is our translator earpiece. Quite an ingenious creation, allowing us to speak and understand over 1,000 languages as long as we wear them. Though their life isn't long, and we need to replace them every few months as their enchantment wears off. Harry picked it up and examined it. It lasts 5 months, Agent Niffler added. Also, you can wear it anytime, anywhere, as it has an invisibility enchantment. It is also waterproof, and you can wear it in the shower. DeLuca nodded briskly before picking a bigger, rectangular black box from the table. He carefully opened the lid to reveal a beautiful watch placed within. The silver strap glinted against the black velvet, and the deep navy blue dial along with the golden arms of the watch looked enthralling enough for Harry. I would have bought that at first sight. Harry watched as DeLuca picked up the watch from inside and removed the small black sponge from the watch. Next, we have the standard issue W.A.N.D. men's wristwatch. Adjusts to the time zone you're in. And press this button thrice, and we all will get a distress signal along with your location. Pull it out, and you have a metal string that you can use to strangle someone. Quite deadly if done right. DeLuca said, demonstrating the feature by pulling the button out. In the light of the room, the metal wire glinted sharply, extending out of the watch. Harry took the watch from DeLuca's hand and examined it. His own watch, beautiful as it was, paled to the beauty of the one in his hand. The third thing we will be giving you is this ring, DeLuca said, opening the second ring box on the table, which actually had a thick golden ring in it. It was adorned with an insignia of a sword and a wand crossing. Poison detection enchantment along with a few more very interesting features. Press the back of your ring with your thumb and touch the insignia to someone's skin, and they will get a hell of an electric shock. Daphne intervened dryly, making DeLuca purse his lips. Why must you all do this to me every single time? He grumbled. 'Cause it's fun, as Natalia chirped as she lounged on a conjured chair. Also, push magic into the ring and a small needle will pop out, which is laced with a tranquilizing potion. Takes the victim out for 48 hours straight. Thank you very much, DeLuca said sarcastically, giving Natalia a stink eye. Would you like to take over? Nah, you do your job, you lazy-ass motherer, Natalia replied. Thank you, DeLuca replied as if it was a common occurrence. Now, we have your standard issue grenade pin. Grenade pin? Harry choked as he eyed the black-silver pin in DeLuca's hand. 2 forms: magical grenades and normal grenades. The first one disables temporary magical enchantments, alert wards, and such that we erect on the go without being tied to a ley line or a ward stone. Click the pin thrice rapidly, and it detonates in 7 seconds, unless you click it the 4th time. And the normal one? You twist this lower part, and then click it thrice, DeLuca said, demonstrating the twist, before returning it to its normal form. But it is a one-time use. Both of them. Quite useful, if I must say so myself. He blew a petrol tanker with that once, Agent Crystal informed with a smirk. It was Cadros who put it there, DeLuca said in an offended voice. And she had to blow it up to ensure that the person who was carrying the biological weapon didn't reach the intended destination. It was your pen, though, she retaliated. Wait, a biological weapon? Isn't that a muggle thing? Daphne asked. It was made with magical components as well. If it had been released, every single centaur in Africa would have died. Why would someone target centaurs? Harry asked. He had encountered them before at Hogwarts, and they were always quite helpful if one tended to ignore their mystical way of speaking. His brother had been killed by the centaurs for trying to poach their kind for centaur blood. Isn't that a Class 4 illegal material to possess unless with a license issued by the ICW, taken from centaurs bred in captivity without harming them? Harry asked. You sure know your law, Pudar? Mr. Singh remarked with an approving nod. Harry shrugged. I had encountered a seller who had been selling centaur blood and werewolf saliva among other materials in Nocturne Alley. I arrested her. That's why I know. She is sentenced to 60 years in prison. Oh, of course. Selling 2 Class 4 illegal materials will do that to you. Though, the punishment time varies from country to country. In India, it is 16 years. Of course, with the right amount of bribing you can get out on bail. In Britain, it is 20. She had a few other ingredients which added 20 more years to the sentence. Of course, the apple doesn't fall far as bribery is concerned. Quite right, Mr. Singh sighed. Speaking of sentences, even you should be in prison, Potter. After all, you looted Gringotts of all places and rode on a rampaging dragon through London, not only endangering Diagon Alley but also the Statute of Secrecy. Daphne said. Harry raised an eyebrow. I didn't take a single canute from the vault. Just a golden cup that I destroyed. What was so special about this cup? Faisal, A.K., a Niffler asked. It was an anchor to a Dark Lord's soul, effectively making him immortal. Natalia and Hadid choked on their spits simultaneously. Horcrux? Natalia asked. The dope-ass motherer made a Indy Horcrux? No. He made 7. The storm of cursing that followed from Natalia's mouth would have made a sailor worship the ground she walked on. 7. A mothering 7? How in the 7 levels of Motherer's bastardic hell did he do that? Harry shrugged. Don't you Indy give me that, kid. I was not the one to do it. I just destroyed them. With Dumbledore. All right, as enlightening as it was, we need to get back on track. Your final device, Agent Potter, is this bracelet. DeLuca interrupted, handing him a thick silver bracelet. Made of goblin silver, it has 2 very important functions. One is the disguise charm, one you witnessed Kion wearing at the pub the other day. And the second is its ability to cast a weak shield charm. Very weak, mind you. Oh, it also is an emergency portkey. Cool. Now, these things, the earpiece, the watch, the ring, the pin, and the bracelet are a standard part of your kit. You must have them on you at all times. And, for the sake of Cersei, don't lose that bracelet. It is worth your monthly salary. That means my salary is quite high, not the other way round. This is made of goblin silver after all. True, Daphne agreed, looking pointedly at DeLuca. That bracelet, as thick and enchanted it is, should cost at least around 7 or 8,000 galleons if not more, which is less than my monthly salary. 12,000, Faisal murmured. That is the cost of the bracelet, for men. 10,500 for the woman's bracelet. Well, if you go to buy a similar thing anyway in the market. Wait, why is ours cheaper? Natalia asked incredulously. Just because we are women? No, because yours is delicate and lighter than the men's one, which is thick and heavy, Mr. Singh said with amusement. It is just the weight difference making the price differ. And might I add, these things, except the suit, are not our property and have to be returned to W.A.N.D. upon retirement. Wait, we can keep the suit forever? Daphne asked with a glimmer in her eyes. Indeed, all articles of clothing once given are yours especially after you wear them. And, believe me, go on a few heavy missions and you would need a new suit. I am on my 14th suit if I am not wrong, considering that I have 2 spares. Mr. Singh said, Okay, we are getting off track. We should get going now. Potter needs his medication. And then, tomorrow his training will begin. Wait, this is it? Harry asked. What do you mean, Pudar? Well, don't we get a communicator or something? Harry asked. We do, but just before we set off on missions, Faisal said. That enchantment lasts only 2 days or so. Thus, whenever we go, we take a fresh one. The tech department is working on it, but no success so far. And those muggle ones blow up very soon. So, Patroni till then. And owls. Patronus? Daphne asked. How can you communicate with a Patronus? It is only useful to ward off Dementors and Lethifolds. Expecto Patronum. A stag bounded forth from Harry's wand, making Daphne gasp. It trotted nearer to her and spoke in Harry's voice. Like this, we can communicate with the Patronus charm. Quite useful. I am yet to even master it, Daphne muttered. Seriously? Half of our year knew how to do it by our 5th year. Daphne gave him a stink eye. You mean the ones you benevolently taught excluding Slytherins, whom you thought to be Death Eaters, in training by default based on your views of Draco Malfoy and his two gorillas. I assure you that if you had come to me, I wouldn't have said no to teaching you or any Slytherins as long as they assured me that they wouldn't join Voldemort. And your friend, Weasley? I would have convy. Harry stopped short as DeLuca forcibly grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door.
What?
We are wasting time. We can discuss this all anytime, but not today, Potter. You need to get your medications followed by some other stuff, including an agent manual. You have an agent manual? No more questions, Potter. Come on. Done. Hope you all liked it. A huge thanks to IAndersMASWITC bot for baiting the chapter.
Strawberries fanno.
1. Thank you for bringing this to my notice, but I cannot seem to find the FIC amongst her works. Can you please share the link or something? Jackmalad 2. LOL. Yes, I have. I love all spy films, be it Kingsman, James Bond, or Johnny English, Laughing Face, Prince Susanu. By what I have planned, it should go around 60-80k. But OFC, you might just prepare yourself for 100k as I improvise a lot on the go while I write, and as a result, the length increases. Herbert Fleet. Yes, I am. KV 2008. Indeed, the pairing is Hafni. The quotable patella. Oh, I know that. But some people have such habits. Believe me, Brombros. Curtsy was verbal in that case. Thank you all for your comments and the love you are showering on the story. Also, join my server, House of H Fanfictioner 66, to interact with me directly, and also, I will be posting pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post description and stuff for reference. Link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. As of this moment, I have 5 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter, my novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon, a novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 250k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream, a fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed, obviously. 4. Secrets, another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D., my new spy, Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. H Fanfictioner 66. Missions and Agents. Last time, Expecto Patronum. A stag bounded forth from Harry's wand, making Daphne gasp. It trotted nearer to her and spoke in Harry's voice. Like this, we can communicate with the Patronus charm. Quite useful. I am yet to even master it, Daphne muttered. Seriously? Half of our year knew how to do it by our 5th year. Daphne gave him a stink eye. You mean the ones you benevolently taught, excluding Slytherins, whom you thought to be Death Eaters, in training by default based on your views of Draco Malfoy and his two gorillas. I assure you that if you had come to me, I wouldn't have said no to teaching you or any Slytherins as long as they assured me that they wouldn't join Voldemort. And your friend, Weasley? I would have convy. Harry stopped short as DeLuca forcibly grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door.
What?
We are wasting time. We can discuss this all anytime, but not today, Potter. You need to get your medications followed by some other stuff, including an agent manual. You have an agent manual? No more questions, Potter. Come on. CH4 Missions and Agents. The idle chatter of agents drifted through the dining hall as they chatted while having their lunch. The cool metal of the table brushed against Harry's skin as he chewed his delicious steak. Absolutely moronic. Mr. Singh's angry exclamation brought Harry back to concentrate on the conversation happening at his table. Really, though, who digs out the street and leaves it as it is for weeks, obscuring the traffic? That too a busy road? Faisal snorted. India's Muggle government, apparently. Idiots, the lot of them. Mr. Singh huffed as he spooned his dal rice from his lunchbox before eating. Harry had found it odd that Mr. Singh brought a lunchbox when the mess had free food. But he hadn't voiced it, allowing the older man to do as he pleased. Besides, the food that he sometimes brought in the lunchbox was mouthwatering, if a bit too spicy. What do you think, Harry? Natalie asked, trying to include him in the conversation for the third time in a row. Can't a man dine in peace? Muggles are slower than us when it comes to construction. I saw Hogwarts being rebuilt in days after the dash. Harry trailed off, remembering glimpses of the past. Fred's dead body, the ghost of his last laugh still on his face as he lay still, never to wake again. Remus and Tonk's corpses, covered in white sheets, lying next to each other in the ruined antechamber. Lavender Brown, whose body had been torn apart and face rendered unrecognizable. Colin Creevey, who had only come because he believed in the boy who lived. All dead, because Voldemort wanted him. Battle of Hogwarts, Daphne said smoothly, giving Harry a look. The castle was badly damaged. They repaired it in less than a month to its former glory. Harry took a deep breath before nodding at his teammates. It was largely because of the help of numerous wizards who came in to help with the repairs. Almost every wizard and witch in Britain is, after all, an alumni of Hogwarts. And the repairing charm is a pretty simple spell. Still, an impressive feat, considering how enchanted Hogwarts was. To restore the magic and enchantments is phenomenal. Agent, Crystal said, some enchantments were reenacted by the castle itself. For instance, the moving staircases were back, moments after we cast the repairing charms on them. Daphne reminisced, her fork moving through the air as she spoke. So did the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, Harry reminded, as he eyed his almost empty plate. Headmistress' office, Daphne corrected absent-mindedly. For me, it will always be Dumbledore's. It feels wrong to call it someone else's office. What of the wards, though? DeLuca asked, his voice brimming with curiosity. Hogwarts was said to have the most powerful wards in Britain. The Death Eaters destroyed those. Did you all dash? The goblins did, Harry grimaced, remembering the stink-eyed looks directed at him from the creatures until the Ministry had paid them for the damages and the dragon alongside his public apology for breaking into the bank. After that, they didn't bother him much, even if he was kept under intense scrutiny whenever he visited the bank. Bloody buggers, those goblins. Of course. One of the best warders in the world, DeLuca said with a nod. Their teams are elite. I am not sure about that. Our teammate here did break into Gringotts itself. Faisal said with a wide grin. Caused quite a stir here. 3 kids breaking into Gringotts and escaping on a dragon of all things. Should have been an experience. Harry gave a weak snort at that. It would be fun to do it, Natalie grinned, making everyone look at her. What? Robbing the most secure bank. That is something we should do for a training exercise. 'Cause if we can do it, we can break into any place in the world. DeLuca completed, his eyes lighting up. That is a bad idea. I only stole a cup and a dragon for which the Ministry paid tens of thousands of galleons from the Death Eater vaults they had seized. It was a moronically huge loss to post-war recovery efforts, as Skeeter eloquently put it. Yes, we dash. Suddenly Daphne squealed, drawing the team's attention to her and making her blush. That's V. Valkyrie. She stuttered, looking wide-eyed at the door across from Harry. Harry turned and nearly did a double-take as he saw the woman who had just entered the mess hall, wearing a dark purple cloak alongside the rest of her team. Her dark violet eyes roved around the hall while playing with a strand of her jet-black curly hair. She looked awfully a lot like Bellatrix Lestrange. She even had her predatorily graceful walk as she strode through the hall to take a plate to eat lunch, ignoring the whispers that flitted across the hall. A part of Harry had felt extremely relieved when the agents in the Institute had not given him more than a second glance as he had passed. Here, his fame seemed to be limited to miraculously surviving a killing curse as a baby, unlike in Britain, where people worshipped the very ground he walked on. What's so special about that bitch? Natalie murmured, making Daphne's head snap toward her. She is looking at Nat like she just offended her mother. Wonder who this Valkyrie is. She is the best field operative in Wand, Daphne exclaimed. And the only runic battle mage in the world. There is nothing like a runic battle mage, Natalie scoffed. There is nothing like a battle mage either. Valkyrie can use runes in battle. How many people in the world can do that? Daphne said heatedly. Natalie snorted. Anyone can, with prior preparations. How do you think most of our equipment works, Princess? I wonder what problem Natalie has with this Valkyrie figure. Daphne glared at Natalie, trying to carve a hole in her head with her eyes. She draws runes during a fight and uses them, she hissed. How many can do that? That's a complete waste of time and effort. Why draw runes and alert the enemy of what your next move is? Spells are better. An idiotic thing to do. If your opponent knows runes, what good will it do to alert them of your next spell? Natalie sneered, mirroring Harry's line of thought. But dash, I am sorry. Were you talking about me, Fern? A smooth, dangerous voice called from behind Harry, and his head snapped toward the source. The Elder Wand leaped into his hand. Valkyrie stood right behind DeLuca, with her hands on his shoulders, looking vaguely amused. The others at the table, even the one sitting opposite Harry, had jumped while DeLuca seemed to be frozen in his place. I didn't even hear her approach. Neither did they see her for that matter, it seems. And they should have seen her walking to us. Harry's eyes seeked Daphne, who seemed to be hyperventilating as she stood in Valkyrie's presence. She is fangirling Valkyrie worse than Ginny and Colin did to me combined. Wonder what's her deal. Valkyrie seemed to ignore the blonde, choosing to stare at Natalie. What were you saying about me, Fern? Harry raised an eyebrow and glanced around as Valkyrie's voice seemed to reverberate. But no one seemed to be paying heed to their table. A powerful notice-me-not charm. And a silencing ward. Harry determined as he eyed Valkyrie. Some special type of silencing ward which keeps the sound inside rather than canceling it as it goes out. I was telling her that nothing like a runic battle mage exists, Natalie scoffed. Valkyrie tilted her head before nodding. It doesn't. But what were you saying about me, dear girl? The tinge of acid in her voice was unmistakable. Your method is stupid, Natalie said, ignoring the dangerous tone Valkyrie was using. Oh. And who are you to determine that? Valkyrie's voice was barely a whisper, and yet goosebumps erupted along Harry's arms. He could smell the faint whiff of wood smoke in the air. I damn well know how you do those things, Natalie hissed. Blood magic, rituals, the darkest of arts. Harry frowned mentally. I didn't expect this coming from our resident dark arts expert. Yes to the first two, no to the last, Valkyrie drawled, unbothered by Natalie's words. I wouldn't expect an idiot to understand, though. Valkyrie's eyes roved across the table, ignoring Natalie, who looked as if she was about to draw her wand before landing on Harry. Harry tried not to notice the heartbroken look on Daphne's face when she was ignored by Valkyrie as he stared the woman right in the eye. A part of him was deeply unsettled by the deep violet eyes that glinted eerily, making him grasp his wand tighter for a moment. You look new here. You must be Kadros's replacement, she said, examining him with a knowing gleam in her eye. I don't think we've been introduced, but you do look familiar. She knows exactly who I am. The question is she just being polite, or does she want something from me? I am Agatha. Agatha Guerrero, she continued as a friendly smile spread over her face. Better known as Agent Valkyrie, leader of Team 1. Harry's eyes trailed over her face for a moment before he holstered his wand and stood up. Harry Potter. Pleased to be your acquaintance, Miss Agatha, Harry said as he stood up and shook her hand. He was acutely aware of the fact that he barely came up to the woman's nose, having to look up to meet her gaze. I half expected you to kiss my knuckles, she said, her violet eyes glittering. You know, as the British do. Harry's lips curled, but before he could do anything, Natalie snorted loudly. You're no lady, Guerrero, and you know a lot about being a lady, don't you, Natsy? Valkyrie replied, turning her head to look at Natalie, who visibly bristled at the word. Valkyrie seemed satisfied at the reaction as she turned back to Harry, her smile turning to a smirk. Tell you what, Harry, leave this ragtag team of people and join something better. My team. WAND's most elite. Your potential will be better utilized there, instead of here. We will have a position open soon. Ol Aries is retiring in 2 months. She offered before jabbing her thumb at Natalie. As a bonus, you won't have to deal with her. And what do you mean by that, Valkyrie? DeLuca said, his tone strained, as he rose from his seat beside Harry. Harry noted that DeLuca was making a visible effort to not go for his wand. He's afraid to draw his wand on her. Harry realized as his jaw twitched. She's probably the bully here, like Dawlish tried to be. Valkyrie just scoffed at DeLuca's face. Everyone knows it, DeLuca. You do, better than anyone. After Paxton's death and Kadro's injury a month later, your team is a shadow of what it used to be. Instead of retorting, DeLuca sharply looked away from Valkyrie's gaze. Her gaze seemed to soften. The team's most capable and senior members are no longer here with you. Valkyrie continued with an imploring look. I am not saying that your team's weak, DeLuca. I know what you have. International duelist dash. Daphne ducked her head, blushing furiously as Valkyrie gestured to her. And it didn't go unnoticed as Valkyrie's lips quivered into a smirk. Who might be a bit inexperienced, but she is more than decent with a wand. You are one of the foremost ward specialists in Europe. Scher's expertise in creatures is only second to perhaps Scamander himself. The specialists you have for the back end were both top of their class. And, despite being an insufferable bitch, even Fern's passable as a good agent. Natalie scowled deeply at her for the statement. And now, you have perhaps the most famous man in Europe in your team who is known to pull impossible feats out of his arse, including surviving a killing curse. Twice. Miss Valkyrie, Harry intervened as the topic was diverted back to him. While I am flattered by your words, I will have you know that I don't do stuff like autographs and photos. I am not very taken by the fame I have, which came at a great personal cost. Valkyrie's eyes narrowed and the metal table seemed to shake as her eyes glowed eerily. Potter, I will have you know that I am not a arselicker you might think I am. I am not one of your fans and take nothing into the legend of you. She hissed, slightly tilting her head. You might be a wonder boy for Britain, but what I value you for is the skills that you graciously showed as an orer for the British ministry, and I only take the best into my team. Well, then I am grateful for that, Harry replied calmly, trying to appear unbothered by her eerie purple eyes which bore into his, and quite humbled by the fact that you think I should fight alongside you for my skills and not my fame. But I will have to respectfully decline. I am good where I am, madam. Thank you for the offer, though. The last part was well practiced by now for Harry. He had gotten those kinds of offers in the past from all sorts of places. Private contractors, the Department of Mysteries, and whatnot. Very well, Potter. But my offer is open for a month. If you change your mind, please inform me at your earliest convenience. My team consists of the best. Does it now? Natalie grouched. I shall give you time to ponder on this, Valkyrie said, ignoring Natalie. If you want to join us, you know where to find me. I actually don't. I expect your affirmation by the end of this month. Have a good day, Mr. Potter, she said before turning around and going back to where her team sat. You said no to Valkyrie? Daphne said incredulously. That. You called her a fangirl. I thought you were dead. Faisal breathed. Relax, mate. I have dealt with worse before, Harry said, as he retook his seat and picked up his cutlery. I am used to all of this. Offers. Bullies. Everything. Don't worry. She's a stuck-up uppity bitch, Natalie growled. But a stubborn and powerful uppity bitch. She holds influence here. If she wants you in her team, you go in her team. If someone refuses, she challenges them to a duel. Harry raised an eyebrow as he cut the steak. The best W-A-N-D has against me and the Elder Wand. That certainly won't be boring. He mused. Well, we shall see, Harry sniffed before turning to Natalie. What's your problem with her, though? Too many to name. We go back a long time, even before I joined. W-A-N-D. She is a powerful witch, Harry, and skilled. You have to be careful if she challenges you to a duel. There is a reason that she is as famous as she is. Today is the first time I heard her name, and I've been here for a week, Harry snorted. And as I said, I have dealt with worse than a stuck-up lady. Garrow is not to be underestimated, Harry. She is the best, Mr. Singh said, as if it pained him to admit it. People in the past underestimated her and fell to her wand. She may not look much, but she is the most skilled and powerful which I have ever come across. And she has a habit of getting what she needs for her team. She doesn't need Harry, Natalie scoffed, doesn't she? She loves only the best in her team. She won't settle for anything less, Nat. You know that. Valkyrie wants him, and I am afraid she will get him by hook or crook if she doesn't find someone better to replace Ares. Harry, you need to be careful. Harry raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, choosing to finish his last bite of steak. It seems I would need to be careful of this Valkyrie figure. Things were certainly turning out to be interesting. Cold wind blew against his face as Harry's heart thumped rhythmically in his ears. Below him was nothing but wilderness, shrouded in the darkness only visible in the glow of the moonlight above. A pair of enchanted goggles covered his eyes, as his robes flapped in the wind. The most prominent vision he could see were the green, hazy figures on brooms that flew around him. His teammates, they were of course invisible to the naked eye. No W.A.N.D. agent would ever endanger the statute of secrecy by flying on a broom while visible, even while flying above wilderness in one of the most uninhabited parts of Germany. The only reason that Harry could detect them by seeing the forms in a green haze was the enchanted goggles he wore, which allowed him to detect concealments and disguises. Hell of a first mission, fellas. Kadros riding a dragon's face and jamming a dagger in its eye is going to be etched in my memory forever. Faisal's voice sounded over the comms, making Harry give a half-hearted chuckle. Kadros was one brave woman, DeLuca chuckled. Of course, words like reckless could also be associated with her. Harry laughed openly with the team as he flew through the air atop a firebolt. Kadros seems like a Gryffindor person. Only a Gryffindor would poke a dragon in the eye. With that thought, his gaze turned back to the sky in front of him. A part of him etched to go faster, to push the firebolt to its limits, to feel the rush in his ears. But he had to stay with the team. When Harry had first seen the broom, it had made his heart ache as he was reminded of his own firebolt gifted to him by Sirius. All that remained of the original broom was a half-damaged broomstick, far too broken to fly safely. He had been given the exact same model by the W.A.N.D. team, with certain enhancements. Combat enhancements, where once the stylish etching of the word firebolt and its model number had been, was a series of runes that unleashed deadly traps on any enemy, be it from the front or back. Faisal had decreed it to be the magical variant of the cars in Bond films when Harry had been first handed the broom, and Harry had found the description rather apt. While the broom in his hand wasn't the fastest on the market as it once had been, it was still something Quidditch professionals used. And it was as good as Harry remembered it to be from his own time as the Gryffindor Seeker. Memories of Quidditch swirled past his eyes. The thrill of the game, the danger, the thumping adrenaline, the team spirit, and the sweet smell of victory. Potter, try not to go too fast, will you? Daphne's snarky voice sounded, snapping Harry out as he slowed his broom appropriately, noticing he had left his team a few meters behind. Harry made a note to remember that not everyone on the team had firebolts. Only Natalie, and he did. When he had asked about the difference a week ago, DeLuca had simply told him that not everyone was as good as a flyer as he was. Most were mediocre at best when compared to wizards and witches who played Quidditch in any semblance of a professional manner, including school teams. Natalie, though, wasn't a Quidditch player, but she had played a sport called quadpot, which was similar to Quidditch, or so she had assured him. In Harry's opinion, it was a mix of gobstones and muggle football played on brooms. Cheap Quidditch, as Ron called it. But Natalie too had the same broom as Harry did. The others though had a simple Comet 300, which went at half the Firebolt's speed. But it did have a couple of additional features as compared to the broom Harry had been provided to compensate for the speed. But a Comet can never be a Firebolt. Firebolts are in a league of their own. Try to stay along, Harry. Don't get too excited. Natalie shouted, her voice sounding twice in Harry's ears, once through the comms and once over the roar of the wind. I might be more nervous than excited, Harry muttered into the comms, as he watched the blurry, greenish form of Natalie fly next to him. How far are we from the destination? Only about 2 kilometers from the approximate location, DeLuca answered over the comms. Give or take. From the point our sources reported the target to be hiding. You're exactly 2 1/3 kilometers out, Crystal supplied over the comms. You all might want to turn a little to your left. Just a slight tilt. Copy that, Natalie half sang, taking the lead. Miss Hadid, or Crystal as the team called her, was taking the point on the team alongside Mr. Singh today, monitoring everyone from the headquarters. It was what she usually did. Most of the time, Faisal was with her instead of Mr. Singh, but today he was needed in the field to help secure the O-63 artifact that the target had. In normal terms, it meant that their target possessed an object with destructive capabilities, made from a combination of both Muggle technology and magic. The object in question right now, as the sources had reported, was a machine gun with the capability to shoot spells instead of bullets. A single spell of the caster's choosing, at the rate of 150 to 200 spells a minute, or so reports said. The user, a German wizard, had unleashed the deadly effects of the gun on a busy market road in Muggle Germany, killing over 100 muggles until the hit wizard squadron arrived. The resulting encounter, while having saved the lives of a few muggles, was not pretty, to say the least. Out of the squadron of 25 hit wizards who had responded, backups included, only 8 had returned alive, that too in a critical condition. Even if they made it through their injuries, none of the 8 wizards and witches would ever be capable of returning to the field. But that was not the end of it. A few days later, the same man had attempted to break into the Gringotts branch of Germany to take control of the finances of the country from the goblins. Had it not been for Gringotts' extensive security, he might have even succeeded. Even if the man had been thwarted, lives had been lost that day, both wizard and goblin. And that was not considering the extensive damages Gringotts itself had suffered. As of that moment, the German ministry, Gringotts, and even the Muggle government of Germany were baying for the man's blood. Needless to say, it was time for W.A.N.D. to step in and consequently, Harry's very first real mission for the agency. Contrary to what his teammates believed, he was not nervous. His case of nerves had died long ago, and by now, he was accustomed to the line of work for the British ministry. This was just the same, but at an international scale. That didn't mean that he wasn't worried, though. The man in himself was barely someone who posed a threat. Despite his past history as a crook, he was nothing but a lowlife who had lived off pickpocketing unsuspecting wizards or selling contraband. He was a mediocre wizard at best when it came to combat, but what concerned Harry was the weapon he had. It was dangerous and destructive. The onslaught from the machine guns, as highlighted by the reports they had received, was relentless. And the man had a tendency to rely on blasting curses or similar spells, which, in Harry's professional opinion, was a huge problem. No shield, regardless of its caster or its reliability, could possibly withstand a continuous assault of blasting curses for more than a few seconds, being fired at the rate the gun did. Even a physical barrier won't do much good against blasting curses. Thus, if the target opened fired, the only option they would have would be to apparate out of the way or die trying. "All right, folks, you're almost at your destination," Mr. Singh said over the comms. "Keep an eye for detection wards or such. He shouldn't be far." Harry squinted at the ground below, but could see nothing but treetops. In the distance, the lights from a Muggle town could be seen. He's at the edge of civilization, far enough for anyone to stumble on him, and yet, near enough to people and resources. "Should we be worried about detection wards so high up?" Natalie asked as she drifted at a slow pace alongside the team. "On the ground, Fern," DeLuca said, using Natalie's codename. "And from this moment forth, we stick to codenames. This man is deranged and dangerous. Felix, Kion, you both are our combat specialists. Be quick and if possible, quick enough to put the man down before he touches the damn gun." Harry nodded. It was the wisest course of action. To put the man down before he could open fire and cause problems means we have to kill him if necessary, Daphne muttered. DeLuca had been clear on the fact that they were permitted to use spells like the Unforgivables on missions without being worried about repercussions. All missions that Wand undertook were high profile and usually something that an aura force couldn't handle. Thus, any restrictions on the team would likely lead to death. Death of the target was not a concern they had to bear, unless the target was explicitly needed alive. And this man had already proven to be dangerous enough to qualify for a dead or alive manhunt through Germany. Currently, between the government, German lords, and Gringotts, the bounty on this man's head was about 175,000 galleons. To top it, Gringotts had declared an additional reward of 20,000 galleons if the man was given to them alive. Not that it would happen, unless someone in the German ministry wanted to pocket an easy 20 grand. If that's the case, the goblins are probably going to get their pound of flesh if we capture this man alive. But the cold fact remained. The man needed to be killed, or at the very least, subdued before he could open fire on the team and kill a member if not all of them. "Got him!" Faisal exclaimed over the comms as he hovered next to DeLuca. "My magic detectors have picked the magic on the ground. Follow me." Faisal turned his broom sharply and descended, making Harry follow alongside the team. They followed him to the ground as he landed softly, the enchanted boots avoiding any noise. As Harry dismounted his broom and immediately looked around, all he could see were trees and wilderness. Yet, the hairs on his neck stood up as he looked in the northwest direction, a sensation he was familiar with. "That direction," he whispered. Wards. Through the green hazes, Harry could see the rest of the team nod. Niffler, wards. 10 feet in the direction Felix pointed. Faisal said, as he walked forward slowly. Let's see what we have, caterwauling. Alert ward. Basic shields. An obscuring and hiding ward. That explains why we cannot see a heat signature or any side of his hideout. Animal repelling. Muggle repelling. And the usual other ones. Nothing really impressive. You sure? DeLuca asked warily. You're the expert, Hippogriff. According to my devices, though, they are nothing but a simple set of wards. I will deal with those. Make your entry as quiet as possible. I will disable the concealing enchantment without triggering the alarm ward. DeLuca said as he walked forward toward the wards. Kion, Felix, prepare a plan of attack as soon as the hiding enchantment is removed. Harry watched as DeLuca drew his wand, appearing nothing as a faint green line to Harry's vision, and walked nearer. Felix, Daphne asked, crossing her arms. We need to discuss what to do if the man begins shooting. The man cannot fire his gun and shield at the same time. If we attack from 2 different directions, it will be an easy job, Harry said thoughtfully. Me and Niffler. You and Hippogriff. Fern should be on hold if things go further south. We could probably just use the Imperius. Have him surrender and prevent things from going south. Daphne suggested. That is a good plan B. Can't risk having the man fight the curse off as our initial plan, Harry murmured. And if both fail? She asked after a moment of consideration. Plan C is Fern bringing out her big guns as we apparate out of the way. Those spells need prior prep, Potter, Natalie whispered furiously into her comms. And I am not risking those in a forest of all places. All right, Harry grumbled as he watched the greenish figure of DeLuca wave his wand through the air in elaborate movements. We need a fallback plan which doesn't involve aborting. I might have brought my sniper, Faisal's voice sounded. Might or have, Niffler? Natalie growled irritably. He has the rifle, Mr. Singh replied over the comms. I personally handed it to him as you all left. Good. Plan C. Niffler blows the man's head off. The teams will be Fern and me. You and Hippogriff. Daphne said. Try not to die, Felix. It will be a shame to lose you so soon. Harry snorted lightly. It will take more than a gun-wielding maniac to kill me. I have survived worse. Felix, Natalie called. See. Harry looked in the direction her hand was pointed in, only to see DeLuca waving his wand as the space in front of him seemed to be shifting. With a tap of his finger, the green hazy forms of his team vanished as he switched his goggles to night vision. Despite the darkness, he could now see his surroundings in vivid clarity. The whole place in front of his eyes seemed to be shifting as a clearing appeared out of nowhere, the trees shifting out of the way. There you have it, team. The hiding place of the target. DeLuca said. A small cabin stood in the center of a clearing, its wooden walls looking weathered and worn from years of exposure to nature. The cabin seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, as if it had always been there, a natural part of the landscape. It had been cleverly built for certain. I can see his figure with thermal imaging, Niffler spoke slowly. And the gun, or that's what I assume. It could also be a pet though, as it is coming up in thermal imagery. Considering it's a gun, how close is it to the target? Crystal asked over the comms. Right next to him. Target is undoubtedly sleeping. Faisal replied. How much time till you're done with the wards, Hippogriff? The alert ward and anti-apparition has been taken down, he replied, his voice strained before he let out a sharp gasp. And so is the caterwauling now. You okay, Hippogriff? Daphne asked, just as Harry switched back to the concealment-revealing vision. There was a chance that the caterwauling would have been set off by canceling it, he huffed. Don't worry. I am good enough at this stuff, though. Clever enchanting, though. How much more time? Crystal reiterated. I can take them down with a single spell, but it will wake the target up. This is delicate work, Crystal. To take down protective shields without firing curses to break them is tough. Very well, Daphne muttered. Niffler, Fern, let us scour the surroundings and get a view of the whole clearing. We will drop Niffler to a vantage spot on the way. Copy that, Niffler said, as he slung his backpack off his shoulders before removing what Harry assumed was his sniper rifle through his green, hazy vision. Harry knew it wasn't like the ones Muggles carried. It was a W.A.N.D. special equipment, only catered to specific people during missions. Each bullet was enchanted to alter its course slightly in order to hit the target if needed and penetrate through normal shields and body armor. And only Faisal knew how to use it as far as his team was concerned. Harry watched as the three left, treading carefully around the wards, leaving him with DeLuca. "So, Felix," DeLuca called, jabbing his wand at the space in front of him, making a ripple of magic over the wards. "You're not nervous, are you?" "Not really. This is not something I have not done before. This is just a single person with a special gun. I usually faced a small party of Death Eaters down in the Isles." "You're going to make a fine agent," DeLuca said as Harry watched him move his wand in complicated motions over the wards. "What? Have you thought of Valkyrie's offer?" Harry heard someone cough over the comms, but no one said a thing. I haven't given it any thought, sir." "Why do you ask?" "There are precious few who would say no to Valkyrie. Even fewer who could match her in combat. I need to know whether I need to find a new combat specialist for my team. Your deadline approaches. In a fortnight, she will challenge you to combat if you say no. And what difference will it make if I win or lose?" Silence reigned over the place for a moment until DeLuca cleared his throat. "Right. You're new to Wand. See, Felix. The Wand teams are supposed to work together in order to protect the world against threats. If one refuses to aid, a challenge may be issued in order to get what's needed. This, let us say custom, was introduced so a single team won't hog resources to itself. A little stupid, but it is as it is. It was a pained admission, and Valkyrie is using it to hog the resources for herself?" Harry questioned. "Not quite," DeLuca muttered. "She takes what she thinks is the best for her team. If anyone goes and genuinely asks her for help, she will give it. She will put her heart into helping however she can. But, well, if she really wants something for her team, she will take it. Her loyalty to Wand and her team is unquestionable. She's too caring for her team, and she wants me. If I say no, she will challenge me to a duel. If I lose, I have to go with her." "Well, the whole team will be challenged for you," DeLuca corrected. "But it will be you who would have to fight her, being our combat specialist." Harry's jaw twitched. "We will see. How far along are you with the wards?" "A couple of minutes," DeLuca replied. "Felix," Daphne called over the comms. "There is no back entrance to the house. It is a cabin. How do you expect a back entrance?" Harry scowled. "Yes, but there is a window to the left of the house. I might be able to take the shot, judging from the angle the man's sleeping. But it might not be a clean shot." "We cannot risk it then," DeLuca stated over the comms. "So we charge in?" Daphne clarified. "Yes, Daphne, stay by the window. If the man moves, you will have a clear shot, right?" Harry said, twirling his wand in his hand. "I will." "Good. So, if the man moves before I can subdue him, you hit him from the window." "Roger that."
DeLuca?
"How much dash?" 3, 2, 1. And the wards are down," DeLuca said as Harry felt a ripple of magic on his skin. "Check again to be sure, Hippogriff," Mr. Singh said over the comms. "We don't want to miss anything, do we?" "Of course. Team, stay ready to move in on my command," DeLuca said as he waved his wand again. "Clean. Move in." At the word, Harry found himself moving stealthily toward the door, the Elder Wand clutched firmly in his hand. DeLuca too moved, falling a few steps behind Harry, ready to fight if needed. "I am in position," Daphne said as Harry inched toward the door of the cabin. "I do not have a clear shot, but the target is asleep." "The 0 to 63? DeLuca breathed. "Right by the target's arm," Natalie replied. "Can you summon it? Or dash?" "Any magic on the 0 to 63 is unadvisable," Faisal said urgently. "In the past, such objects have proved to be volatile to foreign magic. We might end up blowing the clearing." "Felix, if he moves, I can take him out," Daphne said as Faisal's statement lingered in the air. "I don't intend to let him move. I will try and take him out before he can react." "Is he still asleep?" "Positive," Natalie said. "Snoring. And alone?" "Yep," Faisal said, as the sound of the gun loading could be heard. "You all seem to be in position," Crystal said over the comms. As a final plan, Felix blows in the door and takes the target out before the target can react. If not, Kion takes the shot from behind. Niffler is stationed for the final fallback. Once the target is subdued, the portkeys are with you all, and the holding cell is ready. "Felix, on your signal." "Okay," Harry breathed, calming himself. though I am not blowing the door. I will go subtle. He raised his wand and silenced the hinges of the door. With a flick of his wand, he tapped the lock, and the door clicked open. Harry paused for a moment, listening for any sounds that might indicate that he had been detected. All he could hear was the chirping of insects in the forest and his breathing. Licking his dry lips, Harry pushed the door open, his eyes scanning the room before it landed on the target. The man was lying on a makeshift bed, snoring softly. A gun-like object was right next to his arm, a red ruby glowing eerily at its center. With a quick flick of the Elder Wand, he sent 2 stunners flying toward the sleeping man. The spells hit their mark, and the man's body went stiff, the snores ceasing. "Target is down," Harry said quietly. "Stunned." "Confirm it," Crystal said. "Is he down?" With a twitch of his wand, Harry sent a stinging hex on the man's face, but the man stayed unmoving. "Affirmative," Harry confirmed. "Excellent job, Felix. Niffler, move in and secure the 0 to 63 to bring it to HQ for further analysis." Crystal said over the comms. "Fern and Hippogriff, search the house. Felix and Kion, secure the prisoner in chains. Sedate him as well." Harry nodded as he canceled his invisibility, allowing his body to shimmer back into existence. He saw Daphne and Natalie's green hazy forms appear through the door before the green haze over Daphne faded, followed shortly by DeLuca and Natalie. "Good job, Felix," Natalie said, patting his back. Silencing the hinges was a good move. Daphne, on the other hand, moved towards the target, her fist raised as her wand's signet ring glinted in the moonlight. With a quick movement, she stabbed the ring on the man's neck, allowing him to be sedated with the tranquilizer pin. "Well, that was lackluster," Daphne commented after a moment. "Not every mission has actions, Kion," Natalie chuckled. "Some missions just are." "It is always better when missions are lackluster rather than lethal," Harry grimaced, just as Faisal's green, hazy form appeared through the doorway. "Move aside, people. Time to secure the 0 to 63. Faisal muttered, making his way to the downed man. "Fern, with me. Felix, Kion, secure the man and take him to the cells. He will be interrogated after he wakes. Porky out by the cell, Porky." With a nod, Harry watched Faisal pick the gun up carefully with his gloved hands as Fern and Hippogriff began to search the house. Daphne walked forward with a disc a moment later and placed it on the man's chest. Petrificus totalis. The man's body snapped together, rigid like a log of wood just before Daphne tapped the disc, allowing silvery bronze chains, etched with runes, to wrap around the man. "Felix," Daphne said, taking out a pin from her robes. "Hold the man, will you?" Harry grasped the man's shirt in one hand and Daphne's shoulder in the other. "Hold tight," Daphne said as she tapped her wand on the pin. "Activate cell sequence." Prisoner secured. The pin glowed and Harry felt a tug behind his navel just before the 3 of them vanished from the small cabin in the German woods, their mission accomplished. Done. I hope you all liked the chapter. I am sorry it took so long to update. My muse for the FIC had vanished for the past few months, rendering me unable to write anything. But it is back now. So here, Harry went on his first mission. Don't worry, this isn't the main plot. It was just a mission. His first mission as an agent of Wand. There will be more chapters ahead. Plus, here is an interesting character, isn't there? Valkyrie? I have plans for her. After all, every story needs its bad hero, doesn't it? Bilbrink. Okay, so it was not a real situation, but rather a simulation for training agents that Harry faced. None of them were real and only meant as a test for Harry. Plums. That makes no sense. He is not joining an assassin crew. They are not going to eliminate political opponents. Harry is joining what will be the magical equivalent of, say, the Interpol or CIA or MI6. Also, almost all Death Eaters have been captured by the British Ministry, as said in the first chapter. That's why Harry quitted the Aura Force. There is no chance of them being Death Eaters from my or the story's perspective. Bumshenka. There is a famous saying, what's in the name? Plus, Yush means success and not glory. Or it might mean both. SMH, that's all. Thank you for your reviews. On a completely unrelated note, thank you all for bringing the Euros pound mishap to my attention. I've corrected it. A huge thank you to Muggle for betaing this chapter. Do join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. Link, Discord, GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter, my novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 300k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon, a novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 250k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream, a fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed, obviously. 4. Secrets, another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D. My Spy, Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul, Infinity Saga, my newest FIC. An HP MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner66. Friends and Foes. CH5 Friends and Foes. Harry blinked out the green tinge of flames from his eyelids as he stepped out of the flue at Shell Cottage, ash fluttering down his robes onto the burgundy carpet. With a small twist, the ash rose slightly before vanishing without a trace just as Fleur appeared in the doorway. Harry, Fleur greeted as her pearly white teeth flashed between her lips and her blue eyes sparkled. Harry smiled lightly as the French witch leaned over and kissed his cheeks, mindful of the curve of her belly. "How are you, Fleur? How's the pregnancy coming along?" Fleur's eyes glimmered like the sea on a sunny day as she cradled her belly. "Wonderfully. Bill and I are very happy." "What's up, Harry?" Bill appeared in the doorway, holding a stack of glasses. "George and Ron are already here. Come in." "Tell me something, Harry," Fleur said, eyeing Bill with a look. "Do I look fat?" "No, Fleur. You look as wonderful as ever." Fleur beamed before glaring at her husband. "See, Bill. Learn something from Harry." "I said the same thing." Bill blustered. "You hesitated." "Should he have hesitated, Harry?" "Not at all." Harry grinned unrepentantly, making Bill scowl.
Come, Harry.
"The others are waiting." Fleur took his hand and pulled him toward the drawing room. The room was bathed in a soft, creamy hue as the wind chimes swayed in the non-existent wind. Blue candles flickered, the flame changing shapes with each tick of the clock as the smell of peppermint wafted through the air. "And look who it is, the man of the hour." George grinned just as Ron craned his head to peer over the top of the couch. "Hey, mate," Ron chimed. "How's it going?" "As well as it can," Harry said, flopping down onto the sofa as he slapped Ron's arm. "Where are Angelina and Hermione?" "Hermione's a busy bee, mate. You know her. She's coming directly from the ministry. Has to even work on the weekend, if you can believe it." Harry snorted. Over the side table, the candle flame took the shape of a miniature owl before changing to a swarm of bees that fluttered away. "Hermione will likely work even if she has the day off," George guffawed. "The woman's too much of a workaholic." "She is doing good work," Bill said, entering the room. "I am not sure how she puts up with someone like you, Ron." "I could say the same for you, Bill," Ron said, a grin curling his lips. "Oh, or is it William?" Fleur poked her head through the door leading to the kitchen. "What's happening?" "Ron's making fun of your accent," George snitched with a grin, making color drain out of Ron's face. "Is EET true, Ronald?" Her voice was sweet, holding a tinge of sharpness to it. No. George is kidding," Ron said, shaking his head frantically. Fleur hummed in response, narrowing her eyes at the men assembled. "Can you please help me out in the kitchen, William?" Color returned to Ron's face as he let out a light sigh. "Of course, honey. I'll be right there," Bill replied, slapping Ron's head on the way as Fleur's head disappeared. "Oi, bloody hell." Harry chuckled as George winked at him. "So, where's Angelina, George?" Harry asked. "She'll be coming with Ginny," George replied carefully. "Holyhead harpies, you know." Harry watched as the candle flame turned into 2 dragons, roaring at each other before turning into an eagle with its wings stretched. Harry tore his eyes away from the candle and smiled weakly at George. "When are you planning the wedding, George?" "I." Ron poked his arm. "What's with you and weddings?" "I will get to meet new chicks," Harry smirked. "You all are bound by now. Might as well do your best mate a favor." Plus, I've had your best man speech ready since the past 1 year. What makes you think you're gonna be my best man? Ron scoffed, making both Harry and George raise an eyebrow. Ron threw up his hands and scuttled onto the end of the couch with a sulking expression. Cheer up. I've even picked up robes for you to save you from your mother. You at least won't go to your own wedding looking like a 15th century grandma. I thought Ron looked wonderful in that. Absolute chick magnet, I tell you, George snickered, making Ron flip him the bird. Well, if he does wear those dash. Harry heard the flue whoosh in the distance. Bill hurried out of the kitchen, only to stop at the door as a wide grin formed on his face. Hermione, come on in. Right on time. Hermione entered the room with a tired smile, still in her work attire. Strands of her brunette hair hung out of her braid, dangling down her face. Ron stood up and pecked Hermione on her lips as she approached before leading her toward the couch. Harry scooted over to the side, allowing Hermione to slump into the couch. Long day? Harry asked. You don't know half of it, Hermione muttered irritably. And do me a favor. Knock down Kingsley's door and tell him to piss off. What did he do to piss you off? George asked, amusement shining in his eyes. Nothing, she scowled. He keeps pestering me to get Harry to work for him again. He even gave me a 10% raise out of the blue last week. Today he let slip that he had leads on some Death Eaters, which is definitely a lie, Harry completed. I am 100% sure that they don't have shit on any of them. He just wants me to be his poster boy. Hermione nodded, her eyes closing. At least look at the bright side, George said. You got a raise. How many do they give anyway? Hermione didn't deem to respond as she laid, her head slumped on the soft back of the couch. Hermione, William told me you arrived. If he didn't know better, Harry could have sworn Hermione glared at the French which as her eyes shot open. Hey Fleur, how's the baby coming along? Hermione mumbled, leaning forward as a few more strands of her hair came undone. Wonderfully. Even kicks, Fleur said, her eyes sparking as she rubbed the side of her belly. Really? That's wonderful, Hermione said, standing up before she hurried Fleur to the side. How is it wonderful if it kicks? Shouldn't it hurt? Both women ignored Ron in favor of sauntering to the kitchen, their voices a low hum of fervent conversation. Bill gave Ron a look before shaking his head. What? Nothing, Ronald. Nothing. But the kicks dash. Drop it, mate. Really? Harry advised, making Ron's mouth snap shut. Anyhow, Bill coughed. I heard you left your job, Harry. I did, Harry confirmed, eyeing the kitchen door. And Kingsley wants me back desperately, it seems. Who would want to let you go? Aren't you the best thing to happen to this country since Merlin? George snickered lightly as he trailed his finger across the plush armrest. At that time, I was just glad that Bloody Skeeter wrote something good about me for once. She probably had to. Would have been much better if she had written and been rounded up for being a suspected Death Eater, Ron said darkly, anger brimming in his eyes. That would have been the best thing since Merlin. Ron, Bill chided. That is a horrible thing to say. Piss off. You're beginning to sound like Mom. Ron grumbled. The curse breaker rolled his eyes before his gaze settled on Harry. So, what are you doing now, Harry, now that, I don't have a job? Harry hummed. Relaxing, I guess. It is definitely a break from the madness. And the paperwork, Ron snorted. Can't forget that now, can I? You left the Ore Force 3 months and due to it. It was a pain in the arse, let me tell you. Bloody horrible. That is why, folks, you should run a joke shop, George declared with a wide grin. No paperwork. Harry, and you're absolutely welcome to join. It would be spiffing to have you. You mean all the customers I would attract, Harry snorted. No thanks. You could totally be the first brand ambassador of the Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Who better than the son of Prongs, mate? You totally gotta do it. George implored. And feature in the profit more than I already am? Harry said derisively. No thank you. I reckon Skeeter will go on a bloody tirade about the fame getting into your head if you do it. Man who conquered chooses fame over saving damsels. That's one catchy headline. Harry groaned just as the bell chimed loudly. I'll get it, Bill announced. He quickly rose from the armrest of the sofa before scurrying out of the room. 5 sickles say it is Ginny and Angelina, Ron declared loudly. No one is taking that bet, brother dearest, George scoffed as Hermione appeared through the door of the kitchen, followed by Fleur, who walked out slowly. I don't think you should remain standing, Fleur, Harry pointed out, as Fleur leaned against the wall. Fleur shook her head. I've been sitting all day, even in the kitchen. Bill barely lets me do anything since the news of my pregnancy came out. Fleur said, tossing her head over her shoulder. I spend most days enchanting things. Harry's eyes darted to the candle whose flame took the shape of a penguin which hobbled midair around the candle. That's one of mine, Fleur said, following Harry's gaze. Harry watched as the flame shaped itself into a hippogriff before it flew away, disappearing in the wind. Hey, Fleur. Angelina's boisterous voice echoed as she hurried across the hall and placed her hands around Fleur's baby bump. How's the baby, Fleur? E.T. is coming along fine, Angelina, Fleur said, as she squirmed a step back. Harry glanced away from the two of them, only to catch the sight of Bill entering the room with Ginny following behind. Her top blazed like a ruby in the room's harsh light, the deep magenta tones shimmering with each movement. Her auburn hair flowed like a river down her back, the golden curls contrasting sharply against her top over her shoulders. A miniature quaffle and a snitch danced around her earlobes, like they were caught in a playful game of catch. A Hungarian horntail was coiled around her pale, sleeveless right arm, roaring fiercely before flying around and appearing over her left arm. Mrs. Weasley would kill Ginny if she found out about that tattoo. Ginevra, come in, Fleur said, stepping away from Angelina. Hey, Fleur, Ginny greeted, stepping forward to hug her, carefully avoiding Fleur's baby bump. You're glowing, girl. Thank you, Fleur beamed, breaking the hug. I heard you won yesterday. Congratulations. Ginny waved her off. They were the Chudley Cannons. Really, they stood no chance against us even if half our team was injured. An indignant growl from behind had Harry's lips curling in amusement. Ron had learned, rather painfully, to hold his tongue when speaking of Quidditch around his sister and Angelina. Ginny glanced at him, catching his eyes just as the dragon flew down her right arm, coiling over it. They said nothing before Ginny looked away, smiling at everyone else. So, what's going on? What did I miss? Nothing much, Hermione said slowly. We were just helping out Mimsy in the kitchen. Hermione still disapproves of house elves working for wizards, Harry observed. Hermione had tried to draft numerous laws for house elf freedom and fair payment for them, but those laws had been shot down by a majority of the Wisengamot before amendments of any kind had even been suggested. At least she got a couple of fair treatment laws going for them. Even if the worst punishment for elf mistreatment is 100 galleon fine and freeing of the house elf into ministry custody, they're still not getting paid. Not that they want to. Creature will die before accepting a single canute. I'll help you out, Ginny said, placing her small, golden purse on the side table. Her long, red heels clicked as she followed all the ladies, disappearing into the kitchen. Well, that happened, George muttered. And I think we should have some boys' time. What do you all say? And what do you want to do, George? Play Quidditch outside? He suggested. Harry and I versus Ron and you. With two professional Quidditch players in the next room, I think it is a really bad idea. Harry scoffed. How long till they join us and trash us all? 2 versus 4. Come on, mate. All of us played for Gryffindor. You were the bloody youngest seeker of the century. That gotta count for something, eh? There's no way they could defeat us 2 on 4, especially. They both have firebolts. You've got what? A couple of clean sweeps here? A Nimbus 2000, actually, Bill said. Charlie got one as a gift a few months back. He has left it with me. Not bad, but not a firebolt, Harry pointed out. Speaking of Quidditch, why don't you try your hand at it, Harry? Bill suggested. I heard you were spectacular. He was the best seeker Gryffindor ever had, Ginny and Charlie included. He had this uncanny ability to spot the snitch. George said. I was not that good, Harry scowled. Bullshit. You were the absolute best. Remember the match where Snape refereed? You caught the snitch in less than 5 minutes, and the world record is 3.5 seconds. Plumpton caught that by a fluke. Despite whatever he said, Ron scoffed. You should really think about it, Harry. If you're remotely as good as you say, you just need to say that you're interested. They will bend over backward to have you on their team. I reckon even Harpies won't say no to recruiting you, Ron suggested. Harpies is an all-woman team, Ron. I don't think they're breaking that for me, Harry said. And I am not stealing your sister's spot. But just think, Ron said dreamily. Amongst the Holyhead Harpies mates, all those girls, I've even heard they have wild girl parties. Ginny, George called loudly, making Ron jump. Ron wants to ask if harpies have orgies in their locker rooms. Harry choked on his spit as Ginny appeared in the kitchen doorway, a frown on her face. Ron asked what? He asked, ouch, geez, Ronikins. What was that for? I asked no such thing, I swear. Oh, shut up, Ron, Ginny said before disappearing into the kitchen. A moment later, Ron pounced at George, poking him harshly as George tried to defend himself, laughing hysterically. Harry felt the corners of his mouth curl into an easy grin. These were good times. Little dots and dashes floated and swirled on the parchment, as letters printed in crisp black ink began to appear, slowly floating into existence. Colors swirled on the side of the page, forming a picture of an albino white-skinned man who smirked as he straightened up, his dark, long red hair parting to reveal his eerily glowing red eyes as he wiped blood from his mouth, his lips parting to reveal sharp, elongated canines dripping with blood. A vampire, Daphne peered over Harry's shoulder. Lord Draven. First appearance in the late 90s in Romania. Wanted for a total of 38 suspected murders, Harry muttered. And consequently, our new target. That's the kind of stuff we deal with, Pudar, Mr. Singh said, his hand scratching his beard lightly. But vampires are bad news. Unnatural strength, speed, bloodthirsty, and having an affinity for manipulating shadows, Daphne muttered. But pretty easy to ward off. Garlic works like magic. No, it doesn't, Mr. Singh scoffed. Rumors really. Vampires might hate the smell of garlic, but it won't send them running. Believe me, that's, well, our defense against the dark arts professor in our first year wore garlic in his turban to ward vampires off, Daphne said. Harry coughed slightly. Quirrell. Only if it was something as harmless as garlic under that turban of his. Anything you wish to share, Potter? No, nothing much really. It just was that it wasn't garlic in his turban, just Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head. What? The Dark Lord of yours? He seems to have been popping up everywhere throughout your life, Natalie observed. And he sure did more than dabble in soul magic. Possession is a tricky art. Only the worst necromancers know how to do that, Natalie said.
Plusieurs crux.
Nasty stuff. You have no idea, Harry muttered. Anyhow, this vampire. What's his deal? He has been wanted for murder for more than half a decade. And with anti-vampirism laws of the ICW, he should have been hunted down by now. Half of the murders he is wanted for are murders of vampire hunters and local hit wizards, Faisal informed, wiping his wet hands with a towel. I figure that his motive is something along the lines of vampire supremacy or freedom, because Draven is a word with Gothic origins meaning hunter or protector. You're saying it is a made-up name? Daphne frowned. Well, I won't pretend to know about vampire baby names, but that's what I found, Faisal shrugged. That is not the point, I am afraid. We have to hunt this vampire down. Kill orders. Subduing is too dangerous, right? I will begin looking into ways to easily kill a bloody vampire, Daphne muttered, standing up. Or drag one into the sun. We have a creature's expert right here, Daphne, Natalie drawled, jabbing a thumb at Mr. Singh. You do, Mr. Singh said, his mustache quivering. The easiest way to kill a vampire is to burn the body or behead it. Beheading, though, is a little tricky, considering how fast they can move out of a spell's way. That seems pretty simple, Daphne said. But vampires are still near impossible to kill. Well, you cannot kill what you don't see in time, Mr. Singh shrugged. Vampires excel at killing from the shadows before their victim can get a hint of their presence. That is what makes them extremely dangerous, right? Harry drawled. Anything else we need to know before we set off on this mission? Not much, Crystal said. Faisal and I have put everything we have in that file. I have contacted my dash. A knock sounded loudly on the door, making DeLuca stop. Are we expecting anyone? Natalie asked. DeLuca shook his head as he waved his wand. The doors slid open to admit Valkyrie, who strode into the room, a severe look framing her face. Valkyrie, is there dash? I need you to sign this, Valkyrie said shortly, thrusting a scroll of parchment into DeLuca's hand. It is an information release form for whatever you have on the O-63 you recently retrieved from Germany. The gun? DeLuca asked, unfurling the scroll. Why do you need this? A mission, Valkyrie replied, offering DeLuca a quill. I know it is for a mission. DeLuca's frown turned into a scowl. But how does this information play a role in it? As the one signing the information release, I have a right to know. My sources reported that the Makusa recently stumbled upon a crate of similar weaponry, Valkyrie sighed. Magical firearms, they called it. It was stolen 2 days ago. Stolen? DeLuca's jaw twitched. That's troubling, especially if those guns were anything like the one we retrieved. I know. While it might not be the same, it might be something similar. That's why I need the information. So my team and I are prepared for whatever we might face. Shouldn't we be doing this mission? Natalie asked loudly. We did retrieve the first of them, if more exist. Your primary mission was to subdue Myers, not get the O-63. And the Makusa did seek the aid of the ICW within hours since the theft was discovered, labeling the magical firearms as extremely dangerous and lethal, right? DeLuca cut in. I will also release what we have on Myers, the one who had the gun. It might help you get a lead. Valkyrie nodded, a smile curling on her face. Thank you, Valkyrie said before peering past DeLuca and meeting Harry's eyes. And I have something for your new teammate. And what might that be? Natalie asked with a scowl. A file materialized in Valkyrie's hand as she strode toward Harry, ignoring Natalie completely. Her pearly white teeth peeked between her lips as she dangled the file between her fingertips. I never welcomed you here, Mr. Potter. Consider this a welcome to one gift from me. You don't have to. With all due respect, Dash. Aha, you don't argue with me, darling. It is a gift. Take it. She thrust the file into Harry's hand, making him stumble a step back. Feel free to throw it in the trash if you don't like my gift. No hard feelings. But somehow, I have the feeling that you won't. She turned on her heel and stared at DeLuca. Well, DeLuca, have you signed the release form? DeLuca glanced between Harry and Valkyrie for a moment before signing. Thank you for your cooperation, DeLuca. Have a good day, folks. She plucked the parchment out of his hand before swaggering out of the room, the doors sliding back behind her magically. That was something, Crystal noted, staring at the doors through which Valkyrie had just left. What's in the file, Potter? Daphne asked, pointing to the gift Valkyrie had given him. Harry opened the file to see meaningless dots and dashes strewn about the page with a splattering of colors to the side. That's a mission file, Natalie said. She gave Harry a mission? Well, Potter, go on, Daphne prodded. Harry tapped the tip of his wand to the center of the parchment. The dots and dashes floated and swirled on the parchment, as letters printed in crisp black ink began to appear, slowly floating into existence. Colors swirled on the side of the page, forming a picture of a snarling, disheveled man who held a board in his hand, chains restraining him in his place as he tugged at them. Fire curled up in Harry's chest. That's Dash, Daphne breathed. Rookwood, Harry growled.
Augustus Rookwood.
Done. Hope you all liked the chapter. It was admittedly a short chapter, but it had a lot if you read it carefully. Thank you all for your reviews. A huge thank you to Darkness Enthroned, Muggle, and Nanu for baiting this chapter. Also, join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. I also post sneak peeks there when it catches my fancy. Link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter, my novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 400k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon, a novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 350k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream, a fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed, obviously. 4. Secrets, another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D. My Spy, Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul, Infinity Saga, my newest FIC. An HP MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner66, an old enemy. Last time. That was something, Crystal noted, staring at the doors through which Valkyrie had just left. What's in the file, Potter? Daphne asked, pointing to the gift Valkyrie had given him. Harry opened the file to see meaningless dots and dashes strewn about the page with a splattering of colors to the side. "That's a mission file," Natalie said. "She gave Harry a mission?" "Well, Potter, go on," Daphne prodded. Harry tapped the tip of his wand to the center of the parchment. The dots and dashes floated and swirled on the parchment as letters printed in crisp black ink began to appear, slowly floating into existence. Colors swirled on the side of the page, forming a picture of a snarling, disheveled man who held a board in his hand, chains restraining him in his place as he tugged at them. Fire curled up in Harry's chest. "That's Daphne breathed. "Rookwood," Harry growled.
Augustus Rookwood.
CH6, an old enemy. Red and green umbrellas fluttered over full tables, and a buzzing crowd bustled back and forth across the worn cobbles. The bright sun blazed overhead, casting short shadows across the ground. Harry looked at Daphne across the rim of his glass filled with juice. "Yes?" Daphne put her glass of cranberry juice down. "Is there something on my face?" "Just thinking." Harry took a long sip of the citrusy orange juice. "It is a shame they don't even serve tea here." Daphne peered at him over the top of her sunglasses. Her yellow, red scarf crested with waves over her white sundress, in stark contrast to her bright blue eyes. "You are touched in the head if you want to drink tea right now," she murmured. "It is bloody blazing here." Harry tapped his finger on the glass, a smile curling on his face. The glass fogged with condensation instantly. "You're in a muggle area," Daphne hissed. "You can't do magic. Who is paying attention to us?" Harry took another gulp of the ice, cold drink. "You should learn to do charms discreetly. You were a Slytherin, for Merlin's sake." Daphne scowled. "What has that got to do with anything?" Harry just sipped his drink, glancing down the street. "I guess it is too much to hope for Rookwood to come strolling down the streets." Daphne snapped her fingers in front of his face, drawing his eyes to her.
What?
He asked irritatedly. "You didn't answer my question," she sniffed. "Got lost in your own little world, did you?" "Slytherins are supposed to be cunning." Harry swirled the orange juice in the glass. "Cunning and sneaky. And yet, here you are. A witch complaining about the heat." Daphne just muttered under her breath before leaning back in her chair, sipping the cranberry juice. Harry glanced at his almost empty glass against Daphne's almost full one. "Now that's just sad." The liquid in the glass began to rise till the glass was full again. "Now that's just plain wrong." A smile flickered over Daphne's lips. "Having several glasses for the price of one." Harry snorted into his glass before taking another sip of the juice. "You know we can just duplicate Muggle money and they won't ever know?" Harry asked. "Magic is more useful if you put your mind to it." "Thank goodness that magic doesn't work on galleons." Daphne set her glass down. "You would have ruined the economy by now." "Maybe." A smile tugged at Harry's lips. "Nothing wrong with wanting more juice though, is there? You are just jealous because you don't know how to do it without taking your wand out." "Not everyone wears long sleeves." She tapped the space between their fingers. "You are infuriating. Do you know that?" "Maybe." Harry glanced past Daphne's shoulder as the lady behind Daphne stood up from the table and splashed a glass full of water over the man who sat opposite to her. A few furious words rang out across the pub before the lady picked up her bag and stormed out of the cafe. Poor sod. Harry eyed the man who had water dripping down his face. He was likely the one who did something wrong. Daphne rolled her eyes, glancing back at him. "How many times have you had a woman drenched your face with water?" Harry let his lips curl into a smirk. "It is not exactly water they drench my face with, you know?" Daphne frowned. A moment later, her face contorted into a scowl and she chucked a wad of tissue at Harry. "I didn't think you would have caught on so soon," he grinned easily. "If you're flirting with me, you are doing terribly," she informed dryly. "I ain't." Harry glanced at his watch. "And I think you should wear your hat, my dear." Daphne picked the wide summer bonnet off the chair and placed it on her head. A bright red petal of the rose tucked in the bright blue ribbon slipped down and fluttered onto her white dress. "Let the rose face the road." Harry pretended to scan through the menu card on the table. "The man should be here any minute." "He should." Daphne adjusted her hat. "Better remove the notice, me not charm." Harry flicked his wand under the table, removing the privacy ward around him like a cobweb on the wall. "Now we wait." Drops of condensation trickled down Harry's glass, his fingers drumming over the wooden table. Daphne suddenly perked up across the table, drawing his attention. A man with a balding hairline, wearing a multicolored half-sleeved shirt and khaki trousers, walked up to the table, his eyes fixed on Daphne's hat. "Beautiful day, is it not?" he asked. "A few clouds won't hurt," Daphne replied. The man slipped onto the chair between them, glancing around quickly. "So, how may I help you today?" the man asked. "We are looking for a friend." Daphne slid an envelope across the table. "We think he lives somewhere around here." "Of course." The man's lips stretched into a sharp smile. "I hope you have the payment for it." The man dropped the envelope into his side bag without so much as a glance inside. "We do." Harry dropped a leather pouch on the table with a ringing thunk. The man jingled the pouch, weighing it in his palm. The sharp smile melted from his face. "That doesn't seem like 300 galleons," he growled. "It isn't," Daphne agreed, leaning forward. "That is 100 galleons. You get the rest when you give us what we need." The man glanced at both of them before nodding. 72 hours. I will meet in the restaurant across the street for dinner with the information. Wear your pretty flower, lady. And if you don't get the money dash, you worry about getting the information, Harry cut in. You will get your money. I better. The man rose from his street before strolling down the cobbled street, disappearing amongst the crowd. "Do you think he will come through?" Harry asked, draining his glass of juice. "We will know it in 3 days." Daphne gathered her things and trapped a handful of Muggle notes beneath her glass. "Come, we need to report back." Harry plucked his aviators from the table before proffering his arm to Daphne. "Let's go," he murmured, taking one last glance down the street before turning down a corner. Daphne held out a candlestick for Harry to grasp. "Felix," he whispered, touching the tip of his wand to the portkey. "Home base." A force tugged behind Harry's navel as the world became a swirl of colors. The aroma of food and the sweet, citrusy tang of the air freshener hung in the air. The quiet chatter of diners drifted through the mahogany-framed double-glass doors. Daphne tightened her grip against Harry's arm as the man at the door gave them a brilliant smile. "Welcome, sir, ma'am," he greeted. "A table for 3, please." Harry glanced at his watch. "Our friend is going to meet us here." "Not a problem, sir. Right this way, please." The man gestured to a nearby waiter, who led them to an empty table with 4 seats. Harry pulled out a seat, allowing Daphne to sit before taking his seat across from her. "We hope you enjoy your evening," the waiter said, placing 2 menu books on the table before walking away. Harry loosened his tie a tad before picking the menu up and flipping through it. "You know, we are not here to actually eat," Daphne whispered. "We have to keep appearances." Harry peered at Daphne from the top of his menu. "And it is terribly rude to come to a restaurant and leave without having anything." "Soup, then," Daphne declared. "But I reckon we should wait for our guest first." "And I think he's here," Harry said as the doors opened to admit their informant. The man's eyes met Harry's, and he gave him a nod, strutting forward. "You have the information?" Harry asked as the man pulled out a seat for himself. "Of course I do," the man smiled. "Let us order something, shall we? I would have the pastella. I like to give information with food." Harry pursed his lips and flagged down a nearby waiter. "Yes, sir. We would have a plate of pastella and 2 bowls of soup." Harry glanced at Daphne, who nodded. "Which soup, sir?" "We have tomato soup, corn soup, onion soup dash." "Excuse me, but may I recommend harira?" The man cut in. "You cannot come to Morocco and not have harira." "We will have that then." Daphne smiled at the waiter. "Thank you." The waiter walked away, allowing Harry to turn to the man. "Can we have the information now?" Harry asked. The man gave him a sharp smile. "I remember the information better with food in front of me. But I must say, the man you had me find was a slippery one. Had he not been so, why would we have contacted you?" Daphne smiled prettily at the man. The man's smile turned sharper, and he sat straighter. "What can I say? I am rather through with my work, miss." Daphne pursed her lips and tilted her head, amusement sparkling in her eyes. "Right? You all love your secrecy," the man muttered. "You don't seem to be from around here either. British Ors, if I would have to guess." Silence reigned at the table, making the man sigh. "All right then, hold your silence," the man huffed. "I am Khalid, by the way." "Nice to meet you, Khalid," Harry said as the waiter walked back, carrying a tray with 2 steaming bowls and a plate. That was quick service. The waiter quickly laid their dishes on the table before placing the spoons. "We hope you enjoy your meal." The waiter backed away from the table before moving to another customer. "Well, the food is here now," Harry tapped the tip of his wand on the table. Now the information, if you will. Rookwood is a very slippery man. He covers his tracks well. Khalid cut into his dish with his fork. Multiple scattered apparitions, checking for tracking charms every now and then, traveling under glamours, not having a registered wand, or name for that matter, anywhere within Morocco. My men took quite some time to even spot him. But you found him. Daphne picked up her spoon. Where is he? I do not know where he is. As I said, the man is too slippery. Khalid waved his fork through the air. But I know that he is in regular correspondence with a man named Thaddeus Knott. Not you say? Harry tapped his finger on his bowl, causing ripples across the orange liquid. Are you sure? I am sure. I have seen it with my own eyes and cross-checked with the Owl Office. Thaddeus Knott in Britain. Over the past year, Rookwood has contacted him at least 23 times by the Owl Office under the alias of Caesar Redwood. Anything else? Harry questioned. He wears a different disguise every time. 3 times my men spotted him, but he had a different face each and every time. Khalid bit into his bread-like dish. And the only reason we spotted him was because he walked into the Souk Al-Khat in broad daylight. Interesting. So you cannot give us any more information? Harry asked. You wanted me to find him, and I did. Khalid shrugged. Alternatively, you can wait in Souk Al-Khat for a couple of days and catch him there. I am sure he will show up considering he visited it thrice in 3 days. Harry hummed. Confronting Rookwood in public, that too in a foreign country, would be dangerous. Rookwood won't bat an eyelash if a civilian is killed in the crossfire. Or worse, he would target the civilians to get away from us. Thank you for your information, Khalid. Harry vanished his soup with a tap of his finger. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Just give me my money. Khalid stabbed into his pastella. 200 galleons. Daphne placed the leather bag on top of the table as she rose, tugging her hat to the side. Her soup remained untouched. You can have my soup, she smiled at Khalid. Let's go. Arm in arm, Harry and Daphne walked out of the door. Are you ready, Harry? Crystal's voice cut through the silence of the room. Yes. Harry tugged at his outer robe, straightening his collar. Very well, come out. Faisal's ready with the equipment you will be needing. Crystal pushed the door wide open. It is a solo mission, Harry murmured. I have done plenty of those in the past for the Aurors. You might have. But this is W.A.N.D., Crystal said. We are nothing if not a team. Crystal led him to the adjacent room where the rest of the team stood, surrounding a table. Morning, Harry greeted. Let us get to it, Faisal said, pushing forth an open briefcase full of things. Earpiece for you to stay in contact with us throughout the mission. Harry studied the small, black bead before pushing it into his ear. A beep echoed through his ear. Activated. Harry's voice rang through the room. Good. Faisal tapped his wand to the table and Harry's earpiece beeped again. Next, we have this band. It is a flurry router. If you go through and the flue is shut off at the other end, you will instead appear here safely. Harry strapped the band on his right wrist, taking a glance at the runes drawn over it. Anything else? A few more, Crystal said. Namely, a war detonator, a location tracker, a burn port key, and an emergency beacon. Hold up, a war detonator? Harry eyed the lead ball that Crystal had removed. Those things are a Class D illegal artifact and not to mention expensive. Yes, and you are to use it only in an extreme situation where you need to escape with your life, De Luca cut it. Also, as for the illegal part, we have a license to kill. This is small stuff comparatively. That being said, here we need not alive. So once you go in there, you stun not. You open up the flue and give us the flue address. We will come and take Knott away and search the residence. Simple enough. Harry pocketed the items. Anything else? If you find anyone other than Thaddeus Knott, they are not to be harmed. Just stunned and obliviated. Mr. Singh added. Civilian protocols apply. So, you avoid using lethal force unless they start shooting unforgivables your way. Understood. Harry turned his shoulders. You have said that you would handle getting into Knott's residence yourself, Daphne said. Are you sure? He owes me, Daphne. A smirk flickered over Harry's lips. And he might still be a blonde ponce, but he has changed since Hogwarts. If you say so, Daphne snorted. All right, I am off to my home. Harry took out a ring from his pocket and tapped it with his wand. The world dissolved into a swirl of colors and wind howled in his ears until he stood in a dark hallway. A second later, gas lamps flickered on in the hallway, casting a glow across the freshly painted walls and the gleaming copper ornaments. A pop tore through the hallway. "Master Harry has returned early," Creature croaked, extending his wrinkled hand. "Shoes off, please, Master. And your coat." Creature will begin preparing something for him. "Will Master like tea?" "Not now, Creature. I will be home in time for dinner. Right now I need to use the flue." Harry smiled at the elf. "As Master wishes." Creature bowed and vanished with a loud pop. Harry heard his earpiece beep. "Can you hear us?" Faisal's voice rang in his ears, making Harry wince. "A little quieter." "This is loud." Harry strode down the hall. His eyes fell on the wall where the portrait of Walburga Black once hung like a sore spot, making him smile. Gone were the obnoxious portraits and the haunting specters of beheaded house elves. Instead, the wall held paintings and photos, with its center being crowned by a photo of Dumbledore's army. Harry stood at the center, Ron and Hermione at his sides, smiling widely as Colin rushed in to get into the frame with a huge grin. Beside them were two more photos, one of the original Order of the Phoenix and the other of the new one. The Harrys in the photo waved at him as he passed, moving toward the fireplace. The fire sprang up with a wave of his wand, and he took a pinch of flue powder. "Malfoy Manor." Harry dropped the flue powder into the fire, the flames turning green. With a breath, he stuck his head in. "Malfoy," he called out loudly as the glamorous parlor came into view. "Draco?" A pop rang and a house elf came into view. "How's Tilly helping you?" the house elf asked. "I need you to fetch Draco for me. Tell him Harry Potter wants to see him urgently. I will best informing Master about yous. Please wait." The elf vanished with a pop. "Potter, you sure about this?" Daphne's voice sounded through the earpiece. "We will see, won't we?" Harry murmured as footsteps sounded down the hall. "He's coming." Draco Malfoy's face came into view. "Potter, what do you want?" he asked. "Tilly said it was urgent." "Good morning to you too, Draco," Harry said dryly. "Morning, Potter. Just get to it, will you?" Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Let me come through," Harry said. "I have some business to discuss in person with you." "Business, you say?" Draco's posture sharpened. "Come through. I will open the flue for you." "Thank you, Draco." Harry pulled his head out of the fire, blinking the green flames from his vision. Shaking his head, he took another pinch of flue powder before dropping it into the flames. "Malfoy Manor," Harry said, and the world spun around him, green flames covering his body. A moment later, the flames cleared to reveal Malfoy standing in front of him. "Draco!" Harry stepped out of the flames, dusting the soot away. "Thank you for letting me come through. Let me say, welcome to Malfoy Manor." Malfoy's smile wavered. "And I am sorry for what happened the last time you were here." Hermione's tortured form flashed in front of Harry's eyes as her scream rang in his ears. "All is forgiven," Harry pursed his lips. "And I remember you refusing to identify me and lying to them on purpose." "Tea? Pumpkin juice?" Malfoy glanced at the golden clock over the flue. "And you better make this fast. I have to be at St. Mungo's in half an hour." "I see community service is doing you well," Harry said. "I heard you are a licensed healer now." A smile curled on Draco's face as his eyes shone. "I do enjoy working there, and it is all thanks to you that I got it. And I continue to plan to work as a healer once the sentence ends." "That is wonderful, Draco," Harry nodded. "Now, what may I help you with?" Draco asked. "Because there is no way you would come to me this early in the morning." "You're right," Harry nodded. "I need you to contact Thaddeus Nott." "Why do you want to contact Nott?" he asked incredulously. "And what does it have to do with you coming to me?" "Send him a letter." "It is about an old piece of empty land in Bristol," Harry lied. "Blacks own a huge part of it, but some of it belongs to the Knotts. I need to get the whole land and I need it fast. And to do that, I cannot let him have any time to consider it." "Why?" "Reasons my own, I am afraid," Harry smiled. "But what I need you to do is call Thaddeus Nott and tell him that you want to come through urgently for business. Just, instead of you, it will be I appearing through his flue. You want to trick him because he won't let you come through immediately like I did." Draco's jaw twitched. "What is the land worth currently?" "What Nott owns is less than 3,000 galleons," Harry said. "Currently," Malfoy breathed. "And what of, say, For months from now, about 30,000. Give or take. Harry lied. Bloody hell, Draco muttered. And if not, here's of this dash. Draco? A high-pitched voice rang through the parlor. Who is it? Potter. Who is that? Daphne asked urgently through the comms. Harry craned his head, catching the sight of a short blonde girl walking down a set of elaborate mahogany stairs. She looked strangely familiar. Her bright blue eyes shone in recognition as she caught sight of Harry. I was just talking to Potter, dear, Draco smiled. Harry, Astoria Greengrass. Daphne's loud, incoherent shout rang through the earpiece, making Harry wince. Any relation to Daphne Greengrass? Harry asked the girl. Astoria shuffled on her feet. Daphne's my elder sister, she murmured. A short, sharp beep sounded in Harry's ear, cutting off the noise from the other side. I didn't know you knew Daphne, Potter, Malfoy coughed. We spent 6 years in the same class, Draco, Harry grinned. My life didn't revolve around you and Voldemort. Both Draco and Astoria flinched sharply at the name. Anyhow, Harry turned to Draco. Are you flu-ing him, Draco? This is something I need to do today. Draco's jaw clenched. If he asks me, I will say that you called in a favor from me, Potter. You can say whatever you want, Draco, Harry said. But yes, I will mirror your statement as long as he isn't aware of my presence till I go through. All right. Draco took a pinch of flu powder in his hand. You owe me one.
Not te snook.
Draco stuck his head into the green flames. So, Astoria said awkwardly, I heard you left the Aurors. I did, Harry nodded. Aren't you supposed to be at Hogwarts, though? I graduated almost 6 months ago, she said dryly. I am only 2 years younger than you, you know? Now I know, Harry grinned. So you and Malfoy, huh? Well, we just hit off, Astoria smiled. He's a wonderful man, Harry hummed in response. A few moments later, Draco pulled his face out and dusted his face lightly. He's opening the flu. Draco walked to stand next to Astoria. Good luck with your deal, Potter. Then I guess there's only one thing left to do. Harry flicked his wand into his hand, making Draco's eyes go wide. Obliviate. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. A huge thanks to Muggle and Nanu for baiting this chapter. Slytherin Queen forever. It was more of Greek goddess Chion than an inspiration from PJOTBH. Daphne is a Greek name and, well, Ice Princess. So, it wasn't hard to put the two together for her codename. Thank you all for your reviews. Also, join my server, House of HP66, to interact with me directly and see the pictures of the characters there, so you all can get an idea of how they look. I will also post descriptions and stuff for reference. I also post sneak peeks there when it catches my fancy. Link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter, my novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 400k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon, a novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 350k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream, a fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed, obviously. 4. Secrets, another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter, The Wizard of W.A.N.D., My Spy, Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul, Infinity Saga, my newest FIC. An HP MCU crossover. Novel length, in progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner 66. Coincidences or Connections. This chapter is dedicated to the loving memory of Michael Gambon, the actor who brought Albus Dumbledore to life in the movies from The Prisoner of Azkaban and beyond. May his soul rest in peace. Last time. All right. Draco took a pinch of flu powder in his hand. You owe me one.
Not te snook.
Draco stuck his head into the green flames. So, Astoria said awkwardly, I heard you left the Aurors. I did, Harry nodded. Aren't you supposed to be at Hogwarts, though? I graduated almost 6 months ago, she said dryly. I am only 2 years younger than you, you know? Now I know, Harry grinned. So you and Malfoy, huh? Well, we just hit off, Astoria smiled. He's a wonderful man. Harry hummed in response. A few moments later, Draco pulled his face out and dusted his face lightly. He's opening the flue. Draco walked to stand next to Astoria. Good luck with your deal, Potter. Then I guess there's only one thing left to do. Harry flicked his wand into his hand, making Draco's eyes go wide. Obliviate. CH7 coincidences or connections. As the green flames faded away, Harry smoothly stepped onto a soft, green carpet. The chandelier above cast a golden glow on the dark stone walls that rose around the richly furnished room. "You're not Malfoy," a rough voice spoke to Harry's left, making him turn.
Lacero.
A sickly yellow spell sliced toward Harry. Harry turned his shoulder, allowing the spell to soar past him. With a jab, a stunner flew toward Nott, who batted it away. "Who are you?" Nott growled, shooting a blasting curse. The spell splashed across a silver wall of light, making Nott narrow his eyes. "You're not an Auror," Nott murmured. "You must be W.A.N.D. Augustus told me you folks might come sniffing around." Harry's eyes widened beneath his hood. Nott took the opportunity to throw a dark purple curse at Harry. "No!" A single raven exploded from the Elder Wand, swallowing the curse. The raven exploded in a liquidy mess, splattering across the dark green carpet below, steaming with dark vapors. "Expelliarmus!" The crimson beam punched into Nott. Harry deftly caught Nott's wand as the man crashed through a table behind. With a flick of his wand, black ropes twisted around Nott, tying him up. Nott looked up, his face contorting into a vicious sneer. "You will never get away, dash." Harry hit the man with a stunner on his forehead. Nott slumped unconscious into the fragments of the broken table. "Did you get that?" Harry breathed into his earpiece. "Rookwood knows about us." "Positive, Felix," DeLuca responded. "Make sure the place is clear. If it is, open the flue. We will come through. Team, we do an alpha sweep of the building." Harry tuned out DeLuca's orders, waving his wand in a circular motion. A shimmer of blue magic spread through the place, fading away. "Clear. There's no one other than Nott," Harry said into his earpiece and tapped the bricks over the fireplace. "Flug's open. Nott's Nook is the place. Fern will be coming through first," DeLuca replied. A minute later, the flames in the fireplace turned green and Natalie stepped out of the flue, her eyes sweeping through the damaged parlor. "Looks like he gave you some trouble," she hummed. "Any injuries?" Harry shook his head. "Good." The fireplace flared behind her and Faisal appeared. "Move along," Faisal grumbled, stepping around Natalie. "Take him away to the HQ, Felix. In the meantime, we will take a sweep of the place for any clues." Harry plucked the pocket comb out of Faisal's hand. "Done," Harry nodded, leaning to grasp Nott's leg. "Activate cell sequence."
Prisner secure.
The comb glowed, but nothing happened. "There are anti-portkey wards," Harry frowned as the glow died around the comb. "Ignoring the stupidity of them, our portkey won't break through these. Hippogriff, I need you to take the portkey wards down. Get in here." The flue flared green and Crystal stepped through, a huge bag in her hands. "I don't think we can do that, Felix." Faisal held up a strange device. "These are old wards. They are layered, not interwoven. The only way to take out these kinds of wards will be with a bang, piercing through every layer instead of pulling out a single thread." "You cannot flew back," Natalie muttered. "Not with an unconscious grown man. Hippogriff might take the wards down, but it will alert the British ministry." "Drag him out," Mr. Singh suggested over the comms. "Once you cross the ward boundary, you can portkey out easily." The flue flared green and DeLuca stepped through, his eyes sweeping over the scene. "Felix," he greeted. "Good work here. Take him away to the interrogation room. Sure's waiting for you in the control unit." "Aren't you at all worried about Rookwood knowing of us?" Harry waved his wand at Nott's prone form. "We will deal with it later," DeLuca said as Nott's prone form floated up. "Don't bump him into anything, and make sure no one sees you." "Obviously." Harry walked toward the door on the other side of the parlor. Nott's body floated alongside him as he pushed the door open. He stepped out into a small garden, much like the one at Privet Drive. Turning back, Harry looked at the manor. "It is much smaller than I expected," Harry thought. "Still, almost as big as Grimmauld." Harry shook his head, walking to the gates of the manor. With a tap of his wand, the iron gates swung open and Harry stepped through, feeling the magic tingle over his skin. Walking a few more steps away, Harry stepped into a deserted neighborhood with crumbling houses around. That seems convenient. Harry grabbed Not again. Active cell sequence. Prisoner secure, he muttered, and the portkey glowed. Harry felt a tug behind his navel as he was whisked away. Back to W.A.N.D. What's up with her? Harry's voice broke through the silence of the control room. Mr. Singh jumped, giving a quick glance at an unconscious Daphne before looking at Harry. She was well mad, he huffed. Who are you talking to, sure? Crystal's voice echoed through the room. Just Felix. Mr. Singh leaned into the mic. Continue with the sweep. Make sure you don't miss anything. Old manors usually have secret doors. I love secret doors, Natalie sang over the comms. Makes me feel like I am a real spy. You are a real spy, Faisal replied dryly. Get working. Harry poked Daphne's cheek, but she remained unmoving. She has been stunned, Harry frowned. But why? Sorry. Mr. Singh pressed a button on the device. I was saying, she was mad at her sister, and well, the boy. She wanted to storm down there and kill him, probably both of them. We couldn't have that, interfering with our mission. So, we stunned her. Right, Harry muttered. I didn't even know she had a sister. Or that Malfoy was dating the said sister. Siblings can often be like that. Mr. Singh offered him a smile. Oh, I know, Harry grinned. I lived with the Weasleys for quite some time. 6 brothers, 1 sister. You even dated the sister. Mr. Singh released the button on the device. If I remember your file correctly. Harry's grin slipped off his face. It didn't end well. I am sorry, Mr. Singh winced. Relationships are complicated. Younger ones all the more so. Harry looked away, his gaze landing on Daphne. We should wake her up. Harry cleared his throat. Maybe convince her to hold off killing Malfoy and her sister. You do that. She cannot apparate out anyway. Not from here. Mr. Singh shrugged. Maybe add a silencing ward so we don't get disturbed. Of course. Harry slipped the Elder Wand into his hands. A bubble of magic expanded from the wand, covering Daphne and him. Innervate, Harry muttered. Daphne stirred awake, blinking groggily. Morning, Harry smirked. What's dash? Daphne's eyes shot open. Malfoy. I am going to kill the ferret. Harry winced. Hold up. Harry grabbed her arm as she shot to her feet. Hold up, woman. Let me go, Potter, she growled. Listen to me, Harry barked. You are not going to jeopardize this whole thing by going after your sister and Malfoy. They're adults and can make their own decisions. Malfoy might have potioned her. She whirled around, her eyes blazing. You don't know Malfoy. On the contrary, I do, Harry replied. I know both Malfoy and the effects of a love potion. She wasn't under the thrall of a potion. Daphne, you cannot be sure. She took a step closer. Malfoy is a slimy piece of shit. He is, Harry sighed. But not so much to potion someone into loving him. Look, Astoria is your sister, and I have no right to interfere in a family matter dash. Then don't, Daphne scowled. But I cannot let you storm there to confront them, Harry stressed. Not when we have an ongoing mission. Plus, Rookwood knows about us. About W.A.N.D. Daphne's eyes widened, her mouth moving soundlessly. Seems that got her attention. That is not possible, she exclaimed. Well, it has happened, Harry shrugged. Rookwood even told Not that we would be coming for him. Daphne pursed her lips. What else did we find? No idea. Harry popped the bubble of magic around them. Mr. Singh glanced over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Sure. What's going on? Daphne strode forward. What did I miss? So far, they found nothing. Mr. Singh stroked his beard. Hippogriff is trying to break open a safe they found in the study. Not, meanwhile, is taking a nap in our dungeons. Good. Daphne conjured a chair beside Mr. Singh. How much more time would you need, Hippogriff? Couple of minutes. DeLuca's voice echoed through the speakers. I don't want to blast the thing open just in case it has something important. Upper bedrooms have nothing, Faisal announced over the comms. Wait.
Secret door.
One very heavily warded. My spells are bouncing off it. Hippogriff, coming. Let me open this safe, DeLuca huffed. Do you need us to come? Daphne asked. Nope, we are good, Crystal replied. We do this a lot. So Dash, get your ass here, Felix and Kion, DeLuca said suddenly. We need someone to go through these books and documents. Dear Merlin, look at this. Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance before moving to the flue. Only Merlin knew what had happened. Valkyrie. Mage. DeLuca's voice cut through the office with the sharpness of a dagger. DeLuca, Valkyrie said, her eyes trained on the two boxes at their feet. Their lids were propped open, silvery guns shining within. Rather familiar silvery guns. Harry stood at the side with the rest of the team, his hands clasped behind his back. Sir, respectfully, my team is more capable of dealing with this, Valkyrie said. Let us have this mission. Wait a second, DeLuca huffed. We have contributed more to this thing. We caught Myers, who was the first recorded user of these guns. We got these guns from Knot. All your team has done is try to investigate a theft from Makusa. Something we don't even know is related. All evidence points to it being the same guns, Valkyrie scoffed. Also, we gave you the Rookwud case, and once you handed it, it became ours. DeLuca's nostrils flared. Mage, we have everything we need to continue this case. We have gathered a lot of evidence from the Knot residents. Let us act on it. Both your fighters are new. Valkyrie glanced at Harry and Daphne. They might be good, but they are not good enough. This is a very high-profile case, sir. I do not think we should let rookies handle it. Daphne bristled in indignation next to Harry. Why, you dash. Agents, Mage cut in, his eyes hardening at DeLuca's outburst. Let us not fight like toddlers and arrive at a consensus. We work on the same side at the end of the day. Yes, sir. Valkyrie stood straighter while DeLuca reluctantly nodded. So, Hippogriff. Mage turned to DeLuca. Tell me, how much of importance can this case pan out to be? A level 5 case, sir, DeLuca replied. Or a potential level 6. We will need to investigate further into this. These guns are dangerous, capable of mass slaughter and destruction. In the wrong hands, this would spell disaster. Mage nodded thoughtfully, before looking at Valkyrie. I agree with Hippogriff's assessment here, she said evenly. A level 5. A potential 6. All right, Mage cleared his throat. While Valkyrie is correct that both your fighters are new, Mage's eyes narrowed at Valkyrie as she beamed. It cannot be ignored that your team has done the majority of the investigation connecting to this case. Valkyrie's smile slipped off. Thus, Agent Valkyrie, please hand over the Makusa theft files to Hippogriff, Mage ordered. And Agent Hippogriff, you are to give any other active case over to them. You are to concentrate on this. Valkyrie's eyebrows rose while DeLuca sputtered. Sir, we have 4 active investigations. DeLuca's hands waved around. Rookwud, Draven, the Vila kidnappings from Bulgaria, and the Mandrake Tentacula potion smuggling. All are level 3, Agent, Mage said. In fact, Draven is level 2. You must concentrate all your time and effort on this if you think it is a level 5. This is an order. Harry saw DeLuca's hands curl into fists behind his back. Understood, sir, DeLuca nodded. Valkyrie will get those files. Remember, Hippogriff, you said your team can handle it, Mage said. If you cannot produce results within 2 weeks, this case too will be handed over to Valkyrie, and your team will go under review. Am I understood? Harry saw several people's eyes widen. Sir, why take that risk? Valkyrie chimed in. You should give us this directly. Let them deal with the smaller cases. Hopefully they will solve those before the year is out. Mage frowned at Valkyrie. Agent Valkyrie, I believe that you are now overstepping. Get those files and start working on them. I want at least one of theirs solved by your team by this time next week. You have your orders, Agent. Yes, sir, Valkyrie sighed. We will get to it. Good. Mage turned to Hippogriff. And I want all of this documented by the end of day. Interrogate and prosecute not as required. You have all the departmental resources behind you for this case. This is your chance to prove that your team is still as good as it had been under Cadros. Hippogriff, get to work. Mage turned on his heel, disapparating away. Silence reigned in the team's headquarters as DeLuca stared at the spot Mage had been. Good luck, DeLuca. Valkyrie's lips curled into a smirk. You will need it. Get those files for me, won't you? Get out, DeLuca growled. Gladly, Valkyrie grinned, before gesturing to her team to follow. Once the door closed behind them, DeLuca turned to address his team. I need you all working on this, he growled. All your holidays, including Sundays, are canceled for the next 2 weeks. I don't want to just satisfy Mage. I want this case closed and the bastards behind bars in 2 weeks. Get to work. The team shuffled away, moving toward the boxes of evidence while DeLuca stormed up to his office. "What's gotten into him?" Harry whispered to Natalie as the bang of DeLuca's door rang through the room. "DeLuca, well, it hasn't been our greatest year, Harry." Natalie picked a box. "We lost 2 team members in the short span of 6 months, 1 dead and 1 crippled. Not to mention, we have the least solves when compared to the other teams. We are not doing great. If we solve something like this, it will cover it all up." "It certainly is big enough to cover the past." Faisal dumped a bunch of photographs on the table. "But if we fail, we won't," Mr. Singh cut in harshly. "We have dealt with worse things before. We will do this too. If we fail, we go under review." Natalie bit in. "And Valkyrie will take the team apart." "Well, the other teams will, and Valkyrie will lead them." "What is that supposed to mean?" Harry frowned. "They have their pick of their litter." Crystal banged her head against the wall behind the couch. "They take away team members they want, minus the one whom Mage will choose to rebuild the team. A new team. If you're not chosen, well, it depends on Mage then. You will either be fired or kept in the same team if you're good enough. Mostly half the team ends up getting fired." Faisal rubbed his eyes. "DeLuca will, of course, lose the leadership mantle, but someone like him will be picked up. He is the best with wards. Even Mr. Singh won't have trouble. I mean, he is practically overqualified and everyone loves him. You, Potter, will be picked by Valkyrie for sure because Mage won't make you the leader as you're new. And Valkyrie, being the leader of Team 1, will have the first pick. She might choose one of you," Harry pointed out, and everyone shook their heads. "Pudar, she has had her eye on you since the day you joined," Mr. Singh said. "I believe she had already vetted you as a replacement for Ares. But we beat her to the punch. If we go under review, she is getting you. Then we won't give her the opportunity." Harry glanced at each team member. "Let us start by getting what we have on this. Faisal and Crystal, go over the evidence we got from Knots, especially the guns. Check if it is different from Myers' gun in any way or form. Mr. Singh, DeLuca might have said otherwise, but go through the Makusa files. There is no way it is not related. Natalie, we need you to interrogate Knot." "I need DeLuca to sign off the interrogation order," Natalie grouched. "On it, tell DeLuca to document the wards he encountered," Mr. Singh said. "Run it through the database to see if we can find similar designs." DeLuca took over an hour to break through those. "Those can't be normal wards, right?" Natalie nodded. "Then Daphne and I will piece together all that we have over Myers, Rookwood, and Knot," Harry added. "We will meet here again to discuss what we have in 2 hours. After that, we sleep over it and start fresh tomorrow." "Sounds good." "Brilliant," Daphne nodded. "Let's get going then." A multicolored web sprawled in front of Harry. Moving pictures and notes were struck at intersections, trapped like a bug in a spider's web. Daphne hovered in front of it, her brow furrowed in thought. How are Rookwood and Myers connected? She chewed her lower lip. Myers had the exact same gun like the ones we found in Knott's hidden room. And why would 2 purebloods, one of whose inner circle members, be connected with something this muggle? Myers was a low life at best. Harry's wand trailed over a bright red thread. And German. He hasn't been in or near Britain all his life. He was given money to do what he did. A little over 10,000 galleons. Daphne struck another piece of paper on the web. There is no way Rookwood was the one who paid for it. His accounts are frozen by the British Ministry. And they weren't the richest family to begin with. True, Harry nodded. But Knot could have that kind of money. We need to get his account statements then, Daphne said. Faisal might have got some Gringotts statement letters and evidence. Or we could wait for him to sing. Harry flicked his wand. A silvery stag springing forth from it. The stag galloped through the walls, disappearing in a silvery trail. You got to teach me that spell, Daphne muttered. I cannot get more than mist. You don't really need that spell, Harry shrugged. Not unless you are facing Dementors or Lethifolds. Not a lot of them around, roaming free. Are there? It is still a very tough spell, Daphne said. One most people can't do. Well, those who weren't in your little army, at least. Still sour about that. I see, Harry smirked. You really wanted to learn from me. Or wanted something else. A stinging hex flew from Daphne's wand toward Harry, who danced out of the way. Violent, Harry tittered. Careful, Potter. She pushed her wand up her sleeve. I am still pissed at my sister and the ferret. They will get what's coming for them, but you could suffice for now. Harry raised his hands, a grin curling on his face. I give. You are scarier than Voldemort. Daphne narrowed her eyes but said nothing, turning back to the board. Hey, Daphne, Harry called. What now? She growled. How many people can make something like this gun? Harry picked a photo of the gun, combining Muggle technology and magic. That, too, in bulk. Daphne frowned. There are many. Daphne tilted her head. Enchanting might be a tricky business, but a lot of people are in it. And I do not think these firearms are really technology. They don't use electricity, do they? Not as far as I know, Harry said. Not even Muggle firearms use electricity. According to this, the outer shell is just that, a shell. Daphne pushed a file toward Harry, with runes and enchantments, half of which I did not recognize. So, it is just an enchanted object shaped like a gun? Harry frowned. That seems, well, suspicious. Daphne shrugged. Even if it is technology, there is a whole guild of technomages around the world. It is relatively new, but not really rare. This case will turn into a wild hippogriff chase if we pursue this. Harry hummed, his eyes trailing over the connecting threads of the web. We recovered 12 guns from Nott, right? Harry walked around the table to pick a piece of paper. Guess what? MACUSA confiscated 18 guns from an illegal cargo, all of which were later stolen. You're saying Nott stole the guns? Daphne frowned. Nott has been in Britain for the past 3 months. He last visited Spain 3 months ago. No, I am not saying Nott stole the guns. Harry shook his head. Maybe he dash. Harry paused, a hazy memory surfacing in front of his eyes. Wait, Harry raised his hand. You said he visited Spain. Daphne blinked. Yes, he did. It was a business trip for some potion ingredients. The items were checked both at the Spanish Ministry and the British Ministry. Okay, but what if he didn't go there for the potion ingredients? Harry moved around the table and scribbled furiously on a piece of parchment. Potter, you have to make more sense than that, Daphne sighed. You think he came for the guns? No idea, Harry waved her off. Spain, where Nott visited 3 months ago. Morocco, where Rookwood is believed to be. Morocco and Spain are only separated by the Strait of Gibraltar, Daphne exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. How hard could it be for a wizard to slip through? This means Nott was visiting Rookwood. Yeah, Harry nodded. That's one point. But, Daphne, where are we? WAND headquarters? Daphne frowned. Which is in the northern Atlantic, closest to? Harry prompted. Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Daphne's eyes widened. Bloody buggering hell. Rookwood isn't hiding, Harry theorized. He is keeping an eye on us. But the location of the headquarters is top secret, protected by oaths and enchantments, Daphne pointed out. If our identity as an organization could get leaked, why not the location? Harry pointed out. Our identity as an organization has gotten out. WAND was supposed to be top secret, wasn't it? Not really, a voice said from behind, making Harry and Daphne turn. Valkyrie leaned against the door, twirling a lock of hair between her fingers. Who let you in here? Daphne growled. Valkyrie's gaze shifted from her hair to Daphne. Kid, don't get me wrong, but you're a rookie. Valkyrie told Daphne. You've never seen a level 5 mission, let alone handled one. Potter might have experience in the field, but he never has taken a criminal organization apart, level by level. And those Death Eaters don't count. You had a whole government and the public behind you. Here, you will have nothing but your team. If we don't handle a level 5, we will never get the experience. Agent Valkyrie, Harry said. And believe me, when it comes down to it, we will not fail. And people ask why I want you on my team. A smirk curled on Valkyrie's face. Anyhow, one of my sources gave me a lead on the MACUSA theft we were investigating. I figured you might want it. She produced a roll of parchment from her pocket and placed it on the table. Also, free advice. Valkyrie's eyes trailed over the web of evidence. WAND's identity as an organization is not as under wraps as you think. We are just not in the public eye or somewhere people can officially prove our existence. But that doesn't mean people don't know about it. Do you think we just waltzed into MACUSA to investigate their case? Don't we just say we are from the ICW? Daphne tilted her head. We are from the ICW, Valkyrie tooted. Learn your facts, girl. We are ICW's most elite and even above their little peacekeeping force. We take on scores of cases every year. We have a license to kill and more diplomatic immunity than any minister of magic. Someone is always bound to notice. Not to mention, we have faced people and organizations who knew about WAND in the past. It makes little difference, believe me. That's why no one made a big fuss about it. Harry frowned. DeLuca brushed me off. Even Mage didn't say a word about Rookward knowing about us. It is not common, but every now and then someone will know about us. Know that we are WAND, a spy agency. Valkyrie shrugged. Rookward worked for the British Department of Mysteries. It is plausible that he heard about us. But they never know the details. The details are where the game is. What about our location? Harry raised an eyebrow. Does that count as a detail? There is no way he knows where we are, Valkyrie snorted. Only Mage knows our exact location and can apparate in and out at will. We are not on any map, not even our own. But Rookward is in Morocco, Harry pointed out. Coincidence? Or a connection? Valkyrie frowned. Well, it is your case, she said after a moment. Try not to fail. As much as I would like you on my team, I don't want to do it by dismantling this one. I will win you fair and square. Valkyrie turned on her heel and walked out of the door. I cannot figure her out, Harry sighed. How can she be all hostile one moment and friendly the next? I will never know. Daphne said nothing, quietly unfurling the scroll. Harry, the cargo that Makusa caught, Daphne said. We now know where it was from. Harry's eyes widened. They now had a lead. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. So, the thread begins to unravel and the plot comes to life. A huge thanks to Muggle and Nanu for baiting this chapter. Veritocracy? Not really. Daphne does know it was necessary. Also, no harm as such was done to Astoria. It was just to erase the trail, in a sense. No skill for me. Well, it begins here. The story won't be really long, to be honest. This is something I began to challenge myself, and not a long FIC like RoLP, LowSP, and Gotsis. Thank you all for your reviews. I have also created a Discord server with the help of my two very good friends. I really hope to see you all there, and have fun with you all. There, you can communicate with me, ask me questions regarding my fics, look at the character images, get sneak peeks, give your own theories, and even, wait, why should I tell you everything here? Come over and check it all out yourself. Discord server invite link. Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. I would love it if you guys came to my server and interacted with me there. If you have some of your own theory or wish to see something in this FIC as the journey progresses, you can tell it to me on the Discord server. As of this moment, I have 6 main stories. They are 1. The Rise of the Last Potter. My novel-length Harry Potter FIC, which is already 400k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 2. The Legend of the Son of Poseidon. A novel-length Percy Jackson FIC, which is already 400k plus words long, and it is a work in progress. Updated regularly. 3. Loved Ones Skipping Stones and Ice Cream. A fluffy Hafni one-shot. It is completed, obviously. 4. Secrets. Another romantic one-shot I published recently. Complete as well. 5. Agent Potter. The Wizard of WAND. My Spy. Harry fanfic, which I implore you all to read. 6. Guardian of the Soul. Infinity Saga. My newest FIC. An HP MCU crossover. Novel length. In progress. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner 66. By the Sea. Last time. That's why no one made a big fuss about it. Harry frowned. DeLuca brushed me off. Even Mage didn't say a word about Rookward knowing about us. It is not common, but every now and then someone will know about us. Know that we are WAND, a spy agency. Valkyrie shrugged. Rookward worked for the British Department of Mysteries. It is plausible that he heard about us. But they never know the details. The details are where the game is. What about our location? Harry raised an eyebrow. Does that count as a detail? There is no way he knows where we are, Valkyrie snorted. Only Mage knows our exact location and can apparate in and out at will. We are not on any map, not even our own. But Rookward is in Morocco, Harry pointed out. Coincidence? Or a connection? Valkyrie frowned. Well, it is your case, she said after a moment. Try not to fail. As much as I would like you on my team, I don't want to do it by dismantling this one. I will win you fair and square. Valkyrie turned on her heel and walked out of the door. I cannot figure her out, Harry sighed. How can she be all hostile one moment and friendly the next? I will never know. Daphne said nothing, quietly unfurling the scroll. Harry, the cargo that Makusa caught, Daphne said. We now know where it was from. Harry's eyes widened. They now had a lead. CH-8 by the sea. A strong breeze tugged at his robes, blowing his hair into his face. The salt water stung his skin as he stared down the ships in the distance. White foam rose around the sides of the vessels, dark waves crashing against the wood. There are too many ships, Daphne muttered. It will take ages to find any clues here. She grimaced. If they exist anymore, that is. I don't think the smaller ones should have much. Harry squinted at the ships in the distance. There are 3 big ships, maybe 4. Wait! Daphne fished a monocle from a small purse. Closing one eye, she peered through the other, using her hand to turn a small dial on it. 4, Daphne confirmed. 4 ships. And there are these massive metal boxes being loaded onto the last one by some sort of Muggle machinery. Cranes, probably, Harry hummed. We need to check what's inside those containers. There seem to be thousands of them, though. Daphne handed the monocle to Harry. Even more on the land. Those things should topple the way they're being stacked. Harry pressed the monocle to his eyes and looked in the direction where Daphne was pointing. Those containers should have Muggle things. Harry turned his gaze toward the last ship in the distance. I hope they do, because if those containers are filled with magic guns, we are screwed. This dock is used to transport salt and grains out of here. Daphne narrowed her eyes. Officially, at least. The Muggle police found a crate of guns in one of the containers. And then, the Makusa got involved. What we have is third-hand evidence at best. And since Muggles were involved, there could have easily been more guns, Harry grimaced. Let's at least inspect the ship. A preliminary sweep, as we were told. Try to see if you can get a peek inside those containers. There are thousands of those things. Daphne's eyebrows drew into a deep V. We cannot check every container, right? Harry frowned. Maybe interrogate someone. Or Harry felt unease well up in his stomach. Or, Daphne raised an eyebrow. Legilimency, Harry said. It will be fast and virtually undetectable for the Muggles. And if they resist? Well, bingo. We have our wizard. I know a clemency. Daphne brushed strands of hair out of her face. But only in theory. Clear your mind. Redirect your thoughts. Keep strange urges to think about something out of the ordinary in check. But I have no idea how legilimency even works. I don't even know the theory. Snape's sneering form flashed in front of his eyes. Can anyone on the team do it? Nat Fern might, Daphne said. But I cannot be sure. Ask her, Harry said, and give the report. First, we should check the ship being loaded. And we have to finish checking the ship before it leaves. Daphne nodded and tapped her wand to her watch. A moment later, Harry felt his own watch vibrate. The word Kion flashing on the screen. This is Kion. Daphne pressed a finger against her earpiece. Felix and I have arrived at our location. For big ships and multiple small ones. There are also thousands of containers, both on the ship and the docks. Yes, cargo ships, that's correct. We plan on doing a preliminary search of the ship first, followed by the docks. As Daphne reported, Harry took the opportunity to inspect the ships closely through the monocle. Dozens of men were on and around the last ship as huge containers were lifted from the dock and loaded onto the ship. And the number of containers near the ship seemed far less than the number already loaded. The loading is almost finished, it seems. Harry zoomed in toward the containers on the dock. But nothing seems suspicious here at first glance. Let's hope this one is clean. Harry removed the monocle and turned to Daphne, who was still talking to HQ. No one. Daphne sighed. All right. For now, we will just sweep the ships and the dock. See if we can find anything here. If not, we will need a team of people to search through these. Daphne stomped her foot on the ground, a frustrated yell rumbling in her throat. I am guessing no one knows legilimency on the team? Harry asked. They don't. Daphne blew a strand of hair away. Fern only knows it enough to read emotions and stuff, but she cannot sift through actual thoughts. Niffler said that we could get a couple of people specially for it, if we really need it.
And
Harry raised his eyebrows. Hippogriff told us to wait, Daphne huffed. We have to conduct only a preliminary search anyway. If we discover anything substantial and then require legitimacy, he'll authorize it. In his words, we aren't that desperate yet. That's a bummer. Harry cracked the knuckles in his fingers. Okay, let's split up and sweep the ship first, invisibly. If you have anything, just call me on the comms. I'll do the same, right? Daphne pulled the hood of her cloak up and vanished from sight. Harry breathed in deeply, remembering the feel of his invisibility cloak. The skin above his heart tingled and a cold feeling washed over him. The magic of the Hallows. Harry held up his palm in front of his eyes, but saw nothing. As useful as ever. Good luck, Felix. Daphne's voice sounded to his left. The grains of sand swirled a few feet away from him before falling down back. She operat away. Harry pictured the ship he had seen in the distance and twisted on his spot. The wind howled through his ears as he appeared on the deck of the ship. The ship swayed beneath his feet over the waves of the ocean. Harry stalked forward to a nearby container, avoiding a man who had been walking down the deck. The containers are chained shut. Harry ran his hand on the slightly rusted, fading golden lock. If I open it, someone might come to inspect. Only if I had something like Mad Eye. Harry removed a small round bead from his pocket and pressed it into his ear. Agent Felix to W.A.N.D. He glanced around, pressing his back to the container. Is anyone there? Yes, Felix. Mr. Singh's voice blared into his ear. What's happening? Softly, Harry winced. I need something to see through containers and walls. Something like Mad Eye Moody's magical eye. Things like that need special permission, he replied. But we do have special equipment for that purpose. Give me 10. Wait, Kion is calling again. A beep rang through his ear, giving way to the sounds of the turf crashing in the distance. Harry watched an orange container being lowered onto the ship and placed on top of another. A pair of men secured the box and the crane's arm went back. Felix. Mr. Singh's voice rang through his ear. Leave the containers for now and scour the ships and port for any other clues for now. This is just a preliminary search. If we get anything, an alpha sweep will be arranged with a lot more people and special equipment. Right? Harry sighed. We will look for clues. Good luck, Potter, Mr. Singh said. And remember, this is a scouting mission, so don't engage unless necessary. All right. Harry pushed his wand back into his sleeve. Tell me if there are any updates there. Leave it on the watch. I will. A beep sounded in his ear. Harry glanced around before stalking forward, toward the place where containers were being loaded. Let's see what's happening. Harry slipped amongst the workers. And if there are wizards here? Harry watched as the crane groaned, lowering another box onto the ship. Is that the last one, Chuck? A gruff voice sounded to Harry's right. I think so, a younger voice replied. I'll still check. The boy, barely looking of age, leaped off the ship and disappeared amongst the containers on the dock. The man to Harry's right huffed, cursing under his breath. Harry glanced at the huge stack of containers tied down on the ship. There has to be thousands of these containers here. Harry pushed his wand into his palm. Harry quietly waved his wand toward the containers and white vapors drifted from his wand, forming vapory numbers. 12,000 containers. Harry fanned away the vapors. Checking these will take a lifetime. Harry glanced toward the dock. The boy who had gone to check on the boxes was walking back toward the ship, his gaze straight ahead toward the sea. Oi, Chuck! The man next to Harry yelled. Any more boxes? The boy slowly turned to face them. His eyes were blank, staring into nothingness. One more box. It is that way. The boy's hand slowly rose to point at the docks where the containers were. A single container, blue in color, lay near the crane. Harry felt a weight drop in his stomach. There was nothing there a moment ago. He looked back at the boy who was still pointing at the container, his eyes staring blankly. Imperious curse. Shit. Daphne. Harry pressed his earpiece into his ear. Kion. Kion. Yeah, I am here, Daphne replied a moment later. What's happening? A person is under the Imperious, Harry breathed, and a new container is being loaded in. Our target is on the docks. Go and try to find them, Daphne replied. I will set up the anti-apparition bubble around here. We need whoever it is for. Interrogation. Let's move. Harry twisted on his spot, appearing on the docks, next to the container that a few men were tying to the crane. His wand slipped into his hand. Where are you? Harry slowly moved around the area, looking for a shimmer of a disillusionment charm. Maybe they are under an invisibility cloak. I should look for footprints. The container next to him creaked, rising up in the air. We can't let the container get away either. The container rose to the height of his waist. But this person is more important. Harry moved his wand in a circle, and a small red HUD appeared on the side of the box. A moment later, his wand vibrated, spinning in the direction of the box. Now it is tagged. A smirk tugged at Harry's lips. We will find it as long as it doesn't go too far. Harry turned back to look around the place. Where are you? Show yourself. Harry spun his wand in his hand before pausing. I have to wait for the anti-apparition bubble to come up before I do a revealing charm, or they'll run. Kion, Harry murmured. How long for the anti-apparition bubble? Just a minute, Daphne replied. I have set up the 4 stones around the place. I am charging them up. Harry looked at the container, which had already risen in the air, halfway toward the ship. Let's hope this person sticks around till the container is lowered on the ship. Harry kept his eyes on the ground, looking for footprints, and Daphne hurries up. Harry felt the hair on his arms prickle. The wards are up. Daphne's voice rang in his ear, and Harry spun his wand between his fingers. A blue shimmer spread from his wand, covering the muggles on the dock, highlighting their outlines in a brilliant blue color. Bob, you're glowing, a nearby man exclaimed. In the distance, Harry saw the silhouette of an invisible figure appear. There. Harry rushed forward toward the figure, who twisted around futilely on the spot. I need to catch them before the shimmer fades. A stunner arced from his wand toward the blue outline, but the figure dove out of the way. As the person rolled on the ground, the space within the blue outline rippled. Colors swirled, bathed in the blue shimmer of Harry's detection spell. That was a hell of a disillusionment charm. Harry held his spells as the features of the person became clear. Long, brunette hair fluttered in the wind behind a dark, brown mask covering half of her face. The other half that showed bore a nasty scar from her cheek to her jaw. Her dark eyes scanned her surroundings, slipping past Harry. Come out, she croaked in a pained, rough voice. Fight me fairly and lose the advantage I have? Harry aimed his wand at the woman. I think not. A crimson beam of magic hurled from Harry's wand as the woman turned to look to her right. She spun around, batting the spell away with the tip of her wand. The wand glowed in a brilliant shade of orange, and a trio of fiery beams curved toward Harry. A silver veil rose from Harry's wand, swallowing the woman's spell. The woman's face twisted into a grin, her wand spinning into action. 2 purple curses hammered into the silver shield, making it shimmer. She is well trained. Harry poured magic into the shield, strengthening it. Likely an Auror or a Hit Witch. Another curse hammered into the shield and fire flared around it. She doesn't know where I am. Harry observed the woman as the grin slid off her face. She is judging my position due to the shield. A jagged beam of yellow light slammed into the silver veil with a gong, making it tremble. Harry took a deep breath, pouring magic through the Elder Wand. The silver shield turned nearly opaque, the woman's form barely visible through the silvery surface. A curse from the woman ricocheted off Harry's shield while he slipped out from behind. Taking swift steps, he moved round the woman and took aim at her back. Come out, the woman croaked, firing another curse at the now shimmering silver shield. The curse burst against the silver shimmer, making it tremble. The woman growled and fired a purple-yellow beam at it. The curse blasted into the shield, shattering it like fragments of a mirror. The next spell soared through the broken silver fragments, into the horizon, over the waves of the sea. Let's see how you defend against this. Harry's lips twisted into a smile as another curse soared harmlessly into the water. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. The woman dove to the ground, the spells missing her back by a hair's breadth. How did she do that? Harry twisted his wand, shooting a pair of stunners at the woman. She rolled onto her back, avoiding the stunners, and jabbed her wand toward the ground. A wall of dirt rose, and Harry's next spells sparked harmlessly against it. A moment later, the wall broke into pieces of mud, each piece shaping into a spike. The dirt on the spikes darkened, taking a bright gray color, glinting in the light of the setting sun. Shit! Harry flicked his wand, erecting a bright purple shield as the steel spikes shot toward him. The spikes crumbled against the purple shield, turning back to dirt. Before he could do anything more, a jagged yellow beam shattered the shield with a ringing bang. Cieli Ver, the woman croaked. Her wand spun between her fingers in a familiar motion, a blue shimmer washing around the dock. The shimmer passed under Harry's feet, not doing anything. The woman looked around wildly, her wand growing an angry shade of red. No detection spell is going to find me under this cloak. Harry aimed his wand toward her feet. But now, you go down. Harry twisted his wand, and the ground under the woman's feet turned to chains, wrapping around her legs. She stumbled, falling to the ground face first. As more chains sprung from the ground, she twisted around to get on her back. With a wave of her wand, 3 chains burst into dust, while 2 wrapped firmly around her torso. Harry growled, pouring more magic into the ground, and more chains began to form, replacing the ones the woman had destroyed. She is too good. Harry shot a stunner at her, but the woman moved her hips to the side, avoiding the stunner while blasting the chain around her ankles to dust. And such precision and quick thinking doesn't come from training. It comes from experience. More chains leaped from the ground, only to vanish into nothingness. Another spell blasted the chains around her torso to dust, as a pair wrapped around her legs and neck. Harry tugged on the chain around her neck with magic before shooting a barrage of spells at the woman. In response, she ripped the chain around her neck and transfigured it into a round metal shield. Harry's spells burst into sparks against it, leaving black pockmarks. The shield turned, its metal edge gleaming against the light of the setting sun. Harry threw himself to the ground, and the shield embedded itself in a container behind him, sending the container skidding. Harry rolled to his feet. A yellow spell sliced through the air a few feet away, ripping another gash in the steel of the container. "Come out," the woman croaked, slowly getting to her feet. Mud clung to her hair and robes as she held her wand aloft. Harry shot a silent bodybind hex toward her, the spell moving. Invisibly, the woman swatted it away, returning fire with a blasting curse that Harry narrowly avoided. "Age and T of wand," she croaked. "I know it is you. I need to do something." Harry observed the woman as her eyes kept moving around the field. Attacking her from behind doesn't work, nor can I break out the more dangerous spells because I need to capture her alive. The woman narrowed her eyes and a slight golden fog billowed out of her wand, spreading around. "It's useless. No detection spell will ever work on my cloak." The woman's black eyes glinted as her lips twisted into a grin. "Got you," she croaked, her wand swishing as she shot an acidic green curse several meters to Harry's right. A shield sprung up and the curse sizzled on its edges, dissolving the shield into acidic vapors. "Daphne," Harry felt dread well up in his chest. "She's here, and she can be detected unlike me." A trio of crimson beams soared toward the woman from behind the container, but she swatted them away. Direct spells are not going to work. Harry moved a few steps to his left, away from Daphne. And Daphne won't hold out against her for long. But we could overwhelm her together. Spells curved from the woman's wand toward Daphne's position, only for them to crash against a bronze shield. An attack from 2 sides ought to do the trick. Harry twirled his wand. A flock of birds shot toward the woman, razor-sharp beaks glinting. Abruptly halting her barrage of spells, the woman turned her wand to the flock of birds. A burst of fire burnt the birds, their ashes falling to the ground just as a pale yellow spell struck her in the chest. The woman flew back several feet, rolling in the dirt. A pained expression crossed on her face. "Now," Harry whispered, his wand turning a crimson blur. Stunners and disarmers arced toward the woman and Daphne followed his suit. The woman's eyes widened, and she jabbed her wand upward. A bright golden dome formed around her and Harry and Daphne's spells burst against it in a shower of crimson gold sparks. "That's the mage shield." Harry watched the woman wave her wand over her chest. "Who the hell is this woman?" "Break the shield." Daphne's voice rang through his ear as a purple curse slammed into it, only to be reduced to a shower of purple sparks. Harry pointed his wand at the golden dome, pulling on his magic. The Elder Wand thrummed in his hand, its tip glowing a faint blue. Fulmini's Maxima. A brilliant flash of light cracked across the field, hammering into the woman's shield. Blue tendrils of electricity arced their way across the golden dome. The shield shimmered, looking like a faint reflection of the golden sunset behind them as the lightning stopped. Harry swayed on his feet, ozone stinging his nose while blue spots danced in his vision. The woman glared at them from behind the shield and raised her wand to the sky. Angry orange-red flames burst out of her wand, ripping through the remains of her shield. The flames coalesced and writhed, forming a giant serpent above the woman's head. Harry felt his heart drop into his stomach. Shit, that's fiend fire. The serpent lunged in Daphne's direction, only for multiple containers to fly in front of her. Run, Kion! Harry coughed as the woman scrambled to her feet. The fangs of the serpent bit into the wall of containers, melting through the metal like a hot knife through butter. We need to put that fire out. Daphne shrieked through the comms. The fiery serpent swallowed another container, reducing the metal to vapor. Harry turned to the woman, firing a blasting curse at her face. She twisted away, a smirk curling on her face. She ran toward the water, waving her wand over her shoulder. The serpent turned in Harry's direction, its body slithering against the metal containers. She is escaping in the water, Harry yelled, funneling magic through his wand. The body of the fiery serpent melted through another container, its body growing with the moment. I can't die here. Harry fueled his intent through his wand. I want to put out those flames. The woman stopped dead in her tracks, backing away from the sea as the water churned. That's it. Harry felt the water come under his control. The serpent neared, the heat of the fiend fire searing over Harry's hands and face. With a yell, Harry yanked his wand. Hundreds of gallons of water rose from the sea, shooting forward. The woman slashed her wand, the water curving around her, rising to meet the fiend fire. Harry waved his wand like a lasso, keeping his grip on the water as it swirled and met the cursed flames. Steam burst, curling into humongous white spirals. The air grew heavy with humidity turning hazy with steam. The serpent screeched, keeping its head away from the water. Steam billowed out of its body as the serpent thrashed against the water. Harry let out a grunt, wrestling the flames. The water rose to his command and enveloped the serpent's head. A moment later, the ball of water burst into steam, the fire nowhere to be seen. Harry swayed on his feet, his hand dropping to his side. His muscles ached and bile clawed its way up his chest. Felix! Potter! Potter! Daphne's voice rang through his head. Respond, damn it. Here, Harry let out a ragged cough. The target. I can't see the target. She escaped into the water, I think, Daphne said. The anti-apparition bubble didn't extend to the sea, and she knew it. Where the hell are you? Harry let his invisibility go as he fell to his knees. Found you. Daphne ran toward him, her face red and glistening with sweat. Are you all right? Fine, Harry breathed. Just a bit dash. Harry waved his fingers in circles next to his head. It was probably the heat, right? Daphne sat on the ground next to him. The team is on their way here along with an Obliviator squad. We can confiscate the container for starters. See what's in it. Harry looked up to see the ship still at the dock, the container hanging in midair, suspended from the crane. Taking a deep breath, Harry shook his head. Any idea who she was? The woman? None. Daphne winced, clutching her left forearm. Are you injured? Harry asked. Bonebreaker, Daphne muttered. She was too good. I was playing defense, and she still got through. Hitting her with the bludgeoner felt good. Harry gave her a nod as pops rang out in the distance, and a bunch of figures appeared. The team's here. Harry squinted through the fog, making out the form of Mr. Singh's blood-red turban in the distance. Red sparks burst from Harry's wand, shining in the air above him. Fern. Kion's injured. A cool breeze blew through the area, clearing away the fog. Natalie hurried toward them, a kit already in her hands. She paused for a moment to look at the melted wall of containers before continuing toward them. Who unleashed fiend fire here? She muttered, running her wand against Daphne's arm. It was a witch. We don't know who she was. Harry replied while Daphne let out a shriek, her bone popping back in place. Felix, what happened? DeLuca asked, arriving with the rest of the team. Crystal knelt next to Daphne while Mr. Singh patted Harry's arm. A lot. Harry raised his hand to point at the container. First, we should secure that container hanging on the crane and deal with the muggles. Niffler and Crystal. DeLuca snapped his fingers. The container first. Go, go. Faisal gave them a nod, and the two of them walked away swiftly toward the crane. Sure, The Obliviator squad is arriving in 2 minutes. DeLuca checked his watch. And if a local aura force comes, keep them away. This is an exclusive W.A.N.D. investigation site now. No one goes in or out without my permission. I will make sure of it. Mr. Singh drew himself up. Take care, you two. As Mr. Singh walked away, DeLuca turned to Harry. Felix, take Kion with you to the headquarters. DeLuca glanced over at Daphne. Medbay first, and then to my office where I need you both to give the memories of what happened here along with a detailed report. This might be bigger than we thought. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. So, I know you're wondering who the hell is this woman? A witch skilled enough to hold her own against someone like Harry and Daphne? Someone who can sense spells coming from behind and even fight a completely invisible opponent. Well, all I can say is stay tuned. A huge thanks to Muggle, Nanu, and Enigma for baiting this chapter. Mark Andrew. I wasn't planning that, but that's a great idea. Maybe somewhere in the sequel I would do it. I am honestly tempted to follow this idea and would have, had I not already paved the path ahead for the FIC in my mind. Nebular screen. Honestly, I am a person who adores cliffhangers. I like leaving my chapters at a high. How Mad Howie. I honestly love the Kingsman series. It is one of my absolute favorite spy movies. Though, this isn't a spin-off to it by any measure. Yes, I included several callouts to the movie alongside several others in the first few chapters as a gig, but that's about it. Prince Susanu. Valkyrie is much older than Harry is. She is more of his mother's age, give or take a few years. And Harry has a little connection to her. Thank you for your reviews, and especially naming yourself even as guests. I appreciate it. Please try out my other stories. They're all on my profile, and I hope you all will enjoy those too. If you're exclusively into Harry Potter, I strongly recommend Agent Potter, Wizard of W.A.N.D. It is my spy, Harry FIC. I have also created a Discord server with the help of my two very good friends. I really hope to see you all there and have fun with you all. There, you can communicate with me, ask me questions regarding my fics, look at the character images, get sneak peeks, give your own theories, and even, wait, why should I tell you everything here? Come over and check it all out yourself. Discord server invite link. Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces, please. I would love it if you guys came to my server and interacted with me there. If you have some of your own theory or wish to see something in this FIC as the journey progresses, you can tell it to me on the Discord server. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner66. Team up. Last time, Crystal knelt next to Daphne while Mr. Singh patted Harry's arm. A lot. Harry raised his hand to point at the container. First, we should secure that container hanging on the crane and deal with the Muggles. Niffler and Crystal. DeLuca snapped his fingers. The container first. Go, go. Faisal gave them a nod, and the two of them walked away swiftly toward the crane. Sure, the Obliviator squad is arriving in 2 minutes. DeLuca checked his watch. And if a local aura force comes, keep them away. This is an exclusive W.A.N.D. investigation site now. No one goes in or out without my permission. I will make sure of it. Mr. Singh drew himself up. Take care, you two. As Mr. Singh walked away, DeLuca turned to Harry. Felix, take Kion with you to the HQ. DeLuca glanced over at Daphne. Medbay first, and then to my office where I need you both to give the memories of what happened here along with a detailed report. This might be bigger than we thought. CH9 team up. The dark blue ink contrasted sharply against the white tip of the quill that sunk into it. Are you done? Daphne's voice cut through the silence of the office. Almost. Harry's quill scratched against the parchment. I am more worried that the rest of the team isn't here yet. It's been almost 2 hours. It is not every day someone unleashes one of the most dangerous spells known to wizard-kind, Potter. Daphne's eyes darkened. Nor is it every day that we face someone of high enough caliber to keep up a mage shield before unleashing the said spell. Fiend fire. Harry dipped his quill into the ink pot. I remember when Crabbe tried to kill me and my friends with it. Daphne's head snapped up. Crabbe? As in Dash. Your classmate, yes. Harry continued to write. He died from his own spell, while we barely saved Malfoy and Goyle. The idiot must have lost control of the fire. Daphne blew her hair out of her face. He had no business casting the spell in the first place. Fiendfire is devilishly hard to control. Out of Crab's League of Magic, whoever this woman was, she was bloody good. Harry scratched his jaw. She knew her spells. And she could sense spells too. Magic sensitivity, Daphne nodded. It is a rare talent to have, and even tougher to learn. Dumbledore could do it, Harry said. He could discern wards, even tell what they needed in order to be bypassed. That's Dumbledore, Daphne snorted. Of course, he could do it. Heck, DeLuca can do it. So could Cadros. And I suspect that even Natalie can do it to a certain extent. Harry hummed. It isn't as special as it seems then. His eyes ran over his report. If 2 people out of a team of 7 can do it, many more could. Talent aside, she was highly trained, Harry said. And she had been in battles before. Not duels. Battles. We can get a list of hit witches and Aurors, both retired and in service. Daphne blew on her parchment. We might get some clues. We could put in that request, yes, Harry signed his name. But honestly, she could be anyone. Bellatrix Lestrange was never an Auror or a hit witch. But she was the most feared witch in the whole of Britain. Daphne's jaw twitched. You're not wrong. A better lead might be checking out hospital records. Harry put his quill away. Burns are easy to heal with magic unless they are caused by something notorious. How many people could there be with their faces burn off permanently and their voices damaged? That's a good idea. Daphne summoned a file to her and plucked a requisition form out of it. Fill this out. Daphne placed the form next to Harry's freshly written report. Why me? Harry pushed it back with his finger. You do it. It was your idea, Potter. The corner of Daphne's lips twitched. Don't be a baby. Gryffindors charge ahead, don't they? Not toward paperwork. Harry stood from his seat. Dibs on not doing it. I already said that you're doing it. Daphne thrust the form back. And it was your idea. You brought the form. Harry backed away from the table. And dash. Sharp pops rang out outside the door and Harry turned, drawing his wand. Relax, Potter. Daphne stepped round the table, leaving the requisition form next to Harry's report. It is probably the team. There were more than 5 pops of apparition. Harry said as the door slid open. Mr. Singh entered, followed by half a dozen men who had various containers and objects levitating behind them. Don't mess with this, he said briskly, levitating a trunk into the center of the room. Harry and Daphne watched as a score of things, ranging from a sack of galleons to weird potted plants, and a set of potion flasks were brought into the room and stacked neatly around the trunk. This is all that was confiscated? Harry blinked just as the last of the material was placed and the men left. This is not the worst of it. Mr. Singh spat. In the container, there were 9 Veelas in a cage. 9. Bound, gagged, and drugged. Harry winced sharply. Wait, the Veelas who were kidnapped from Bulgaria? Daphne blurted. The looks do match, Mr. Singh said. But we need to wait for confirmation. Oh, and of course, those potions you see? They are Mandrake Tentacula Draughts. Oh, Valkyrie's gonna be pissed. Harry said. That's 2 of our old cases. Bulgaria's Veela kidnappings and the potion smuggling. Fate is favoring us, it seems. DeLuca walked into the room, looking tired. Maybe not a lot, but it is at least when it comes to pulling one. Over Valkyrie. DeLuca snapped his fingers. Kion, Felix, in my office. Now, bring your reports with you. Daphne sprang into action, Harry following a step behind as they picked up their reports and hurried up the stairs after DeLuca. All right, reports and memories. DeLuca walked around his table and tapped his desk with his fingers. And have a seat. Harry and Daphne pushed their reports and memory vials across the desk. With a tap of DeLuca's wand, multiple copies of them formed. All right, I need you to photograph any evidence from your memories. DeLuca picked up Daphne's report and glanced over it. Use the pensieve in the conference room. The doc's photographs and the confiscated items catalog will be arriving soon. He switched to Harry's report, his eyes running down its length. Be ready to face some scorn, though. He put the reports down. We have probably taken at least 4 cases out of other teams' noses, even if 2 of them were our old cases given to Valkyrie. Sir, pardon me, but doesn't this seem a little? Daphne's forehead creased. Overly connected? I mean, what are the odds? 3 out of our 4 active cases turned out to be connected, not counting the Myers mission. It does seem fishy, Harry nodded. Maybe dash. I can connect the dots too. Thank you. DeLuca cracked his neck. There's a chance that this is a level 6 case now. Someone is pulling the strings behind this. Smuggling, kidnapping, currency forgery, and if Myers was acting on orders, terrorism. DeLuca's fingers curled into a fist. Organized international crime in the wizarding world is rare. To this level, it raises flags. Mage will be calling all of us shortly. And before that happens, I need everything properly documented. Get to work. All right, what have we got? Natalie leaned over the conference room table. And where the Faisal Research and Development Department? Crystal replied. The guns we confiscated were dismantled and analyzed. He has gone down to get the report and briefing, right? Natalie tossed her ponytail over her shoulder. What do we have on the woman? Nothing on the woman herself. Crystal looked at Harry and Mr. Singh, who shook their heads. But that mask of hers was an Egyptian illusion half mask. It changes the features of the person, but it is not limited to the face like our necklaces. It can change hair color, eye color, voice, and skin color too. Everything except their height and core body structure. Then that means these photos are useless as shit? Natalie crumpled a photo of the woman and threw it into a bin. You could say that. For all we know, the burn could have never been there. Crystal said. But the mask might not have hidden it if it were. So, we can still be on that track, Mr. Singh said. We've put in the requisition for the hospital records, but that would take time even with our authority behind it. Time we might not have. Though finding this woman might get us nothing, Natalie said. She won't be in command with that voice of hers, even if her wand can do all the speaking. For all we know, she could be a wand for hire. A wand for hire wouldn't be delivering a package, Harry said. And a package deliverer won't be someone who could fight like that. It was brutal. Natalie massaged her neck. That shield of yours would have had some power to take the battering she gave it. And she dodged spells while fighting the chains. I'm also interested in how her detection spell didn't work on you. Crystal looked at Harry. She cast 2 different charms, yet none worked. It's a family secret, I am afraid. Harry gave her a smile. I cannot tell you. You British families, Natalie sorted. Family secrets. Nowhere else in the world do they have that. India does, Mr. Singh said. They're more of a community secret, but it is close enough considering how small some communities are now. Natalie rolled her eyes. Yeah. Go dash. A knock rang on the door, cutting her off. The door slid open and Faisal came in with a gun in his hands, clenched together with a thick file. Hey! His eyes ran around the room. You all got something? Not much, Natalie said. What's with the gun? I got something maybe. Faisal placed the gun and the file on the table. There are several enchantments on the gun. Whoever made it considered a lot of possibilities. Like, you cannot summon the gun or any of its parts. Each part had an anti-summoning charm weaved on it. It also had an anti-disarming enchantment, so you cannot just rip the gun out of the user's hand, Harry said. Clever. Yes, that's one thing, Faisal nodded, picking the gun up. But get this. This gun has a special crystal in it. The Trivian Pearl. Oh, damn. Crystal pulled the inn out. They have deep pockets. Even a small piece costs nearly 100 galleons. I am sorry. What is the Trivian Pearl? Harry waved his hand. It is a crystal that can hold a very negligible amount of magic, but amplify the hell out of anything that passes through, Crystal said. They were in high demand when staves were more commonly used. The thing with crystals is that they can either store a lot of magic or amplify it. This is one of the best crystals where amplification is concerned. Yes, Faisal said. And get this. This gun uses a very sophisticated metaphysical augmentation mechanism. The spell you put in first undergoes a process of magical amplification with the Trivian Pearl. Then a runic array deconstructs the magical essence and then expels it in rapid sequential discharges. Tone it down, kid, Natalie scowled. Easy with the words. Think of it like you're firing an overpowered blasting curse. Faisal sighed. Now, instead of letting it hit in one go, I divide its power into 3 normal blasting curses and then shoot. That's what the gun does. It overpowers your spell, and then it splits it into pieces and shoots it one after the other. That's interesting. Harry frowned. And what lead did we get from this? The Trivian Pearl, of course, Crystal said. There are very few places where it is mined. It is not something you can buy in bulk easily. Not unless you're a licensed staff maker. There's the black market, Mr. Singh pointed out. Someone could have bought it there. Yeah, but these things would be ridiculously overpriced there, Faisal frowned. Bulk buying could be a problem. But if you own a mine, it is rather easy. You can go under the ministry's nose, and you don't have to worry about the price. No can do. Natalie drew an X in the air with her finger. Trivian Pearl is mined in and around the Aegean Sea and the Black Sea. Most of those mines are owned by wealthy people and only a few by the government. So a huge part of its production is private. Yes, but we can get a list of those who own these mines. See if some names come up. Faisal shrugged. Whoever is behind this would have access to an enchanter and a runic master if not a team of them. So they're rich. Smuggling aside Uine son of a whore, De Luca. A loud voice rattled the walls of the conference room. Come out, you asshole. Looks like Valkyrie got wind of the fact that we just got leads on 2 of her cases, Natalie grinned. I am gonna go and rub it. Natalie. Mr. Singh gave her a piercing look. No, Natalie, yes. Natalie skipped toward the door, only for Mr. Singh to block her way. Sit. Mr. Singh glowered at Natalie. You are not going out of this room. But let's not make this worse than it already is, Agent Fern. Mr. Singh's eyes hardened. Back. Natalie cursed under her breath as she turned and returned to her seat. Good girl. Natalie shot him a rude gesture in response. 10 galleons say that Valkyrie's gonna go running to Mage. Crystal hummed. Sucker's bet, Faisal replied. I'd say he was on his way. Probably, Crystal said. Children, Mr. Singh glared at them. Get back to work now. This is an official level 6 now, Mage. Valkyrie slammed her hands on the table. An international criminal organization of some sort. De Luca and his team at once found leads for a total of 6 active cases and 2 dormant ones spread between 5 teams of our teams. The room was filled with several people. Mage's desk was surrounded by the 5 team leaders and their second-in-commands. Harry, Daphne, Mr. Singh, Faisal, and Crystal stood to one side of the room, watching them silently. I recognize that, Agent Valkyrie, Mage replied, calmly looking over a file. Perhaps it will be better if we let Agent Hippogriff brief us. Sir, as I had informed you, we solved the Myers case and confiscated the magical firearm he had with him. De Luca stepped forward. A few days later, while we were pursuing a lead in the Rookwood case which I gifted them, Valkyrie cut in. We raided the residence of Thetius, not where we found a cache of the same weapons hidden behind a secret door. De Luca continued, ignoring Valkyrie. At the same time, Agent Valkyrie and her team were investigating a case where Makusa had found the same type of magical firearms that were later stolen. When the conflict of jurisdiction over the case arose, you, sir, handed us the whole case while giving our old ones to Agent Valkyrie's team, and having the firearm case stamped as a level 5, barely 2 days ago. Mage nodded. I told you to produce results in 2 weeks, and we did, sir. De Luca nodded. Yesterday evening, Agent Felix and Agent Kion checked out a lead from the Makusa theft. They went to the docks from where the firearms were brought onto the shores of America. There, they found a witch, a rather powerful, trained witch who had put a couple of muggles under the Imperius in order to load a container. De Luca took a deep breath. My agents confronted the witch and a duel broke out where the witch unleashed fiend fire to escape. De Luca looked at Valkyrie. But in doing so, she left the container there, which my team took, into custody immediately. In the container, we found a total of 36 magical firearms alongside contraband and the Vila. It is what led to this shit show. Mage put his file down and leaned back in the chair. Well, what shall we do now? Though, I must admit, Agent Hippogriff, that your team has done exemplary work. They even contained the fiend fire without the loss of life. Thank you, sir.
De Luca stood strate.
That being said, this is a level 6 case now, Mage continued. It spans over a total of 9 cases if we include your own. I hope that you recognize the fact that it is too big for your team to handle alone. Agent Hippogriff, I understand, sir, De Luca said. It is a whole criminal organization that has some capable combatants amongst its ranks and probably a good amount of funding. With it being a level 6 case then, we must follow the protocols. Mage stood up from his seat. Since Agent Valkyrie has been related to this case from the beginning, She and her team will be joining you for this case. I will take the lead on this case right away, Mage. Valkyrie beamed. Agent Valkyrie, I am afraid that your team is the one being added to this mission. Mage cut her off. Agent Hippogriff will have the lead on this. You will be his second in command. Silence reigned through the room as Valkyrie sputtered. Sir, respectfully, I am more experienced than Agent Hippogriff. Valkyrie said. I have led a team 4 - Agent Valkyrie, my say is final. Mage gave her a sharp look. This is Agent Hippogriff's case. He will be in charge. Hand all your active case files to me, Agent Valkyrie. They will be distributed amongst Agents Mandrake, Unicorn, and Peanut Butter as you've taken on their active cases. Harry blinked at the last name while the team leaders and their second-in-commands nodded. I hope I will not have problems between the teams. Dismissed. Mage said. DeLuca and team, wait. The other team leaders filtered out, shooting looks at DeLuca and Natalie, who kept looking at Mage's desk. Once the door closed, Mage gestured for the rest of the team to come forward. Team 7. Mage sat on his chair. 9 bloody cases in one go. Congratulations. DeLuca gave him a weak smile. Now, I know there might be problems with Agent Valkyrie. Mage's gaze flitted to Natalie. I would like for you all to behave civilly. Remember that we are on the same side. Do not antagonize her or her team, and she will keep to herself. Agent Valkyrie is one of the best to have ever graced these halls, even if she tends to be a little difficult. I will keep my team in check, Mage, DeLuca nodded. Especially Fern. I do not want any trouble from either of the teams. Am I understood? Yes, sir. DeLuca nodded. Brilliant. Take some rest and begin your work after a few hours alongside Valkyrie's team. Mage declared. I know you fellas have been up all night. All of W.A.N.D.'s resources remain at your disposal. Keep me updated on the case. Dismissed. This is going to be a nightmare, Natalie declared. Working with Garrow. She's an insufferable bitch. Why did Mage have to pair her with us? Because we took 3 of her cases, one which was originally hers, DeLuca said. And she has been related to this case from the beginning. We both know that would hardly matter. Natalie scowled. Yes, she was related to this case, but come on. Anyone can pick up on a case if it has been properly documented. I think Mage is somehow punishing Valkyrie, Harry said. You know how he chose us over her when she fought for this case? And now, he made DeLuca the team leader over her. No offense? Not so much punishing as preparing, I'd say. DeLuca waved him off. Mage is slowly preparing her to be his successor. He has a good few years left as the head of W.A.N.D., but he's not getting any younger. No one can deny that Valkyrie is a terrific leader. But well, she can be stubborn and has her flaws. She is an insufferable bitch, Natalie repeated. So, the next head of Wand will be Valkyrie? Daphne asked. Unless she dies, or does something that doesn't bode well with W.A.N.D., Mr. Singh said. If that happens, it is probably Peanut Butter who would get the mantle. I have a better question, Harry said. Who in their right minds would name themselves Peanut Butter? Their whole team is named after food. Daphne snorted. His second-in-command is Agent Marmalade. And wait till you meet Team Chocolate. Faisal snorted. Oh, they hand out chocolate whenever they meet an agent from outside their team. Crystal grinned. They would have been a fun team to pair up with. That would have been wonderful, Mr. Singh nodded. I quite like chocolates. Well, we have to face it, DeLuca said. We're stuck with Valkyrie. You all must follow Mage's instructions and not antagonize her or her team. Especially you, Natalie. Why does everyone keep dash? We don't even need to get into history here, Mr. Singh pointed out. You were about to go and purposefully rub it in her face that we took back our cases. That counts as antagonizing. Natalie pursed her lips and stormed away to her quarters, slamming the door behind her. I will keep her in check. Crystal looked at Natalie's closed door. But yeah, don't get into squabbles with them. If anyone in her team is giving you trouble, go straight to DeLuca, or suck it up and deal with it, DeLuca snorted. You're adults. Don't come whining to me, and don't challenge Valkyrie to duels. Is it bad that I actually want to see her in action now? Harry frowned. I mean, oh, she's terrific, DeLuca said. Best fighter I have ever seen in my life, and I have worked under Cadros. Valkyrie is a sight to see in a battle. The opponent, Not so much at times. Harry winced. She's a brutal fighter, I take it. In her words, the only good enemy is a dead enemy. Faisal made quotes with his fingers. At times, I do tend to agree with her. What about the rest of her team? Harry asked. We all always talk about Valkyrie, but never her team. Good ol' Ares is fun. He is the other combat specialist on the team. DeLuca hummed. Apollo and Horus are their analysts. There's Loki, their warding specialist, and Diana, their creatures specialist. So all names are based on mythology. Harry raised his eyebrows. Does everyone except us have a theme? Well, our team never really followed the codename stuff that some other teams do. Mr. Singh said, maybe we should get a theme. Daphne said, we could name ourselves after desserts. I could be Agent Ice Cream. That would be 3 teams named after food. Harry's forehead creased. But if we are doing it, I will be Agent Treacle Tart. We are not renaming ourselves. DeLuca coughed. Now, go to your rooms and get some good sleep. In a few hours from now, we will start working the case further. And for better or worse, we will be teaming up with Valkyrie. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. Next, we will see Valkyrie's team teaming up with Harry's team and work to close this case once and for all. We are in the endgame now. A huge thank you to Muggle, Nanu, and Anax for baiting this chapter. Dezrex and deal with ITT. I am unsure why it shows up as updated. I merely deleted the announcement chapter so I could post the new chapter today. How mad Howie. It is something for the media and local government to handle than an institution like Wand. With magic, honestly, the Obliviator squad just wiped their memories and made them chalk it up to an explosion or something. Daphne Potter Kimby. Yeah, a few months back I just lost my muse for this FIC. Why? But no, I will never abandon a FIC. It just happens sometimes that I cannot write ahead or get stuck with something. So, instead of fixing it, I write my other stories and come back to it. That's what happened with this a few months back. Thank you for your reviews. The next chapter of this FIC, with a lot of other early content, is already up on Patreon, so if you want to and can, please subscribe and support me as an author. It would mean a lot to me if you do so. I would also like to clear a couple of misconceptions about this Patreon thing. First, I will keep posting on FFN and AO3 like I've been for the past 2 years. I am not going to totally paygate/paywall anything. Sooner or later, everything that is on Patreon will go up for free on FFN and AO3. Second, the pay is to support me as an author and for early access to my works. There are a lot of other perks associated like having direct access to me, having a say in my stories, ability to appear as a character, etc. But I am not selling fanfiction there, just its early access with the additional perks. I also have a Discord server which you can join. Discord server invite link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. Remove the spaces please. Please check out my other stories. You can find them all in my profile. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner66. Agent Valkyrie. Last time, what about the rest of her team? Harry asked. We all always talk about Valkyrie, but never her team. Good ol' Ares is fun. He is the other combat specialist on the team. DeLuca hummed. Apollo and Horus are their analysts. There's Loki, their warding specialist, and Diana, their creatures specialist. So all names are based on mythology. Harry raised his eyebrows. Does everyone except us have a theme? Well, our team never really followed the codename stuff that some other teams do. Mr. Singh said, maybe we should get a theme. Daphne said, we could name ourselves after desserts. I could be Agent Ice Cream. That would be 3 teams named after food. Harry's forehead creased. But if we are doing it, I will be Agent Treacle Tart. We are not renaming ourselves. DeLuca coughed. Now, go to your rooms and get some good sleep. In a few hours from now, we will start working the case further. And for better or worse, we will be teaming up with Valkyrie. CH-10 Agent Valkyrie. DeLuca pressed his ring against the wall and stepped back as a web of thin purple magic began to weave across the wall. The stone rumbled and shifted, forming a doorway akin to the one at Diagon Alley. I didn't know something was there behind the wall. Harry whispered to Faisal. There isn't. Faisal's lips tugged into a smirk. This is a magical doorway. You can connect one or multiple teams' headquarters through them if both team leaders give the go-ahead. That's some impressive magic. Harry watched as the doorway opened on the other side, revealing Valkyrie standing with her team. Valkyrie tossed her hair over her shoulder and waltzed into the room through the doorway. "Welcome, Team 1, DeLuca said. Beside Harry, Daphne shifted as Valkyrie's eyes ran over the whole team. "Well," Valkyrie smiled, "we shouldn't be wasting time. Let's get to work. We have assembled all the evidence in the conference room," DeLuca said.
Come.
Everyone moved to the conference room that had been expanded to fit a second team. With a flick of DeLuca's wand, the room lit up and bright light seared Harry's eyes. They should not make it so sudden. Harry blinked out the spots in his eyes, taking in the web of multicolored threads that stretched and intertwined with photographs and documents. "This is quite something." Valkyrie walked along the walls, studying the evidence. "And well organized, too." She turned to DeLuca. "All right, who's briefing?" "We all are, depending on the relevant parts," DeLuca said. "You already know the basics, so we will skip to the more in-depth evidence. Please be seated." Valkyrie's team grabbed the nearest chairs and pulled them out, sitting together, while DeLuca's team took seats around the table. "First, let us talk about the weapon itself." Faisal pointed to the photo of the silver gun stuck on the wall. "This gun has various enchantments layered on each and every part of it. The way it works in simple terms is that the user puts a spell in with their wand. A Trivian Pearl amplifies this magic in terms of power before a runic array breaks it down into parts and shoots them rapidly, all without breaking the intent of the spell. Like a Muggle machine gun," an agent from Valkyrie's team muttered. "That's actually a clever use of a staff's working." "Yes, Agent Horace." Faisal pulled out a file from a nearby stack. "The detailed working of the gun. I suppose you're already looking into this with the Trivian Pearl?" Valkyrie twirled a lock of her hair between her fingers. "We are," Faisal said. "Trivian Pearl mines are largely private, so we think that one of those mine owners might be connected to this case. A part of the reason why these pearls are so expensive is because they are controlled by these private owners. If they have one supporting them, it would explain how they got so many to mass-produce these weapons." "Right." Valkyrie nodded. "Good thinking. Go on." "These guns have all appeared in every location we've been to," Faisal said. "They, of course, are the link to everything. Myers, Rookwood, not all the cases. Everything. We haven't yet gotten time to sort through the new cases yet." "Not a problem," Valkyrie said. "We are here for that. 9 new cases mean a lot of work. I am more interested in that lady there. I heard she gave the new kids quite some trouble." "By which, if you mean she fought Felix and Kion before putting up a mage shield and then unleashing Fiendfire, yes," Natalie snarled. "Fern." Mr. Singh nudged her. "Good job returning alive." The man sitting next to Valkyrie said, "Fiendfire is tricky to defend against. You cannot extinguish it with conjured water, which would be most people's first reaction to seeing a fire. Felix used the water of the ocean to put the flames out," DeLuca said. "Kion put containers in the way. Was the Fiendfire controlled or left rampaging?" Valkyrie's eyes flicked to Harry and Daphne. "Controlled," Harry replied. "I've seen rampaging Fiendfire. This was a single construct and very much in control." Valkyrie hummed. "There are precious few who could control Fiendfire on their first try. Most lead to accidents, killing the caster and anyone in the area. Outside of Britain, there have been very few cases of someone unleashing those flames in the past 5 years." "Half her face was burned off," Harry said. "Or it looked so anyway." "Maybe. That's not a bad theory." Natalie chewed her lip. "Burns by something like Fiendfire cannot be cured or healed. So, we have a trained, powerful witch who likely has half her face burn off," DeLuca said. "And she can barely speak, but she has an Egyptian illusion half-mask with her, meaning the rest of her features are a disguise. We've asked for hospital records regarding any such cases, but that'll take time." "Hey, Val," the man behind Valkyrie called. "You remember that dark lady in Cambodia? She had a tendency to use fire a lot." "Yeah, but she was killed, wasn't she?" Valkyrie's eyebrows drew into a deep V. "That's why we dropped the case, if I remember correctly." "It was a thought." The man shrugged. "Who's he?" Harry whispered to Crystal. "Ares." She mumbled out of the corner of her mouth. "Combat specialist. The quiet one is Loki. Blonde is Apollo." Valkyrie's eyes flicked to them before she turned back to DeLuca. "All right, I want to see the fight first," Valkyrie declared. "Loki, Apollo helped dash Valkyrie stopped short and looked at DeLuca. Sorry, your call. Well, we need to go through each of these case files. DeLuca pointed at the stack of boxes on the table. We know they all connect somewhere with each other. We just need to find a link between them. A name, a place, anything. What these people are running is a criminal organization. It is organized so patterns will pop up. We just need to find them. Assign everyone work. Hippogriff. Valkyrie prompted. Right. DeLuca shared a glance with Natalie. Valkyrie, you and Felix revisit the fight at the dockyard. The rest of you, pick a case and a partner but from the other team. I need Horace and Crystal looking into the potion though. Mandrakes are rare plants which don't grow everywhere this time of the year. We would need to date the potion for that. Horace scratched his beard. Because we cannot be sure they are freshly brewed. They might not have a long shelf life, but they can last a year or two under stasis easily. Do what you must. DeLuca declared. See if you can form any links. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask out loud. Valkyrie smiled approvingly at DeLuca before grinning at Harry. Right. Time to deal with the devil. So, Potter. Valkyrie walked alongside Harry, who was carrying the pensieve. What are your thoughts about the fight with this masked lady? She was bloody good. Harry said. Toughest fight I had in the past couple of years. Valkyrie hummed. Anything else? She was trained and had been in actual battles. Harry set down the pensieve on the table. The way she reacted cannot come to you unless you've fought for your life multiple times. Interesting. Valkyrie nodded. Go on. That's about it. Can't be. Valkyrie shook her head. Think, Potter. The way she fought. Was there some pattern you might have noticed? Was there a spell she kept using? She repeated a few spells quite frequently. Harry shrugged. That's what we are about to discern, aren't we? Yes, we are. Valkyrie nodded. But at times, you notice things while fighting that you don't while analyzing. Harry removed a vial from his robes and poured the silvery memory into the pensieve. After you, Agent Valkyrie. Valkyrie nodded and plunged in headfirst, Harry following a moment later. The surroundings swirled around them in a haze of blue and brown until Harry found himself landing on the ship next to Valkyrie, who was looking around. What did you all find in the other boxes? Valkyrie ran her hand over the nearby container. Muggle stuff, mostly, Harry said. Grains and salt. The masked lady was sneaking a container into the ship, which I thankfully spotted in time. It was there we found all the contraband stuff, the guns, and the villa. You weren't there for that, right? Valkyrie twirled a lock of hair between her fingers, watching the boy on the dock near. No, I wasn't. Harry shook his head. Here it starts. The boy is under the Imperius. And that container just appeared. Yeah, I noticed. Valkyrie said dismissively. I suppose the colors in the pensieve swirled and they found themselves on the docks, next to the container. You operate. All right. Good. Kion? How long for the anti-apparition bubble? A whisper drifted in the wind. Bad move. You will leave an escape route by the water. Valkyrie noted instantly. That's how she escaped, isn't it? I have a feeling you already know that. Harry rolled his eyes. I did. Valkyrie conceded. But an apparition bubble works by placing 4 stones. It has a greater range, but it cannot extend over water or below the ground level. Next time when you're next to water, put up the anti-apparition charm over the water in addition to the bubble. I will keep that in mind. Harry nodded. Just some advice. Valkyrie patted his shoulder while a blue shimmer swept through the place. Now, let's see how good you are. A crimson beam soared through the air toward the blue outline of the woman, who dove out of the way, her form rippling. That was a damn good disillusionment charm. Valkyrie noted as the woman's features cleared. Hola, bad guy. Girl. Harry snorted.
Come out.
The woman rasped. Fight me fairly. The whole surroundings froze and Harry raised an eyebrow at Valkyrie. Get this to linguistics later, she said, walking nearer to the woman in the memory. This woman's vocal cords are damaged badly. These burns extend down to the neck here. See? Her face scrunches slightly in pain and her breathing grows heavier. It is painful for her to speak, so those burns are real. Harry deduced. 99%. Valkyrie shrugged. Unless she's a great amongst the great type of actress and is doing this to completely throw you off, which seems a little far-fetched, honestly. She wasn't expecting you both there. And she had an illusion mask on to cover her identity in case she was found. True. Valkyrie stepped back and waved her wand, and the memory resumed. As the woman turned, another crimson beam flashed in the woman's direction. She's quick as a cat, Valkyrie said as the crimson beam was batted away, and a trio of fiery balls curled toward the invisible Harry in the memory. She opened with a fire spell and ended with it. Valkyrie muttered as the spell splashed across the silver shield that rose. And she did so with some great precision, it seems. I wasn't there behind it after this point, Harry told her as he watched two purple spells burst against his shield before the shield turned opaque. Smeardert. Valkyrie inspected the shield and gave him an impressed nod. You distracted her with a big shiny shield and then attacked her from another position.
Come out.
The woman in the memory rasped, firing another spell. She's using some tough curses there. Valkyrie tilted her head, watching spells hammer into the silver shield. Shield breakers, blasting curses, and whatnot. Watch now, Harry told her as the shield burst and spells soared over the water. Two spells curved toward the woman's back, and she dove out of the way. Magical sensitivity, Valkyrie stated as the woman rolled out of the way of another two stunners, and a wall of dirt rose. Or a really great sixth sense. The memory froze, and then things began to move in reverse. The wall of dirt crumbled and stunners flew back into Harry's wand till it froze with the woman in mid-roll. Her natural hair's black. Valkyrie knelt on the ground. How can you tell? Harry frowned. Because she chose brunette. Valkyrie replied. Look here. She pointed at the woman's hair. See her hair on this side and here? One is so much darker. You can almost see the black. Had it been blonde, it would have gone lighter. She has way more experience with this than I do. Harry followed Valkyrie's arm. I have never analyzed pensive memories in this way unless it was for Voldemort. All right, Harry said. Anything else?
No.
Hair color is the easiest to discern when someone is wearing an illusion. Valkyrie shook her head. The magic doesn't flow through your hair for normal witches and wizards. Only Veelas have magic hair, and that too is up for debate. So illusions don't exactly stick to the hair like it would to your eyes or skin. That's why you need potions. Polyjuice. Harry nodded. Amongst others, yes. Valkyrie snorted. But our witch is likely black-haired, or a really dark brunette. Harry said. Could be, yes. Valkyrie agreed, getting to her feet. She waved her wand and the memory resumed. Steel spikes shooting toward Harry only to crumble against his purple shield. CLE Ver. The woman croaked and Valkyrie moved closer to her face. As the tip of the masked woman's wand glowed blue, everything froze. Yep, she's in pain as she speaks. Valkyrie gave me a thumbs up. There's no way she would put on a facade every time in the middle of battle. That's good. We've already asked for hospital records. Harry smiled. We might get some connection there. If they arrive in time, yes. Valkyrie resumed the memory, and the blue shimmer washed over the docks. Muggles in the memory glowed, talking amongst themselves again. Why aren't you glowing? Valkyrie frowned. Those uniforms don't protect against detection spells. Family secret, Harry smirked. Keep it to yourself then. Valkyrie rolled her eyes, turning back to the masked woman as chains wrapped around her feet. You fight well, though. Transfiguration in a duel is tough. But that woman is better. Oh, Harry suppressed the flare of annoyance watching the masked woman fight back, blasting and vanishing the chains he had created. The chain around her neck was ripped out and transfigured into a metal shield against which spells burst. Definitely been in life-or-death situations before. Valkyrie nodded. Most would have panicked when being strangled and bound. And damn. Valkyrie whistled as the metal shield rammed into the container, sending it skidding a few inches. I am so doing that. Good for you. Harry smothered the heat in his chest, ignoring the yellow spell slicing a gash in the container.
Come out.
The masked woman looked around. Agent of Wand. I know it is you. These people are really laying heavy on knowing our identity. Valkyrie's jaw twitched. Even not knew that we were coming. I told you it might be suspicious. Harry pointed. You're the one who said it shouldn't be suspicious. Not exactly, but yes, now I find it suspicious too. Valkyrie bit her lip. A golden shimmer spread from the masked woman's wand, and a form lit up in a golden haze in the distance. That's not you. Valkyrie said. Still avoiding the detection charm, I see. Harry's eyes narrowed and he waved his wand, stopping the memory. The masked woman's acidic green curse froze in midair as he turned to Valkyrie. I never saw the golden glow. She was not in my line of sight. Harry said, How are we seeing this? This is yours and the Greengrass girl's memory combined. Valkyrie replied, We have a special device for combining these memories, so we might get a better idea of situations, right? Harry flicked his wand and the memory resumed, the acidic green curse slamming into the shield. She was lucky that she didn't get hit by that. Valkyrie winced. That's a really rotten curse. Harry nodded and continued to watch the fight unfold between Daphne and the masked woman. Where are Dash? A flock of birds flew toward the masked woman from another direction. Of course. Applying the same trick twice, the masked woman got struck in her shoulder as she was distracted by the birds and flew back, rolling in the dirt. Bludgeon her. Good girl. Valkyrie beamed. If Daphne was here, she'd be elated. Harry mused, watching the mage shield rise around the woman as spells flashed toward her. Those shields suck. Valkyrie grumbled. They're very tough to break. Almost worth the magic it takes to cast it. The crack of thunder rang in Harry's ears as a bright flash of light seared his eyes. The lightning hammered into the golden shield, arcs of electricity flickering down its length. As the lightning stopped, only the faintest glow remained. What the hell? Valkyrie blinked, turning to Harry. How much magic did you put into that spell? A decent amount. Here comes the fiend fire. Harry pointed to the masked woman in the memory who raised her wand, angry flames spewing from it, ripping through her shield and turning toward Daphne. Multiple containers flew in the fire's path, blocking the flames. The masked woman twisted away from a blasting curse and began to run toward the ocean. She's escaping in the water. Harry's voice rang in the memory as the sea began to churn. Valkyrie patted Harry's back, her forehead creasing as the masked woman stopped in her tracks. With a flick of her wand, the memory paused, just as the water of the sea rose. What happened? Harry turned. I am not sure. Valkyrie wetted her lips. For a moment, I thought I had seen her before. You've been watching her for the past several minutes. Harry frowned. The back? I don't know. Valkyrie walked nearer. Do you ever get the feeling that you know someone but everything about them is just out of reach? No? Harry blinked. Maybe you are mistaking her for someone else. Probably. Valkyrie said slowly. Maybe I am. If you're getting something, don't hold it back. Harry told her. I am not sure, Potter.
Valkyrie sighed.
The body structure seems familiar somehow from the back, which is very vague to begin with. You're probably right. It is someone else I am getting mistaken for. Let's continue. She flicked her wand, ignoring Harry's skeptical look, and the memory flowed again. The water from the ocean shot forward, curving around the woman to meet the fire. The air sizzled as steam billowed, the water wrapping around the fiery serpent. Harry saw the woman dive into the water and disappear as the serpent screeched. There she escapes into the water. Valkyrie commented. That's enough, I think. The two of them floated upward and the world swirled around them, splitting them back out. All right. So what we know is this. Valkyrie sat down, pulling a notepad out of her robes. Half-burnt face. Favors fire elements and powerful curses. Well-trained and experienced. Black or dark brunette hair. Am I right? We already knew half of it, but yes. Harry said. I will tell you something you didn't know then. Valkyrie smirked. She had an Aspenwood wand. We can probably get the length through some more examination and scaling. Harry blinked. There are probably hundreds of Aspen wand users out there. No offense, but it seems like a wild goose chase. Of course not. She rolled her eyes. Most ministries maintain a record of what wand chooses a wizard. It is, of course, kept under wraps and is not open to the general public. But at times it is used to identify a criminal or a dead body. And wand has all of these records? Harry frowned. Yes. Valkyrie nodded. Well, for most countries, we do. In some countries like Britain, the records are only limited to only criminals and lawbreakers. And some countries don't even use wands. Right? Harry drawled. But let's do it. Take this to linguistics too. Valkyrie said. There are only 2 of them working at wand last I checked. They've a small office on the floor below research and development. See if they can get some accent from the woman. On the same floor, you'll get a wand maker. She has the wand records from the countries and will get you the information we need. All right. Harry touched his wand to the pensieve, drawing the memory back into the vial. I'll go and get that. Let's hope it bears some fruit. A loud, strangled yelp rang, followed by a crash as Harry pushed the door of the conference room open. Daphne lay sprawled on the floor, a chair lying next to her. Daphne glared, rubbing her elbow. At least knock. Why were you sitting at the door? Harry reached out with his hand, but Daphne slapped it away, getting up on her own. It is your fault. You were rocking the chair, girl. Natalie snickered. Now, don't be a baby. He still should have knocked. Daphne sniffed. Harry rolled his eyes and looked at the rest of the members in the room. Did you all find something? Yeah. Faisal said. There is definitely something in Macedonia. In the past 6 months, counterfeit galleons and potion ingredients, including the mandrake root and venomous tarantula, have been caught being smuggled out of Macedonia into its neighboring countries. And guess what? Macedonia is very near to the Black Sea, even though it is land-locked, Harry said. So, the Trivian Pearl? A blond man, Apollo, stood up and stretched. We've told the Romanian and Turkish authorities for the release of the smugglers into our custody. We will be receiving them in about 36 hours. That's great. Harry clapped slightly. Anything I should be working on? Here. Daphne thrust a file into his hands. This is a list of Trivian Pearl mines and greenhouses in Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and Macedonia, and who owns them. See if any names overlap or can be connected together, right? Harry flipped the file open. Anything else I should know before I get to it? A lot of work is still going on, DeLuca said. Crystal and Horace are dating the potions, and we all are working through these old cases. Now, who is taking these wands? Look for Aspen with wand length between 12¼ inches to 12¾ inches, Harry said. Female users. This for our mystery-masked menace? Natalie raised an eyebrow, opening the file. Yes, the masked woman, Harry said slowly. Agent Valkyrie noted that she was using an aspenwood wand, and the fact that her face was definitely burned. From the side, Valkyrie smiled at him. It makes sense. Natalie flipped through the pages. Aspenwood wands are used by some of the greatest duelists. Some dueling clubs in the past only took aspen wand users, because they are all so good. Hey, even Cadros was an aspen wand user. Who knew? Their old team leader. Harry's eyes flicked to DeLuca, who kept reading through his file. What were the specifics? Valkyrie asked casually, leaning forward in her chair. 12½ inches. Aspen and phoenix feather.
Natalia Shirped.
Explains why she was so good at dueling. Yeah, it does. Valkyrie stood up. DeLuca, can I borrow Potter again? I just recalled something in the memory of the fight. I think I might be able to discern the fighting style. Some dueling clubs have distinct ones. Why is she asking for me? Harry chewed his cheek. Is this her way to get me onto her team? DeLuca frowned at her before nodding. Yeah, feel free. Great, Valkyrie beamed. Moving around the table, she plucked the file from Harry's hands and put it on the table. Come on. Harry followed her out of the room, closing the door behind him. As the door clicked in place, Valkyrie turned and grabbed his hand, pulling him with her. What the hell? Harry muttered as she sped up. Instead of going to the pensive room, she pulled him through the archway into her own team's headquarters. Will you tell me what's happening? Harry asked loudly. I have a suspicion. She opened the door to what Harry assumed was her office. And if it is true, the rest of your team isn't going to like it one bit. What do you mean? Harry frowned. Remember how you said I only predicted that the woman escaped by water because that was the only weakness of the bubble? Valkyrie released his hand and removed something from a drawer. Yeah, well, how did the woman know that then? Valkyrie tossed her hair over her shoulder. She dove in and operat away. She had great magical sensitivity. Harry pointed out. Yeah, I know. Valkyrie placed a device on the desk before taking out another. That's why I need more clues to fall in place. Let's get to the pensieve. Shouldn't we tell the team about this? Harry jogged behind her. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have pulled you out. Valkyrie said exasperatedly. I need to confirm this before I run my mouth. She is the best Agent Wand has. Harry followed her. If she is avoiding something, she should have her reasons. And if she's doing something else, I can just send a message to DeLuca or the rest of the team in a second. All right, Harry said. Let's do that. Give me the memory of your fight. Valkyrie removed her wand and pressed it to her temple, drawing a silvery strand. And you see this. What is this memory about? Harry watched the silvery mist swirl in the pensieve. You'll know, Valkyrie said grimly. I will need the memory of your fight, though. If you could, just give me the part after she cast the fiend fire. I don't need much, Harry acquiesced, drawing the memory and depositing it in a vial that she conjured. You watch that memory first. Valkyrie glanced pointedly at the pensieve. I will work here. Go on. Harry gave her a last look before plunging his head into the pensieve. The world lurched and Harry found his feet landing on a tiled floor in a well-furnished room with whitewashed walls. This room seems familiar. Harry looked around. This looks like a team headquarters. A loud series of raps at the door drew his attention. Valkyrie appeared with a snap in front of the door and pulled it open. A woman stormed into the room without preamble, brushing past Valkyrie. Excuse me? Valkyrie turned, looking affronted. You will cease any attempts to come near my team, Valkyrie? The woman whirled toward her. Her dark brown hair came undone, falling down her shoulders and back. An ivory white wand slipped into her hand and Harry felt cold fingers curl around his heart. It's her. The woman shoved her wand beneath Valkyrie's chin. If I find you lurking near my team, trying to get Natalie into trouble, I will end you, little girl. Harry saw fear flash in Valkyrie's eyes. I was just dash. I was not done talking, Agatha. The lady took a step forward and Valkyrie backed away against the wall. If you ever raise an eye toward Natalie again, I will make sure you are kicked out of here in disgrace. Am I understood? The memory turned dark and Harry found himself being spat back out of the pensieve. It was her, Harry said, watching as an image of the masked woman floated in front of Valkyrie. Was she who I think it was? Valkyrie said nothing, tapping the device that spun on its own. I do not want to say anything till I get at least some confirmation, Valkyrie said. The device glowed and Valkyrie raised her wand. Dark brown. She licked her lips, running the tip of her wand against the woman's hair in the image. The brunette hair turned darker till it matched the hair of the woman Harry had seen in the memory. It's her, Harry whispered. Valkyrie moved toward the pensieve, extracting the memory back before dropping it in the device. She turned a dial on it, images of the memory flashing past in the air until it stopped at the moment the woman had drawn her wand. Moment of truth, she muttered, tapping both devices. Faint smoke rose into the air, curling into the number 94 foot. It is a 94% match. The color drained from Valkyrie's face. Our masked woman is none other than your team's old leader, Agent Cadros. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. So, the plot thickens and a big piece falls into place. What will happen next? How will DeLuca and Party react to this revelation? Stay tuned to find out. A huge thank you to Muggle, Nanu, and Anax for baiting this chapter. Ant0N22. Try by this, Discord. GG/XDW3NP6Z. How mad Howie. While you aren't wrong, it is what she is being groomed for. Mage still has a good few years left. Yes, she has her flaws, but that's what Mage is forcing her to confront. And while it is a desk job, it is a high-stakes desk job. To put out a clear parallel, Mage is the magical world's Nick Fury, MCU. Thank you for all your reviews. The next chapter of this FIC, with a lot of other early content, is already up on Patreon, so if you want to and can, please subscribe and support me as an author. It would mean a lot to me if you do so. Also, do try out my new FIC, A Magical Christmas. I also have a Discord server which you can join. Discord server invite link, Discord. GG/XDW3NP6Z. Remove the spaces, please. Please check out my other stories. You can find them all in my profile. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HFanfictioner66. Mission of Macedonia. Last time. I do not want to say anything till I get at least some confirmation, Valkyrie said. The device glowed and Valkyrie raised her wand. Dark brown. She licked her lips, running the tip of her wand against the woman's hair in the image. The brunette hair turned darker till it matched the hair of the woman Harry had seen in the memory. It's her, Harry whispered. Valkyrie moved toward the pensieve, extracting the memory back before dropping it in the device. She turned a dial on it, images of the memory flashing past in the air until it stopped at the moment the woman had drawn her wand. Moment of truth, she muttered, tapping both devices. Faint smoke rose into the air, curling into the number 94 foot. It is a 94% match. The color drained from Valkyrie's face. Our masked woman is none other than your team's old leader, Agent Kadros, CH-11 mission of Macedonia. Potter, don't you dare go running back to the rest of the team. The tip of Valkyrie's wand shone a brilliant crimson against Harry's chest. It will break your team, and we don't want to do that based on a hunch. They have a right to know. Harry pushed the tip of Valkyrie's wand away with his finger. And how is this a hunch? We have proof, Valkyrie. We aren't completely sure that it is Kadros yet. Valkyrie glowered at him. Let's not jump to the last step. There is a possibility it might not be her. We don't need to cause needless discord. Geez, let's see. Harry scowled. Aspen wand of the same length. A great duelist. A 94% image match. And she knew how to bypass an apparition bubble, a technology only W.A.N.D. uses. What else do we need? I know that. Valkyrie's eyes darkened. A faint ripple of magic burst from her wand, wrinkling Harry's suit. I put most of those clues together. But we need to be absolutely sure that it is her behind that mask. She was the leader of your team, Potter. And she was their friend too. Harry took a deep breath, smothering the sparks of irritation. Valkyrie isn't wrong. I cannot jump into this head first. It might hurt my team. But if I don't tell them, I will be breaking their trust. Then what else should we do? Harry asked. What other proof do we get to confirm if it was Kadros or not? As a team leader, I can access her medical records and mission files. Valkyrie tossed her hair over her shoulder. A burnt face and damaged vocal cords should be something that stands out. Give me an hour or two to get these records, and if it shows up that it is burned? Harry raised an eyebrow. Then what do? Then we will tell the team. Valkyrie tugged at her collar. And hope that your team doesn't fall apart. Because as far as I know, Kadros was the one who made them all who they are. She was not only their team leader but their mentor and their friend. Kadros was the one who built them into one of the most capable teams at WAND. Harry frowned. The most capable team here? Not to badmouth them, but until a few days back, we were the most scorned team here. We still are, if I'm being honest. Your team was tight-knit, Potter. Valkyrie ran her fingers through her locks. Kadros ran a party tighter than I do. But it all fell apart. It began when a mission went awry, and it resulted in Agent Paxton's death. Agent Paxton was Kadros' second-in-command and one of the most senior agents on the team. He was the one whom Kion replaced. Okay. Harry felt dread settle in his chest. Then what happened? A month after Paxton's death, the team was on another mission. Valkyrie closed her eyes. Just 6 members. Kion was not even mission-ready when something happened. We don't know what except the part that Kadros was grievously injured and somehow, it was Diluca's fault. In the span of a month, the team was left without any combat specialists or experienced leadership. Harry's forehead creased. That explains a lot. But does no one know what exactly happened to Kadros? Not except your team and Mage.
Valkyrie sighed.
As I said, we only know that it was Diluca's fault somehow, and whatever happened had Kadros retiring as she was no longer fit for duty. Diluca remained tight-lipped about it, and Mage ordered us to leave the topic be. It was a soft spot for them. Apparently, a lot of things happened behind closed doors. Harry's frown deepened. Something is not right here. Wait, you said she was deemed unfit for duty. Harry turned to the floating images of Kadros and the masked woman. She was, Valkyrie said. From what I know of Kadros, no offense, but she was powerful and skilled enough to have you scared in the memory. Harry glanced at Valkyrie, whose eye twitched. And if we assume that the masked woman was Kadros, there is no way in hell she was unfit for duty. Yes, she couldn't speak, but she fought like a demon. There are many things that make an agent fit for duty, not just their ability to fight, Potter. Valkyrie's jaw tightened. She served for more than 25 years. In fact, she was one of the surviving team leaders of the Horntail Basilisk disaster. She already had her fair share of injuries, and not to mention, her age was catching up. Harry's lips twisted. Witches and wizards grow more powerful as they age. Yes, but physical fitness is just as important, Valkyrie said. You spent time around some of the best in the world. Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Alastor Moody. I've read and studied your file, Potter. Had DeLuca not beaten me to it, today you would have been with my team, not DeLuca's. That's why you were so insistent on taking me for your team. Harry realized. What can I say? Valkyrie shrugged. But that aside, despite how powerful someone might be, being an agent demands physical, mental, and magical fitness. Cadros could be magically fit and even powerful. But the other two? We cannot know unless I get the medical records. All right. Harry acquiesced. What do I do in the meantime? Help the team and keep DeLuca busy. Valkyrie shrugged. If it is Cadros, she is just one part of all of this. There has to be more. It'll take me a couple of hours to get the medical records and more to analyze them. But if it is Cadros, we are telling them straight away, Harry declared. No more waiting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Valkyrie gave him a nod. I will get going. What if DeLuca asks for you? Harry asked before she could apparate away. Tell him I am meeting a contact. She shrugged. Which I have to sooner or later anyway. To work, Potter. With a sharp crack, Valkyrie disappeared from the room. Sleep slowly crept up in his eyes, a yawn stretching his face. The words on the paper blurred, mashing together. Potter, go get some tea or coffee. Daphne's voice had him snapping up. You are making me sleepy. Sorry, but this list is dreadfully boring, Harry muttered. And long. Redo the last couple of pages, DeLuca said without looking up from the file he was reading. We don't want to miss anything. You do not want to know what I might have caught. Harry felt his heart drop into his stomach. If Valkyrie confirms the records, I will have to tell them. Tell them that their old team leader and friend is now their enemy whom they have to take down. I'll get some tea. Harry kept the file back on the table and stood up from his seat, glancing at the clock. It's been more than an hour and Valkyrie's not back yet. Harry walked out of the door to the small pantry room in their team headquarters. I almost liked it when I got lost in the file and got sleepy. With a tap of his wand, the water came to a boil in his cup, and he put his tea bag in. Tendrils of rich brown color drifted through the water, the aroma of tea brushing Harry's nose. He poured in a dash of milk and a cube of sugar, giving it a stir with a small silver spoon. Nothing like a good cup of tea. Harry flicked the spoon on the rim of the cup and took a sip. Perfect, Potter. Faisal's voice rang through the place and Harry nearly spilled the tea. Harry? Did Valkyrie come back? Harry felt steel bands wrap around his heart. Did she already say it was Cadros under the mask? I'm here. Harry ran out of the room and saw Faisal looking around the headquarters. What's happened? A lead. Faisal breathed, his lips tugging into a smile. Come with me. The team's waiting. Faisal turned around and ran back into the conference room without waiting for him. Harry felt his heart hammer on his ribcage as he followed Faisal to the conference room, clutching the cup of tea in his hands for warmth. Good you're here, DeLuca said as Harry walked in. Where's Valkyrie? She's meeting a contact. Harry lied, squashing a sigh of relief at not seeing her around. Said it was for the mission.
De Lucas Nostrilflerd.
All right, we will begin without her. We can't disturb Horace and Crystal as they are dating the potions. Faisal, tell the team what you've got. All right, so, I made some inquiries once we narrowed down on Macedonia. Faisal said. There's a man there who owns multiple businesses including a Trivian pearl mine. Very rich and has their Aura force practically in his pocket. The Aurors were told to steer clear of a warehouse he owns along with some other shady establishments. But this warehouse is one of the biggest spaces he owns spread over acres of land. That's where these guns could be made. Agent Apollo said. And even the potions. We should check the place out. Faisal nodded. I suppose from a distance at first to make sure that it is what we are looking for. My contact said that there are a lot of people who work there, and a lot of security. Then get whatever equipment you need. DeLuca stroked his stubble. I'll sign the requisition for even the grade A equipment. Take someone with you, probably Potter. He's getting bored reading files, and he is meant to be out in the field. Potter, go with him. That means whenever Valkyrie returns with what she found, I won't be here. Harry looked around. On the plus side, I don't have to be the one to tell them. That's much better, I suppose. Harry mumbled. though we probably shouldn't go through any legal channels, especially the Macedonian ministry. If this rich guy has them in his pocket, they will know we're coming. He isn't wrong. Loki spoke up. Involving ministries usually results in screw-ups in my experience. I will have that authorized too. DeLuca nodded. Felix, Niffler, get to work. As soon as you see something, call us immediately. We will be ready here in case we decide to storm this warehouse. Yes, sir. Faisal said, turning to Harry. Let's get going, Harry. Harry placed his cup of tea on the table and jogged to keep up with Faisal as he practically ran out of the room. Why do you look so excited? Harry asked as they arrived at the lift. This is our first great case in months. Faisal's lips stretched into a broad grin. A level 6 is no joke. After the year we've had, I was half sure the team would have been scrapped and remade. Instead, here we are, handling a level 6. If we solve this properly, the team will be saved. Sorry, you won't understand because you're new here. I am a month in and I feel that there is a lot I don't know even about the team. Harry said as the doors of the golden lift slid open. Well, the team was going through a rough patch before you came in. Faisal pressed a button in the lift, and the doors slid shut. We went almost 9 months without anything more than level 1 or an occasional level 2 case. Level 1 cases are rookie cases with the least importance. Teams take them on when some of their members are on leave or such. Unimportant stuff, really. Harry's forehead creased. When I came, both the cases you had were level 2. My first one was a level 4, if I remember correctly. The Myers case. Please. Mage gave that case to us because of you. Faisal rolled his eyes. He's British, isn't he? That's Dash. Accept it or not. That's what everyone thought. Faisal shrugged. The fact is, when Kadros was running the team, we didn't get cases below a level 3. The only time I remember us getting a level 2 before was when Mr. Singh, DeLuca, and Ale Agent Paxton were all on leave. Only Kadros, Natalie, Crystal, and I were on the team, and we solved it before any of them returned from their vacations. Valkyrie told me you were the best team here. Harry commented, we were better than the best. Faisal puffed his chest. Kadros and Paxton were damn good. They built the whole team. Everyone here was recruited by them except for you. When Paxton died, it was tough. But Kadros pulled the team through. We recruited Daphne and began to train her until… Then what happened to Kadros? Harry prodded as the doors of the lift slid open. I don't want to talk about that. Faisal briskly walked out of the lift without meeting Harry's eyes. Let's get the equipment. Faisal pressed his palm against a wall which slid open. Agent Niffler. A woman stood on the other side, her yellow eyes latching onto Harry. And you must be Agent Felix. I am. Harry's eyes roamed around the room. Multiple wizards and witches were working on all sorts of things. On one side of the room, potions of various colors bubbled in clear glass containers. On another side, a line of dummies stood. A wizard threw a ball at one of them, and the dummy was wrapped in a thick net, tendrils of electricity flickering around the net. This is the place where we make all the equipment for agents. The woman followed Harry's gaze. I hope you like the ones you already have. They're helpful. Harry watched as one of the boxes on a wizard's desk exploded and several bunnies rained around the room. One of them scuttled toward Harry, but the woman caught it in her hands. Joseph!
Sorry.
The wizard yelled, waving his wand. Give me a moment. The bunnies ran around the room in a frenzy, causing chaos. One of the bunnies kicked a small stick, which fell onto the floor, exploding in green slime all over the floor. Joseph! The witch at the station yelled, standing on her stool as the green slime began to climb up it. Stop them! Yeah. Joseph yelled, the movements of his wand turning frantic. The black box began to reform on his desk and the bunnies began to disappear one by one with a pop. Done. With a pop, every bunny in the room vanished and the box completely reformed on Joseph's desk. The box of bunnies. The man grinned, giving a bow. The witches and wizards around the room muttered. One of them cleared the slime and helped the woman down before they all got back to work like nothing had happened. Welcome to Research and Innovation. Faisal grinned at Harry before turning to Lucia. Lucia, we need the distance surveillance equipment. The Grade A kit, please. Lucia froze, her eyes flitting between the two of them. For that, you will need authorization from your team leader. I know. Faisal nodded. Send it up to Agent Hippogriff. He'll authorize it right away. Lucia snapped her fingers and a man sitting on the nearby stool scurried away toward a big desk and began typing on a Muggle computer-like device. If authorized, any use you make of this equipment will have to be logged in with a detailed report every 24 hours alongside the memory of use if asked for. Lucia said, her eyes sharp as daggers. These must be returned within 72 hours. If any damage occurs to the equipment, you'll have to prove it is enemy action and not the handler's fault. I understand, Faisal said. If you fail to do any of these, your access to any and all WAAN D special equipment will be revoked effective immediately. Lucia continued. Lucia, it is authorized. The man pointed at a page coming out of the computer. Very well. Lucia drew herself up. Sign those documents and I will be getting your equipment. Is there anything else you need? No, but some requests might come through later today. Faisal told her. You might want to keep ward detonators ready. The new surveillance flyer disc comes equipped with a launchable ward detonator and multiple miniature cannon blasters. Lucia said, there is a more powerful version, but for that, you need Mage's signed permission and supervision. We are not doing an airstrike yet, I hope? Faisal snorted. Put in the instruction manual for the new one, won't you? Lucia nodded and walked away. Airstrike? Harry asked. WAAN D can do it. Faisal took a few papers and the quill the man handed him. It was developed as a risk-free way to end something without putting lives in danger. Muggles have begun doing stuff like that too. I didn't know they made the surveillance flyer discs a miniature version of it. What do they do exactly? The surveillance flyer discs, SFD version Delta. Faisal pointed at the name in the list he had been given. They give a live feed on a screen and can see through most wards. If it is a building or a maze, it can map it to and detect how many presences are within it. It is only authorized for missions above level 4. You didn't tell her anything about the mission, though. Harry frowned. DeLuca did. Faisal flipped the page on the pad and signed his name. It is not strictly something we have to disclose, but some of the equipment here is dangerous and expensive. If anything is stolen, it would sell for thousands of galleons on the black market. Bloody hell, Harry muttered. That is right. Faisal chuckled. You don't want the bad guys having these. That is why these people are so strict about the equipment. In fact, there is one member of the team dedicated to learning the workings of these things and taking care of them. And that's you? Yep. Faisal grinned. You also need to sign here as a witness. Harry blinked as he took the pad from Faisal. How many times did you sign? Dozens. He snorted. I stopped counting after the first 2 times I came here. You apparently have to acknowledge each and every piece of equipment you take with you and check if they're in proper condition. Once you're out of here, it is your responsibility. That's a lot of work. Harry commented. That's what we do, Harry. That's what we do. Wind rustled through the leaves of the drying trees, the fallen leaves crunching beneath the black bag Faisal dragged with him. A faint sun shone on the blanket of golden and auburn that covered the ground, stretching down the steep hill. Are we sure we are at the right place? Harry frowned. We're half a mile away from the warehouse, give or take. Faisal set down the bag and pocketed the silver compass. We set camp here. The warehouse should be down there somewhere. Harry followed the direction Faisal pointed in. Down the hill, great, unblemished plains of land stood, a huge patch of greenery growing in the middle. That shouldn't be right. Harry glanced down at the dried leaves around his feet. All those green shrubs and trees and grass. Harry squinted toward the place and the greenery shifted for a moment, revealing stone walls and an iron gate before disappearing. Illusion wards, Harry muttered. That's right. Faisal knelt on the ground, opening the zip of the black bag. They are not actually hiding. Illusion wards are just normal protection against muggles that almost every wizarding house will have. Though, we will get a better idea of the other wards over the place in a moment. Faisal placed a disc on the ground and stomped on it with his foot. A ripple of magic rolled around them, and Harry shivered as the hairs on his body prickled. We are good to go for 24 hours, Faisal declared, removing a roll of canvas from the bag and tossing it to the ground. With a wave of his wand, the roll unfurled, erecting into a tent. I didn't know we were camping. Harry raised an eyebrow. That is now the on-ground command center. Faisal removed a set of binoculars followed by the device they had used while capturing. Myers, why don't you go in and radio the HQ? You will find a communicator inside the tent, right? Harry pulled the flap open and walked into the tent, snuffing away the memories that rose in his mind. It was a miniature house on the inside, stocked with various things anyone might need to go camping. Where's the communication machine? Harry looked around. The W-A-N-D logo on the wall caught his eye, and he grinned triumphantly. Agent Felix, Team VII. Harry tapped his wand to the emblem, which glowed and split in the middle. Handles popped out near the center, and Harry pulled the doors open. Several things were laid inside: a communication device, a clean sweep broom, a muggle pistol, multiple potion vials, a pocket telescope, and a piece of rope with a small parchment tied to it. On the doors itself, multiple wands hung of all shapes and sizes. That's interesting. Harry pulled out the communication device and switched it on with a tap of his wand. Picking the receiver, he pressed it to his ear. The phone rang for a moment before it was picked up. "Hello. How may I help you?" A cool female voice rang from the other side. Harry frowned. Hello. Can you kindly connect me to Team 7? And who might you be, sir? I am Felix. Agent Felix, Team VI of W-A-N-D, the lady said. Passcode, please. Nimbus 2000. Harry replied. Is this a one-time call, or do you wish to stay connected for the next 24 hours, Agent Felix? The latter. Very well. The lady said. Please wait for a few seconds till we connect you. Next time you want to call, press the number 7. Have a good day, Agent Felix. A musical tone began playing as Harry's foot tapped against the carpet of the tent. Hello? Mr. Singh's voice rang a few moments later. Hey, it's me, Harry said. We reached the site. Ah, good, Mr. Singh said. We were wondering why you hadn't called yet. The equipment took some time, Harry replied. We've set the on-ground command center. Niffler is fiddling with the equipment and setting things up. Excellent. If there are any updates, inform us immediately. Sure, Harry said. By the way, is Valkyrie back? No. Mr. Singh paused. Why do you ask, Pudar? No reason. Harry lied. I think she might get us another lead. The last thing she gave us was the location of the dockyard, and we both know how that turned out. True, Mr. Singh sighed. Well, we will tell you if there's anything on our side. You keep a watch on the warehouse and stay safe. If you find nothing within the next 12 hours, return to HQ. Of course, Harry said. I will get to work then. Harry put the receiver back down and went outside, only to find a black device hovering outside the tent. The surveillance disc? Harry inspected it. Rather noticeable if you ask me. Not if I do this. Faisal pressed something on the device he was holding, and the device faded out of sight. Remotely triggered charms without need for specific spells by the caster. This is golden stuff, right here, Harry. And this thing can do so many things. I am guessing there is Muggle technology in there too? Harry walked around Faisal to look at the device he was holding. It was a thick rectangular box with a big screen in the middle and multiple buttons around it. That thing looks like a Muggle screen and remote control combined in one. Something straight out of science fiction movies. With magic, not a lot is impossible. Faisal shrugged. The SFD will map out the area for us and even give us an idea of the wards and approximate number of people within. It'll take the better part of an hour to do so, but it will. In the meantime, we use these binoculars to scan through the warehouse, see if we can spot what we need. Potions, galleons, guns, anything illegal, Harry hummed, picking up a pair of binoculars from the bag. His fingers ran over the various knobs and buttons on the binoculars. I hate to do this, but you have to teach me how these work. Harry thrust the binoculars at Faisal. Faisal plucked the binoculars from Harry's hands and pressed them to his eyes, turning to look down the hill. Faisal turned a few knobs on the binoculars and pressed a yellow button twice. All right, I have set them to look directly through the illusion wards. Faisal handed them back. Right now, you can see the outer walls of the warehouse with them. Harry peered toward the green patch down the hill through his binoculars. Behind a stone-walled boundary and a black iron, red-bricked walls rose, with broad windows and a leaf-covered roof. Gray smoke drifted from a chimney at the top of it, disappearing into the wind. Outside the warehouse, 3 men roamed over a cobblestone path, one of them standing at the gates. Harry spotted a man sitting on the roof, smoking from a pipe. If you want to zoom in, turn this big knob. Faisal pointed at the black knob at the center. And once you encounter a wall, press the knob, which will allow you to see through that wall. If you want to click a photograph, press this small yellow button. Like a combination of omniculars and Mad-Eye's eye then? They are omniculars, but much better and much more expensive. Faisal said, don't break them or take them with you. The equipment enchanters. The people in research and development will kill us. You sound almost scared of them. Harry commented, because I am. Faisal rolled his eyes. You haven't seen them enraged, and believe me when I say you don't want to. Don't mess with this stuff, Harry. They'll blow you up. Literally. Last time one of the agents broke something in their lab, she ended up in the hospital for a month. That bad, huh? They're crazy and crazy good. Faisal pressed a button on the SFD's controller, all humor vanishing from his face. That's a lot of people in there. How many? The count shows 67 heat signatures detected. Faisal said, well, give or take, as it shows a plus-minus 10% error. It will clear up in some time as it scans. That's still about 60 to 75 people. Harry said, I can see 4 security wizards from here. And out of those 60-70 rest, most should be workers, I reckon. That's true. Faisal nodded. Start looking. You take the top, I take the bottom. If you need a better angle, take a broom and disillusion yourself. Of course. Harry flicked his wand, conjuring a tall, sturdy chair, facing the direction of the warehouse. Smart. Faisal grinned, conjuring a normal chair. Get comfortable. We are going to be here for the next few hours at least. Several cracks of apparition rang through the hillside as a dozen wizards and witches appeared around the tent. What all do we have? DeLuca strode forward, Valkyrie a step behind. Valkyrie met Harry's eyes, raising her palm before turning to Faisal. She hasn't told the team. Harry's eyes roamed over the rest of his team. What has she been doing? Sir, this is the place we're looking for. Faisal said. The guns are being made here, and so are the fake galleons. Everything except the potions, really. There is a vault below the ground. We cannot see what's inside for some reason, but there's a vault. Oh, and lots of security. How many? Valkyrie asked. 7 outside, 2 on the roof, and more than a dozen inside armed with the magic guns. Faisal said. That is not counting the workers who might fight. We should blow the place up. Agent Ares said. The whole operation goes down. Case closed. It's not that simple. Natalie scowled. We still have Rookwood and the masked lady to worry about. Not to mention, we have no idea who their head is. Rookwood is on site. Harry said immediately. In there, on the 2nd floor. Then he is the preliminary target. DeLuca said. We burned through the outer security. They won't know anything more than Myers did, if not less. The workers shouldn't be harmed if they surrender peacefully. Sounds like a plan. We storm in and kill anyone who attacks us except Rookwood and anyone we feel is important. Valkyrie nodded. If they drop their wands, stun them and transport them to holding cells. Once the building is cleared, we check the vault below. What about the wards? Loki asked. Very standard, but along with powerful shields. Faisal said. We need to loosen them up a bit before blowing it up with the ward detonator. An easy task then, DeLuca said. But no unnecessary risks. If things go south, you portkey away. That's an order. Your lives come first. Wait, you all are not coming with us, are you? Harry raised a finger. Felix, we are still trained to fight despite having other specializations. Horace said. Of course, the combat specialists go first, followed by the secondary combat specialists, Fern and myself, and then the rest of them. 2 will remain here, guiding the teams, and 2 snipers will maintain a distance. DeLuca added. Sure, and who's your sniper? Both Horace and Diana are snipers, Valkyrie said. But Horace is better in combat, so he brings up the middle. All right then, DeLuca said. Felix, Kion, Valkyrie, and Ares take the lead in storming in. Sure, and Diana. You take out anyone you can and help them out. Niffler and Apollo will stay here and guide the team. If you feel you're in danger or you get injured, you portkey out. Yes, sir. Loki, help me take down the wards, DeLuca said. Once the wards are down, we blow up the gates and storm in. I will leave the finer details to the combat specialists. Make a plan. We storm the warehouse in 10 minutes. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. So, things heat up. Valkyrie and Harry aren't sure if it is Kadros who's the masked lady, and they scramble to capture Rookwood and take down a base of operation. A huge thank you to Muggle for baiting this chapter. A Tinrid, nah. Kadros was a she. Reread the chapter of Myers' capture if you want. Veritocracy? Not exactly. Winky Face, Prince Susanu. The unspeakable hairy ones are him mostly training to fight Death Eaters and Voldemort rather than as a proper spy. Also, most of them are just training arcs as far as I know. Harry doesn't go on spy missions or anything in those. Though, if you do have a good story, I'd be happy to read something like that. I've read this FIC called Summer of Change. It was unspeakable hairy, but never went beyond the summer unfortunately. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. Fanfictioner 66. The beginning of the end. Last time. Felix, we are still trained to fight despite having other specializations. Horace said. Of course, the combat specialists go first, followed by the secondary combat specialists, Fern and myself, and then the rest of them. 2 will remain here, guiding the teams, and 2 snipers will maintain a distance. DeLuca added. Sure, and who's your sniper? Both Horace and Diana are snipers. Valkyrie said. But Horace is better in combat, so he brings up the middle. All right then. DeLuca said. Felix, Kion, Valkyrie, and Ares take the lead in storming in. Sure, and Diana. You take out anyone you can and help them out. Niffler and Apollo will stay here and guide the team. If you feel you're in danger or you get injured, you porky out. Yes, sir. Loki, help me take down the wards. DeLuca said. Once the wards are down, we blow up the gates and storm in. I will leave the finer details to the combat specialists. Make a plan. We storm the warehouse in 10 minutes. CH-12 the beginning of the end. Harsh light shone over their faces, emitting from the 3-dimensional map of the warehouse hovering over the table. Several multicolored dots shone between the blue holographic walls, most of them unmoving. A light, flickering dome stretched over the whole map, marking the wards around the place. All right, what's the plan? Agent Ares' voice cut through the silence of the tent. According to this, there are 2 entrances. A small one at the right side and the main entrance in the front. And there are 11 guards around the property, 2 of whom are on the rooftop. They are armed with those damned magic guns too. Horace leaned over the table, examining the positions of bright red dots. The whole perimeter security has them, and there are 2 more gunmen on the inside. Ideally, we should split. Natalie hummed. But we are going into the belly of the beast. Splitting might not be the best option. There is also the matter of Rookwood to consider. Harry poked his wand at the glowing pink, which he had been marked to denote Rookwood. He might not be holding a gun, but he is as dangerous as one of us, by all accounts. Unspeakable and a participant in the dueling circuit. Valkyrie nodded. 22 confirmed kills as per OR reports at the British Ministry. I suspect the number should be more because he and his organization operated in the shadows, opting for guerrilla warfare. He is a case in himself, but he is not our biggest threat. Those gunmen are. If they have half a brain, they'll shoot blasting curses or lethal spells as soon as we enter. Daphne agreed, which means shielding or any sort of cover will be practically useless. Unless one of us can maintain a mage shield for several minutes, which would be bordering on insane. So, she turned to look at Harry. Felix, the problem with Mage Shield is that it acts as a barrier for both sides. It would mean we cannot attack them either. Harry scratched his jaw. I can create a powerful shield which will hold for several seconds without breaking, but doing it continuously will drain me. That is not an option. Valkyrie shook her head, her curls flopping around. Even if we consider 6 of us, we're still outnumbered about 9 to 1. Not counting the guards outside. But then again, the ones on the inside are another matter altogether. We need to get through the outer security first. No shooting civilians without reason. Harry ran a hand through his hair. That's good. Diana and Sure can only take down 4 at best before they are alerted. Ares said. And inside, they will be blocked by walls for the most part. What if we both station them toward the small door? Harry asked. Once our wards are in place, to escape, those inside will have to run all the way to the boundary of the wards, which is several meters away. At minimum, it will take them half a minute to get there. Enough to injure or do something. Felix, The people on the inside are another matter. Valkyrie repeated. As DeLuca said, we must give them a chance to surrender. Yes, we can take down the gunmen immediately for wielding dedicated weapons capable of mass destruction. But that too is hazy at best and legal terms at best. Honestly, by protocol, we should be with an aura force, announcing our presence so they can surrender peacefully. If we do that, we'd all be dead in less than a minute probably. Natalie snorted. But as much as I hate to admit it, you are not wrong. Level 6 missions do go in the gray at times. So, we have to make a few tough calls, I suppose. It is as Hippogriff said, Valkyrie declared. We burn through the outer security, break through the doors, take out the 2 gunmen inside before asking for immediate surrender. If they fight or run, we take them down. It is something we have to wing the hell out of. But what we can plan for is the perimeter security. Ares rubbed his hands. We need to fight 11 guards. Daphne's fingers circled the boundary of the map. Or at least 7, if Shur and Diana can take out the ones on the right side and the ones on the roof. To protect ourselves, we can be invisible, but they will still know that they are under attack the moment wards go down. And as soon as we fire our first spell, they will also know our general position. Valkyrie ran a hand through her locks. Myers alone tore through a whole hit wizard squad with one of those guns. These are 11 people. Or even in the best case, 7. Also, 2 snipers and 4 men can be a problem. The gunmen might shield or take cover if they have a good presence of mind. Harry bit his lips. I can deal with a few before the wards are taken down. It might not be enough to go through the whole security, but I have enough confidence that I can take 2 or 3 down before they get alerted. Wait, how will you do that? Horace raised an eyebrow. You cannot pass through the wards. Even if you make a whole dash, I don't need a hole to get in. Harry said, just trust me. I can slip through, take a few down and no one would know. I don't think I like how you're keeping secrets, Felix. Valkyrie narrowed her eyes. First, the magic that makes detection spells fail over you. Then this, a magic that you say, will allow you to slip past wards, some of which are specifically designed to detect intruders. He has demonstrated it before, though. Natalie intervened. During his agent test, he slipped past the wards we made in the simulation room without taking them down. Daphne said that he's been doing stuff like this since he was in school, showing up in places where it would have been impossible to just sneak into, or ones where he had no business being. That includes Hogwarts, under the command of the Death Eaters. Harry didn't bother to correct her. So, family magic. Valkyrie sighed. Or whatever shit the British call it these days. Do you want me to do it or not? Harry raised an eyebrow at her. I can take out the whole of the left side and make the job easier. At my signal, DeLuca and Loki can take down the wards. Once the wards are down, well, you can attack. It will work unless you're discovered early. Valkyrie's eyes ran over the map. Also, while we are not putting any holds on this mission due to its nature, do avoid outright killing if you can. The owner of the warehouse is a powerful man. He can cause trouble and pressurize the ICW, which in turn might cause trouble for WAND, or at least this case specifically, and we must try to get this Rookwood fella alive. He might have the key to blowing this whole case wide open. Ares added, the investigation on him was the one that widened the scope of this case. After all, that all is okay. But how do we deal with the goons wielding guns? Daphne interrupted. Even if Potter's plan works to perfection, there are at least 4 of them whom we have to deal with. We can work in pairs while being invisible. If spells come at you, one will shield and the other will shoot them down. Valkyrie said, the one shooting would have to be quick, very quick, and whatever shield is used should be powerful. Aegis Horribilis. Harry suggested. It can take blows and can be cast wide enough to cover a small crowd from heavy spellfire if needed. It is also near transparent. Natalie agreed. We are 5 people now, though. So, Horace can stay back in case of any trouble. Valkyrie said. Then you and Kion. Myself and Ares. Felix will be within the perimeter, taking down the security. Once we are in, I announce the surrender while holding a shield, and you all take down the gunmen, right? Natalie nodded. Sounds like a plan. Very well. Valkyrie tossed her hair over her shoulder, her eyes flitting toward Harry. Get the rest of the team up to speed and get the comms up. Diana should have brought the equipment by now. I need a word with Felix. Daphne raised an eyebrow at Harry, who responded with a shrug. You are poking too much at Felix, Valkyrie. Natalie's eyes darkened. And he has said that he won't join your team. It is not about that. It is something about the mission. Then you can share it with us here. Natalie shot back. Harry sighed. Let's not fight. If she wants a word in private, well, I see no harm. If it is anything I feel she is doing wrong, I will go straight to DeLuca. Ha Felix dash, Natalie continued, but Harry shook his head. Go on. We will join you soon. Valkyrie said. And for more reference, it is about the masked lady. I might have something, but I want to be a lot more sure before opening the can of worms for you. You are not having him do your dirty work for you, are you? No. Valkyrie rolled her eyes. Now, if you would. In a few minutes, everyone filtered out, Natalie shooting a glare at Valkyrie on her way out. Valkyrie waved her wand and Harry felt a ripple of magic cover the place. What did you find? Harry asked. And why haven't you told them? Because the thing is complicated. Valkyrie said frustratedly. The burnt face is not burnt but rotten. A withering curse to be precise. Harry winced. That was the same curse that had killed Dumbledore after affecting his hand. It was one of the worst curses to be ever created. Yes, quite nasty. She got hit by it in the left jaw through some sort of dart which was triggered by a ward being tripped. Valkyrie said. It was immediately contained, of course. She was portkeyed into the emergency medical ward, and with all the best healers on site. But, well, where it had spread would always remain. Half of her face had withered off, and her vocal cords were damaged. So, it is her, then? Harry breathed. The only difference is that instead of a burnt face, it is a rotten one. Valkyrie shook her head. That's where things get complicated. The withering curse was stopped, but not fast enough. It got to her spine. And Harry frowned. Potter, the spine is where all the nerves are. Valkyrie rolled her eyes. They apparently stopped the curse before it would have paralyzed her or made her a vegetable. But her reflexes and speed would have never been the same. One of the healers said that she would have motor problems too. Unrefined coordination, tremors in arms and legs, late responses. And the masked woman had crazy reflexes. Harry muttered. Bugger, yes. Valkyrie nodded. So, while the physical features are a match, it is impossible for the masked woman to be her. The withering curse has no cure. Then she must have found a way, Harry said adamantly. Maybe some ritual. Or regrown the nerves. Regrowing nerves is not possible. Valkyrie huffed. We don't know that, Harry said. If the physical features match, impossible is just a word being used to convince ourselves. We must tell the team. Now, Valkyrie closed her eyes. Let us get through this mission. Once we wrap up here and are back at the headquarters, we can discuss the matter with the team. All right, we are ready. Loki's voice rang through the comms. There will be a few seconds between the moment their wards go down and our wards go up. At the signal Potter gives, we will take the wards down. So in that few seconds, you all have to make sure that no one goes out. If they have the presence of mind, they might, and there is nothing we can do to stop it.
Die Luke sighed.
I am more worried about the sniper part of the plan. They will have 4 targets. For the ones down on the ground, it'll be easy. But the ones on the roof? They will be alerted immediately unless they are taken down first. Also, the 2 on the roof are the only ones who will have cover. Valkyrie added. But I have seen Diana take out worse. You all do realize that I have a drone stationed on their heads? An armed drone? Faisal's voice buzzed through the comms. I can take them out in half a second. Wait, that drone is armed? Diana's voice echoed as she gave Horace a quizzical look. Ward detonators and a pair of miniature cannons. Faisal replied. You're not blasting them. DeLuca denied. We don't want the roof to cave in. It won't. Faisal said. It is like a grenade and not a missile. Are you sure? DeLuca asked. Positive. All right then. Stick to the original plan for the most part, except that Shur and Diana take out the ones on the right side first. Are the snipers' nests ready? DeLuca turned to Mr. Singh. They are. Mr. Singh nodded. We will take our positions. Remember, those who are not wielding guns or not attacking must not be harmed. DeLuca said. We do not want civilian casualties. Yes, they are manufacturing illegal contraband, and they might not be completely innocent. But there is a chance they might be. So, Unless they resist, you just ask them to drop their wands. Yes, sir. Natalie saluted. I'll make sure of it. If you feel things are going south, you activate your port keys. I will lock the wards totally, and we call the hit wizard force of Macedonia. Bureaucracy be damned. Valkyrie in there. You make the calls if needed. I won't disappoint. She smiled. Also, I might have found something before I came here. So, once we are back at HQ, I need a meeting. So she has decided. Harry internally breathed a sigh of relief. No more secrets. Okay. DeLuca nodded. Let's get going. Felix, wait for our signal before going ahead. I will. He nodded. Taking a deep breath, Harry remembered the feel of his invisibility cloak. The skin above his heart tingled and a chill poured on his body, goosebumps rising on his skin. The Elder Wand slipped into his hands, and he twisted on the spot, vanishing with a slight crack. The wind howled as he appeared within the wards, several feet behind one of the men. The gravel moved slightly and Harry froze, ceasing his movements. The gravel could be a slight problem. Harry glanced around, listening to the crunch of the gravel as the guards moved around, keeping a lazy watch. The silver gun glinted in the sunlight, the wood of the guard's wand poking through the slot. Felix, where are you? Faisal's voice rang through the comms. You just disappeared off the map. I am within the wards. Harry murmured, waiting for Hippogriff's signal. Very well. Faisal acknowledged. Hippogriff, Loki. Felix is in position. Commence ward takedown. Harry took a deep breath, letting magic run down his veins through the shaft of the Elder Wand which thrummed in his hands. Magic rippled, settling around his boots, ensuring the gravel wouldn't give his position away. Raising his eyes, he scanned his surroundings. Both the guards in his line of sight were not looking at him, instead, gazing at the trees and clouds. Alarms have been disabled. Loki's smooth voice rang in Harry's ears. Setting up ward detonators and preparing for takedown. Drone is armed. Faisal said. Sniper 1 and 2 in position. Mr. Singh confirmed. We both have a clear shot. Aiming for the head. My team is in position too. Valkyrie declared. Awaiting signal. Felix, DeLuca said. We are ready. At your signal now. Niffler, confirm positions. Anyone behind the warehouse? Harry questioned, readying himself. Just the one guy marching up and down whom Diana is gonna shoot, and the guy on the roof whom I am taking down. Faisal said. There are 2 on the left side, as you might be seeing, and 1 in the front, who is close to the left side. Copy that. I am going to start. Harry cracked his neck, stalking closer to the man closest to him who was kicking at loose gravel. Obtuno. The orange stunner hit the man at point-blank range, and Harry twisted on his heel, appearing near the other man, who whirled around. Obtuno. A flash of orange caught the man in the face, and he crumpled to the ground. There was an indistinct shout. Hold! Harry whispered as the thundering of footsteps got louder. The third man appeared, his eyes alert and his gun out, emitting a faint yellow light. Fullman's thunder cracked out of Harry's wand in a blinding white flash, blasting the man down the graveled path. Now, Harry said. With a tremendous bang, the wards around the warehouse shattered, its sound drowning out the faint bangs of gunshots. Incoherent shouts rang toward the front of the building, moments before 2 explosions rocked the roof. Targets on the roof are down, Faisal said. So are the ones on the right and left. 3. Now 2 remain in the front. Harry felt a tingle of magic prickle his spine. Wards are up. Only W, A, N, D port keys will work now. Loki said. Do not try to apparate, please. Harry held his wand up, running ahead toward the front. Jets of orange and pink light tore through the air, blasting apart everything in sight. The 2 gunmen who remained were shooting like madmen, waving their guns around like children wave their wands. Harry saw a yellow flash splash across a translucent shimmer, sparks raining down on the gravel below. There! A man pointed his gun at the shimmer, sending pink flashes of light hurtling toward the shield. No, Harry waved his wand and the gravel rose, their crooked, uneven, black structure melting into smooth silver spikes which shot toward the men. Crimson spurted from one's ribs, splattering across the wall of the warehouse and the ground as he gurgled and fell. The other got hit by a flash of green light and fell, his eyes unseeing. Someone used the killing curse. Harry let his invisibility ebb away, looking around the place. Who used the killing curse? Harry asked, touching a finger to the device in his ear. I did, Ares replied, as the group's invisibility faded away. The shield wouldn't have held. Time to break in. Valkyrie strode forward, slashing her wand through the air. A golden stream of fire burst out, shaping itself into runic letters, forming a complicated structure. Behind her, Daphne's eyes were wide, running over the floating letters as if trying to decipher them. 3 dash, the runes vanished, forming a translucent golden shield, bigger than Valkyrie. 2 dash, Harry positioned himself behind her, alongside Daphne, Ares, and Natalie. 1. Valkyrie thrust her wand forward, the golden barrier smashing through the door, Valkyrie following behind. As soon as Harry entered, beams of purple struck the shield, hammering against it. A second later, a man was blown back, his gun skittering away. Daphne hurled a bludgeoner and a stunner at the second gunman, taking him down. Harry's eyes sought Rookwood, who was slowly backing away toward the door, his wand held in his hands. Surrender! Valkyrie's voice boomed, echoing through the warehouse, rattling its windows. This is the ICW. Surrender, and you will not be harmed. Don't try to resist or run. Throw your wands to the floor and put your hands on your head. Most complied immediately, wands clattering to the floor. A few didn't. Spells of all kinds soared toward them, bursting across Valkyrie's shield while a handful tried to make a run for it through the side door. Sure, few are coming through the door, Daphne said, slashing her wand in a blur of crimson. Copy that. Mr. Singh's voice rang, followed by a gunshot. Across the room, a woman's head erupted in a shower of crimson. Beside Harry, Daphne retched, turning away from the scene. Seriously? Valkyrie thrust her wand and a wave of golden fire swept forward, twisting into runic alphabets in mid-air. Harry raised his eyebrow as they disappeared and 4 of the enemies got pulled off their feet, their bodies snapping tight together before golden chains wrapped around them. Rookwood was still standing, a silver shield protecting him. Felix, get Rookwood, Valkyrie ordered as her shield trembled. And this shield won't hold for long. Harry hurled a chain of curses at Rookwood which hammered into his shield, tearing it apart. Rookwood dove to the ground, scrambling for cover beneath a metal desk which vanished with a wave of Harry's wand. A bolt of puce soared toward Harry, only to splash against the remnants of Valkyrie's shield which had begun to crack. The attackers around the room were reducing by the second, thanks to the rest of the team. Rookwood waved his wand and 2 men near him stood up, their eyes glazed. With a wave of their wands, 2 wide bronze shields materialized in front of them, covering Rookwood. Harry cursed under his breath, firing a pair of reductor curses which hammered across their shields. Niffler, what's Rookwood's position? Harry asked as the shields began to move toward the right. He is moving toward the door, I think. Faisal replied after a few moments. Can't you see him? Coward imperioed 2 men to shield him. Harry said, Horace, I need you to replace me at the front door. I am going after Rookwood. Kion, fire at the bronze shields if you can. Harry let the coldness of invisibility envelop him before the world turned around him. He reappeared on the graveled path, in front of the side entrance. Sure, Diana. Hold your fires. Rookwood is gonna come out of the side entrance and I am here. Harry dropped his invisibility and waited for Rookwood to appear. Harry, Rookwood is out of the door, Faisal said, and Harry frowned, seeing no one around. He twisted his wand, a ripple of magic rustling through the gravel on the ground, and Rookwood's disillusionment charm dissolved. A purple curse flashed toward Harry, who swatted it away to the side, returning fire with a bludgeoner and an orange stunner which burst against another silver shield. Fulmin Flagello. A whip of lightning cracked across the silver shield, sending ripples cascading down its length. The shield cracked like a mirror and Rookwood dove to the ground, avoiding the whip. Surrender, Rookwood. Harry hurled another stunner at him, but Rookwood rolled away, the gravel crunching beneath his body. With a wave of Harry's wand, the stones turned to ropes, wrapping around the Death Eater's hand. A yellow curse hammered into Rookwood, slamming him onto the ground before an Expelliarmus ripped his wand away. Game over, Rookwood. Harry shot a stunner, taking the man out. I've got Rookwood. He pressed a finger to his ear. Very good. Take him back to the HQ and secure him. DeLuca said. He was an unspeakable and a known terrorist. We don't want surprises. We'll get back as soon as we wrap up here. Most in the warehouse are down, and we will be securing them. Copy that. Harry waved his wand, shooting a body bind at Rookwood before wrapping him in metal wires for good measure. Leaning down, he grabbed Rookwood by the collar and activated his portkey. The mission had been a success, and now they had Rookwood in custody. A ragged team walked into the common room, slumping onto couches or the carpet with tired sighs. DeLuca gave a half-hearted smile to Harry as he conjured a chair for himself and sat down, Faisal and Apollo following his lead. Where are Mr. Singh and Crystal? Harry frowned, not seeing them. And Diana and Horace? Clean up. Natalie mumbled from the floor. I need a strong drink. I need a bottle. Daphne looked away from the group. Kid, it happens. Valkyrie looked up from the couch. This is not the worst you'll see. Not even close. Be glad it was not one of your own whom it happened to. No, I know. Hell, I have seen bad things. But I have never seen someone's head burst. Apollo quietly dug into his pouch, removing a small vial. Miss, please drink this. It will help you calm down. Daphne pushed the vial away, looking paler than Harry had ever seen her. Nat, DeLuca gestured, and Nat rose from the floor. Come on, Daphne. You've to drink this. Natalie said softly. We've all had a tough day. Been through tons of information, some disgustingly sick stuff, and just fought a tiring fight. Go on. Daphne sniffed, opening the vial and gulping down the liquid. That's a good girl. Let's get you to bed. Not yet. Harry glanced at Valkyrie. The day is not over yet, and it is just going to get worse. Harry, Valkyrie gave him a piercing look. It can wait till they rest. It has waited long enough. Harry said resolutely. And we have as much confirmation as we can get now. Not complete dash. Bullshit. Harry snapped. If you don't want to tell them, I am going to. Tell us what? DeLuca cut in. What is going on, Harry? DeLu dash. Not you, Valkyrie. I asked Harry. DeLuca held up a finger. Go on. What is it? Well, Valkyrie and I were investigating the masked lady, and we believe we have found a lead. Harry began. And based on multiple factors, her wand, her face, her height and body, we managed to narrow it down to one suspect. That's good then. DeLuca's eyes flicked between Valkyrie and Harry. We can go after her next. Don't jump to stuff, DeLuca. Valkyrie glanced at Harry. Hear out who she is first. You won't like the answer. Silence reigned for a moment as Harry and Valkyrie stared at each other. All right. Potter, tell me. Now. DeLuca said irritatedly. Well, dash, Harry hesitated. The masked lady is none other than your old team leader, Cadros. His team blinked for a moment. There must be a mistake, DeLuca said, shooting a glance at Faisal and Natalie, who looked like they were about to explode into protests. It cannot be Cadros. It is. Valkyrie stepped forward. I confirmed it through multiple sources. Body imaging, medical records, wand identification. It is Cadros, DeLuca. You're insane. Natalie rose to her feet. Do you know whom you're talking about? The one person, dash, who had the skills and power to challenge me to a fight and come out on top? Valkyrie raised an eyebrow in challenge. You saw the fight, Natalie. There was no mistake on Potter's or Greengrass's part. Potter pulled moves which would have put my whole team in trouble, let alone me. A completely invisible opponent who can shatter mage shields with one spell. And she fought him on equal footing. Look me in the eye and tell me that Cadros couldn't do it. It doesn't mean she did. Faisal said quietly. Valkyrie, the last we saw her, dash, she was in bed with half her face rotten, barely able to make a sound? Valkyrie turned. Tell me, Agent Niffler, do you remember how she got the scar on her face? The dash, Faisal paled. The basilisk horntail. It was permanent. Showed up in disguises too. And the same scar our masked lady had. Valkyrie pointed out. Also her wand? 12.5 inches, aspenwood, phoenix, feather core. A wand particularly suited for fire magic and dueling. Cadros' specialties, DeLuca said. And the masked ladies too, apparently. How sure can we be though? I mean, it could have been Polyjuice. She was invisible and wearing an Egyptian half-mask. You think that was someone under Polyjuice too? Valkyrie frowned. Also, I analyzed her expressions. The pain was very real. Valkyrie, the damage to Kadro's nerves was profound. She could barely hold a wand after the incident happened.
Die Lucasite.
From barely holding a wand to fighting like she would have at her prime. It is a bit of a stretch. She could have been cured. Harry cleared his throat. Yes, there is no cure known for the withering curse. But you cannot discount the possibility. DeLuca nodded. I understand. You cannot seriously agree with them. Natalie blurted. Natalie, they have evidence and damning ones at that.
Die Lucasite.
Harry, I am letting Valkyrie, and you handle this segment of the case then. And Natalie, Faisal, before you protest, their suspicions are not without basis as I said. They have evidence so we better act on it. If she is innocent, which I hope she is, we will release her. That goes without saying. Valkyrie agreed. I know it must be hard that your friend and mentor is now a probable enemy. I suggest you all take dreamless sleep potions and sleep over it. We've been up for more than a day. I'll have a team of interrogators get information out of Rookwood and the others in custody. No, leave Rookwood for us.
Die Lucasite.
I want to be there when they get the answers out of him under Veritaserum. Keep him stunned and bound. He shouldn't escape. He is, Harry said. I hit him with the tranquilizing pin, and a stunner and a body bind, and made sure he had nothing but prison clothes on him. Also checked for poison or fake tooth. None. Fortunately. Good. DeLuca nodded. We will wrap this shit up as soon as we can. Tomorrow is going to be another long day. So, get your rest. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. Daphne's behavior on seeing the headburst was done because she is still a rookie. She has seen people die, and might have even killed. But she hasn't seen heads burst into a shower of gore and blood. So, she was naturally disgusted and disturbed by the sight. The story nears its end now. The pieces are falling into place, and now they have Rookwood. In terms of spy movies, this is where the hero will now know what the final plan of the villain is, and where the fight will take place. The beginning of the end. Thank you for all your reviews. A huge thanks to Muggle for betaing this chapter. The next chapter of this FIC, with a lot of other early content, is already up on Patreon. So, if you want to, and can, please subscribe and support me as an author. It would mean a lot to me if you do so. There you can find additional short pieces too apart from my normal long fix. Link, www.patreon HP Fanfictioner 66. Remove spaces. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. H Fanfictioner 66. The schemes unravel. Last time, Natalie, they have evidence and damning ones at that.
Die Lucasite.
Harry, I am letting Valkyrie, and you handle this segment of the case then. And Natalie, Faisal, before you protest, their suspicions are not without basis as I said. They have evidence so we better act on it. If she is innocent, which I hope she is, we will release her. That goes without saying. Valkyrie agreed. I know it must be hard that your friend and mentor is now a probable enemy. I suggest you all take dreamless sleep potions and sleep over it. We've been up for more than a day. I'll have a team of interrogators get information out of Rookwood and the others in custody. No, leave Rookwood for us.
Die Lucasite.
I want to be there when they get the answers out of him under Veritaserum. Keep him stunned and bound. He shouldn't escape. He is, Harry said. I hit him with the tranquilizing pin, and a stunner and a body bind, and made sure he had nothing but prison clothes on him. Also checked for poison or fake tooth. None. Fortunately. Good. DeLuca nodded. We will wrap this shit up as soon as we can. Tomorrow is going to be another long day. So, get your rest. CH13. The schemes unravel. Drops of rain splattered across the huge glass windows, tiny rivulets of water running down the length of the glass. Harry's eyes trailed, with a single drop making its way down the surface, merging with another to form a bigger drop before washing down a bigger line of water. The prisoner has regained consciousness and is prepared, the guard at the desk declared. You are cleared to interrogate the prisoner at the black site. You will find all you need inside the room.
Grazie.
DeLuca pushed the huge metal door open and entered the room, followed by the rest of the team. There he is, DeLuca declared as they faced another wall, one with a huge rectangular glass in its center. Rookwood sat on the other side, groggily looking around, tugging at his chains. The room he was in had all sorts of instruments hanging on the walls, torture devices. In front of the mirror, on the agent's side, were two small black cases with the W.A.N.D. logo painted on them. Why is he in there? Harry frowned. That is Juan's black site Potter. Valkyrie pursed her lips. Meant for extreme needs of information. It is a torture chamber. Daphne exclaimed. Yes, DeLuca said. As I said, black site. This is not legal, is it? Harry asked. Not even for us? No. DeLuca admitted grimly. Valkyrie and I will break about 4 international laws as soon as we step into that room. If word of this gets out about this to the majority of the ICW, we will be court-martialed and or disavowed by WAAND at the very least. But this also allows us to go totally off-book and get what we need. But you will still be doing it on Juan grounds, which means, wait? Daphne's eyes widened. This site isn't here, is it? There's no door here like the other interrogation rooms. It is not somewhere WAAND will ever have to take responsibility. Correct. Valkyrie nodded. The black site's location is classified. It also holds some of the worst prisoners our teams have caught. DeLuca and I will be interrogating Rukwad there. The two of you can see and hear the proceedings through this mirror. Indeed, DeLuca said. Kion, you will be keeping the dictaquil active. Potter, if there's anything you want us to ask him, press that button and speak up. Also, Kion, those papers do not have to be filed under any circumstances or even kept after the end of this case. But the conversation has to be recorded perfectly as Valkyrie will be rewriting the interrogation based on it. Forging evidence, you mean? Harry narrowed his eyes. That is yet another offense. Technically, I will be paraphrasing it, Valkyrie said. And it doesn't matter. Rukwad is never going to see the light of day and neither are the facts of anything ever done there. Also, you cannot imagine the amount of information the black site has been used to gain in the past and the number of lives it saved. It is only used for high-profile cases. If it makes either of you queasy, you're welcome to leave and send someone else. It is not like we have any shortage of work. Yes, the evidence from the warehouse has to be recorded. We have to cross-check the names of those we took into custody yesterday with the criminal database and then work to interrogate them before creating the release forms or prosecution forms as needed. DeLuca listed off. It is a lot of work to do and a lot of information to sift through. So, you are going to interrogate the others normally? Daphne's forehead creased. Humanely. We are not monsters, Kion. Valkyrie rolled her eyes. Rukwad is a special case. He is, by all means, a serial killer and a terrorist for Magical Britannia. Not to mention, he may have the key to blowing this case wide open. Also, he was an unspeakable. There is a high chance that he won't give us anything with a normal interrogation, even under the influence of Veritaserum. That is very much true. Harry's jaw twitched. Illegal or not, it is no less than the bastard deserves. We will be interrogating him now. DeLuca opened a case and removed a fork from it before picking up the second case in his hands. Whatever we do there, you are to speak of it to no one. If either of you cannot bear it, you are free to leave any time you wish. Valkyrie grasped the fork, giving both of them a piercing look. Bravo, Lima, Alpha, Charlie, Kilo. Juan, go dark. The fork in their hand flashed, and the two disappeared in a swirl of colors. Harry and Daphne turned to the mirror, watching as the door of Rukwad's room opened and the two entered, their hoods covering their faces. Rukwad looked up groggily, his eyes narrowing slightly, a sneer forming on his face. Hello, Mr. Rukwad. Valkyrie's distorted voice rang through the room. I will get straight to the point. We can do this in 2 ways. One in which you cooperate willingly and painlessly to give us what we want, or the other where we cause you a lot of pain, put you under potions and spells, put you through things that will haunt you forever, and you cooperate unwillingly. I suggest you choose the former, DeLuca chimed in, because any which way, your cooperation will be achieved. Rukwad looked between the two of them, his eyes sharpening slightly. You know? His voice slurred slightly. One of your friends. She told me about this. This.
WAND.
Did she now? Valkyrie leaned over the table. What did she tell you? That you people are not like Ors. Rukwad slowly adjusted himself, tugging at his chains. That you people are good. She was a testament to it. One of your, I believe, combat specialist, an ex-team leader, scorned and kicked out of here. So, it is Cadros. Daphne murmured sullenly. Well, that at least clears one thing up. Natalie and Faisal won't be happy. That they won't. Harry hummed. But Rookwood is trying to get under their skin. Picking up the topic that might affect us the most first. And what else can you tell us? DeLuca walked around Rookwood's chair. The more you cooperate, the better it will be for you, my friend. I know that I am never going to see the light of day again, Rookwood snorted. But I spent 14 years with Dementors in Azkaban. You cannot do anything worse to me than that. Oh, we can think of a few things, Valkyrie said in a high voice. A few potions, a little cold, a few enchantments, and it'll be like those 14 years all over again. Just, the experience will be compressed in the span of a few hours rather than years. Really? I am trembling. Rookwood said dryly. Look, DeLuca sat on the table. As I said before, you can either cooperate willingly, or we can make you cooperate by force. The latter will be more painful for you. Extremely painful. So, you better start answering our questions. Valkyrie summoned a small knife from the wall. Now, who are you working for? What makes you think I am not the one leading them? Valkyrie's arm shot forward in a blur, pulling Rookwood's hand onto the table. A second later, a knife came down on his hand and Rookwood screamed. Daphne looked away while Harry winced, watching as Valkyrie picked up a bloody finger from the table and threw it into a bin before wiping her hands on a conjured cloth. Rookwood whimpered slightly, hunching up as much as he could. DeLuca, on the other hand, calmly opened the case he had taken with him, pulling out a small vial of green liquid which he handed to Valkyrie. Now, Mr. Rookwood. Valkyrie grabbed his hand again, tugging it forward mercilessly. Whom do you serve? Rookwood spat on her face in response. Valkyrie froze for a moment before uncorking the vial and pouring the potion on Rookwood's chopped finger. As soon as the liquid touched the finger, the wound sizzled and the man let out a piercing howl of pain. This potion is designed to keep you in pain and with time, increase it. DeLuca's tone was merciless. Within 12 hours, the pain will grow and spread through your body. Within a day, all you would be able to feel would be pain, and you would be barely coherent enough to put together a word. I will give it 36 hours before your mind snaps totally and completely, rendering you a vegetable. We can also hasten the process, Valkyrie suggested. A cruciatus or two, and the whole timeline will come to pass thrice as fast. Your dash, a tremble passed through Rookwood's arm, a grunt escaping his lips. Bluffing, feel free to call it out. Valkyrie shrugged. Right now, it has barely gotten started. Within an hour, the pain would spread through your forearm. It will seem to you like a limited cruciatus curse at that time. And the more it spreads, the more of your body we will have to cut off in order to stop it, DeLuca said. If you cooperate right away, you can get away with most of your hand intact. No, such potion exists, Rookwood hissed.
It cannot.
For the normal public, it doesn't, Valkyrie conceded. But we are W-A-N-D. I'm sure your friend told you about us. About what we can do. Rookwood glared at them. Why don't we give you a little taste of pain? Valkyrie drew her wand. Maybe it will loosen your tongue. Crucio. Harry winced as Rookwood's screams echoed through the room as he twitched uncontrollably in his chains. His arms strained against the gray metal, the links digging into his skin. A few seconds later, Valkyrie broke the curse and DeLuca stepped forth, a vial of clear liquid in his hands. With a harsh tug, he forced Rookwood's mouth open and tipped the contents of the liquid into Rookwood's mouth.
Imperio.
Daphne leaned toward Harry. Why are they torturing him if? Little-known fact about Veritaserum is that it can be fought much like the Imperius can. Harry answered her unasked question, watching as Rookwood stopped struggling, his eyes glazing over. It works similarly with a single, strong command, to speak the truth. It takes a good amount of will and resilience to fight it off. As for the pain, it makes it harder for him to concentrate and thus, harder to fight against it. Augustus Rookwood, whom do you serve? Valkyrie asked. And what is their goal? A man that calls himself the Liberator. Rookwood replied in a monotone voice. He is the one who orders everything. I do not know much about the man or his goal. What do you know about him then? DeLuca asked. He is very rich, Rookwood replied. or has rich friends. He never gives orders directly. The woman does. The one who worked for W.A.N.D.? Valkyrie asked. There was a brief flash in Rookwood's eyes and his arms twitched, straining against the bonds. Yes, blimey, he is fighting it. Daphne breathed. That is not unexpected. Harry leaned back, watching as Valkyrie unleashed another cruciatus curse on the man. Rookwood was an unspeakable. Now, while I do not know much about them, all of them specialize in esoteric magic. And when dealing with certain magics, some degree of mental fortitude is important for one's safety. Daphne agreed, but not to a point where one can fight off the Imperius and Veritaserum. I have also been trained in mental fortitude for a bit, but I do not think I could fight off Veritaserum. Imperius, I can fight now, but anyone would have trouble with the two of them at once. Harry said over Rookwood's screams of pain. Honestly, I didn't exactly think he would fight it. Not with the pain. Without it, Rookwood was strong enough to survive 14 years in Azkaban with his sanity mostly intact. Harry reasoned, and he has had more than 5 years now to recover from the experience. I did say he might have fought it off. I could. You seem sure of yourself. During my second month in the Aura Force, I was hit with 4 Imperius curses at once. Harry rolled his eyes. Didn't work. Though, I did have the luxury of receiving 4 different commands, which probably helped me out a bit. Interesting. Daphne muttered. Whom were you after? Mulciber and Travers. Harry said. They dash. He was cut short as Rookwood fell to the floor with a crash, twitching uncontrollably. His eyes were no longer glazed, but afraid and filled with tears. Now, Rookwood. DeLuca stepped forward. I am afraid you've left us no choice. I must allow my agent to take extreme measures to loosen your tongue. Agent, with pleasure. Valkyrie summoned a device from the wall. Let us begin. The brown liquid in the cup swirled, the thin silver spoon poking through it as steam curled off its surface. Harry flicked the spoon slightly over the rim, creating ripples, and placed the spoon on the saucer. Is that how you deal with this? Daphne's voice sounded faint, her features pale. Drink tea. I have little sympathy for what Rookwood was put through. Harry blew the steam away. While I admit that the methods employed were not ideal, the bugger would have never cooperated willingly. He was given 2 chances to do so. He didn't take them. Plus, even with his cooperation, he would have controlled the narrative, and we may not have gotten what we did. Yes, their plans are somewhat ambitious. Daphne frowned. Dominating the underworld of the wizarding world through absolute monopoly as well, taking on a lot of trouble. But I didn't get a hint of their motive. Not beyond stuff that every other Dark Lord dreams of, which seems almost suspicious. Harry pointed out. Something tells me that this isn't your everyday Dark Lord. And what is it that led you to this conclusion? The dealings. Harry said. They are accumulating wealth and building a network. Getting a grip on the underworld, as Rookwood pointed out. This liberator is practically buying the low lives with contraband and fake galleons, and also giving them a job by arming them. But he has not yet acted like most would. Even Myers was a rogue, as Rookwood said. He got a gun and decided he wanted to rob Gringotts. Daphne nodded. He failed twice, but was successful in escaping. Harry nodded absently. Rookwood, while not a gold mine of information, had been useful enough to gain some insight into the operations of the Liberator. The man had several places like the warehouse they had raided, operated a dozen underground drug and addict rings all over Europe, and had made enough guns to arm a small army. A small army that could potentially wipe out a whole country off the map under the right circumstances, with the right wizards. If those guns got into the hands of anyone competent instead of the low lives that this man was arming, it was certain that it would lead to a lot more trouble than they were in. That was another point that puzzled Harry. Why was this man equipping low lives with these guns instead of recruiting some better wizards? Rookwood had stated twice under the influence and pain that they were only allowed to recruit criminals or petty thieves, and such who were either addicted to something or in need of money, not murderers or dark wizards with experience in torture and slaughter. In other words, people no better or worse than Mundungus Fletcher. Low-life and low-time criminals with no real heat, who would skirt the law to make a small living off thievery and selling contraband. These low-lives barely knew how to fight or had a spell repertoire that would only allow one to survive in the places they lived. Blasting curses, A couple of cutting spells, basic shields. Nothing overly fancy or problematic as far as even Oris were concerned. Potter. Daphne shifted on her feet. Do you think we can get to Cadros? If she relays orders, she must know more than Rukwud did. The problem would be getting information out of her, Harry said. She cannot speak properly for starters, and would fight way more than Rukwud did if her skills are anything to go by. She would. Daphne grimaced. So, what now? We get the team here and cross-check the list of locations we got out of Rukwud. Harry shrugged. We also need the files of other interrogations to see if there is any other pertinent information. After that, well, I guess we will systematically take them down. But that will be DeLuca's call. It is exactly what the call is. Valkyrie walked into the room. Her eyes were carefully blank, her features pale. She walked up to the cabinet and removed a packet from it, tearing it open and dumping its contents into a glass. Valkyrie, are you okay? Daphne frowned. She isn't, Harry said as Valkyrie poured in water and stirred the concoction wordlessly. And she is drinking a calming brew. Thank you, Potter, she said shortly. Get to the conference room in 5. We are going to pull together everything we have and make a detailed plan of action. Plus, Horace thinks he found something. Valkyrie turned on her heel and stalked out of the room, taking the glass with her. Daphne and Harry shared a look. That affected her more than she showed, Harry said. The torturing of Rukwud that she did. Honestly, I'd be more worried if it didn't. Right there with you, Potter. Daphne sighed. Even you went away for a bit for all your poker face. I didn't want to see DeLuca administer him the draft of nightmares. Harry closed his eyes, the image of Dumbledore's pleading eyes flashing in front of him. It is perhaps one of the worst potions ever made. You've encountered it before? Once, Harry said shortly. I think we should go to the conference room. Let's not keep the others waiting. Not when we are in a time crunch. We are in a time crunch? Daphne gave him a surprised look. You do realize that the Liberator might move up his timetable because one of his warehouses just got raided and his men arrested? Harry raised an eyebrow. It means we have to crack this open as fast as we can and wrap it up with the Liberator behind bars and his operation up in flames. Because if we do not, we are addition. The pictures on the boards moved, glancing down at the sign in their hands before looking at the strings stretching like a spider web all over them. All right, what have you got for us, Agent Horace? DeLuca's voice pierced through the silence of the room. A couple of Gringotts accounts, actually. Horace slid forward a piece of parchment. And each of their balances is in 6 figures, netting an estimated total of nearly 250,000 galleons. Ares let out a low whistle at the number. Yes, those are some heavy funds. Horace agreed. Both the accounts are in different names, one belonging to a registered establishment, one that only exists on paper. And the other? Valkyrie asked. Adamus Lou Duff. Horace threw a photo on the table. The same person whom the Trivian Pearl Mine and the warehouse belonged to. Faisal said. He also has multiple shady businesses and shell establishments. Then he would be a good place to start, I reckon. Harry said. He might also know something more. Lou Duff matter isn't that simple. Faisal shook his head. He is a rich and powerful man. We cannot arrest him without a warrant or even detain him without concrete proof of his involvement. He owned the warehouse we raided and found illegal contraband in, Daphne exclaimed. Not to mention, a wanted terrorist and a serial killer. We cannot skip past that process. Horace said. The Macedonian government will be on our collective asses and build pressure via the ICW. The whole case would slip through our fingers. I am pretty sure an inquiry came to the ICW about the raid. But since contraband was found and a wanted international criminal was arrested, there will not be much action or any. If we take LeDuff in, that is a totally different bag of cats. Natalie agreed. All right, first let us see if we can do something about those accounts. DeLuca said. Get them frozen and put them under review. Putting an account freeze shouldn't be tough, but we need Mage to sign off on it. Faisal said. But it will take at least a day to go through the legalities of it and deal with the goblins. Do it, DeLuca said. Valkyrie Fern, Ares, what do you think of a hands-clean ops mission? DeLuca, you are treading a fine line there. Valkyrie leaned back. We already went to Black Site for Rukwud. I do not think any more steps out of the line should be taken. What is a hands-clean mission? Harry raised a hand. As in off the books? Yes. And you wipe away every bit of evidence of the mission, Natalie replied. Thoroughly. That means no living witnesses. And if you are caught, you will be disavowed and left for the dead. It also means that no WAAN equipment, including port keys, would be used. That's not an option, Valkyrie said. I would never do such a thing with my team. You have done it before. Ares said. The team wasn't under my leadership when that happened, Valkyrie said. And I barely escaped in time from there. A few seconds would have seen me behind bars or on a death row. Then what are our other options? DeLuca asked. They will wall us out if we go through legal channels. We have no chance legally, ICW or not. Let us concentrate on the other spots in Cadros, Valkyrie suggested. Excuse me. Harry cleared his throat. What if Luduff is the Liberator? Why else would he fund all the operations and everything? And Rookwud said that the Liberator is rich. DeLuca and Valkyrie shared a look. If you are telling us to do a hands-clean mission, I will be the one to do it, Valkyrie said resolutely. And that would be suicide, DeLuca replied. Luduff's mansion will have an aura detail or be similarly guarded. He could even have guards with those guns. You will need someone to watch your back. I am not putting another person in trouble. She banged her fist on the table. Such a mission is the most dangerous thing anyone can undertake. No support, no extraction, no safety. There's another way. Harry interrupted before DeLuca could retort. We hit all the establishments at once. Clear them out, arrest everyone within, and even take Luduff in. If we do that, any pressure will be nearly meaningless. You are not thinking of the fact that what if Luduff is not the Liberator? Faisal said. If we pull such a stunt, and Luduff turns out to be largely innocent, there would be repercussions. If we are willing to kill him, why not frame him? Daphne asked. And even framing is a strong word here. We know he is funding these operations. He is not innocent by any means. We can always pull something off and magnify his crimes enough so that Macedonia would have to thank us rather than fight us. It is not a bad plan. Valkyrie glanced at DeLuca. But we are 14 people, 49 if the whole of WAN gets involved, DeLuca said. And we happen to be in luck. The ICW International Court is closed on the 2nd and 4th Sundays of every month, which happens to be in 2 days. So, they cannot fight or stop us until it is far too late. We have greater jurisdiction than Ors. That could work, Valkyrie said. Skirting the edges, but it could work. Even if Luduff isn't our guy, we won't have problems. And if he is, well, the matter ends, doesn't it? Let's go to Mage. This just became a level 7 mission. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. So yes, as I have said, WAND is not your everyday police force. They can bend the rules and even break them if they deem necessary, even though they officially have to work within certain rules and limits. Wizard rights being one of them, which was violated to gain information out of Rookwud, a Tenrid. I do not really plan on letting them get together in this part. Sparks will fly, but the fire won't be lit. Mark Andrew. That did become a little oversharing, to be honest. Thank you for your reviews. A huge thanks to Muggle and Enigma for baiting this chapter. The next chapter of this FIC, with a lot of other early content, is already up on Pat Rayon. So, if you want to, and can, please subscribe and support me as an author. It would mean a lot to me if you do so. There you can find additional short pieces too apart from my normal long fix. Link, www. Pat Rayon HP Fanfictioner 66. Remove spaces. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. H Fanfictioner 66. A level 7. Last time. It is not a bad plan. Valkyrie glanced at DeLuca. But we are 14 people. 49 if the whole of WAN gets involved, DeLuca said. And we are also in luck. The ICW International Court is closed on the 2nd and 4th Sundays of every month, which happens to be in 2 days. So, they cannot fight or stop us until it is far too late. We have greater jurisdiction than Ors. That could work, Valkyrie said. Skirting the edges, but it could work. Even if Luduff isn't our guy, we won't have problems. And if he is, well, the matter ends, doesn't it? Let's go to Mage. This just became a level 7 mission. CH-14A level 7. Dozens of pages fluttered across the room, cataloging themselves neatly in multiple files by themselves while the agents wrote more. having chosen a place for themselves around the room to work. Harry signed the parchment he had filled with a tired scrawl, placing the sheet on a piece of machine and pressing 2 buttons on it. For sheets of parchment, all copies of the original, flew out of the machine, soaring across the room to file themselves in relevant sections. Harry plucked the original copy and sent it to DeLuca's desk, who signed on it and stamped it in the middle before the page 2 flew away and filed itself in a hard, thick file. "Welcome to the prep of Level 7, Harry." Natalie grinned at him as she pressed a parchment onto the machine, multiple copies flying out of it and darting around the room. "Always remember, the higher the level, the more the paperwork. This is going to take all night, isn't it?" Harry sighed, continuing to fill out another form, documenting the location of one of the liberators. "Illegal operations as per Rookwood. Do we have to make a record of every single thing?" For Merlin's sake, Faisal and Daphne are still documenting what we confiscated from the warehouse. Every single item. Why? Because we do not need someone to take these out and sell them for a small fortune without us knowing, Horace said, hunched over a report. With all that we confiscated, including the refined Trivian pearls, we are looking at materials worth around 500,000 galleons at a conservative estimate. And that is just the warehouse. What's the actual estimate? Harry asked quietly. If you factor in what an enchanted magical device the guns would make as an exclusive weapon, anywhere around 1,000,000 galleons at least. Horace ran a hand through his hair. These things would sell on the legal market for thousands of galleons each if they sought to sell it to ministries to arm their Aura force. If you get into the black market with even one such gun, there would be some asshole waiting to buy it for a nice 5-figure sum, Natalie said quietly. A good 10 times what this is actually worth at that. That's insane. Harry glanced at the multiple crates around Daphne and Faisal, who were labeling the silver guns and keeping them back, writing out the details on the forms before repeating the whole process. Are they even aware that what they are holding is a fortune of thousands of galleons? Harry felt his gaze linger on the silver guns, a fortune bound to go to waste. Because no one should have such a weapon. To many it is but a small number. Horace shrugged. Including you, I believe. That's not a small number, but I could afford it, yes? Harry corrected. The point is that these operations, especially the big illegal ones, run on a lot of money. More money than most would see in a lifetime, Natalie said. It is also a part of how we fund our operations in addition to the ICW giving us money. Many confiscated items like those pearls will be slowly sold off once the case is over and the trials are done. The money then will be funneled straight into WAAND's coffers. That is also why we are documenting each thing so thoroughly, Horace added without looking up from his papers. If the case ever reopens, we will have evidence needed. And that too, multiple copies at that, to ensure something is not destroyed in a mishap. That's neat. Harry plucked another empty form and filled it, consulting the file in his hand. What happens once all this is over? Also, why are we doing the paperwork now and not after we are done with the raids? Because it will be turning into a level 7 case, of course, Horace said. Unless it is an immediate world-ending threat, all prior evidence needs to be properly recorded and cataloged. The reason for it? Level 7 cases are not approved by Mage, but by the Secretary of Defense and the Supreme Mugwump. Wait, what? Level 7, Harry. It goes above and beyond anything you've seen. Natalie shook her head. And by anything, I mean anything. The last time there was one, I believe, was about 6 years ago. What happened? Classified, Horace said smoothly. If there is a need to know, you will know. As everything level 5 and above are. Natalie nodded in agreement. A need-to-know basis, right? Harry placed the page he had written in the machine and pressed a button, a single copy shooting out of it and soaring across the room. With a flick of his wand, the original went flying to DeLuca's desk. So, once the level 7 is approved, we proceed? Attack all their bases at once? That will be planned. But yes, Horace said. I think DeLuca might have some work for you and the other combat specialists before that. Is that why Valkyrie is not here? Horace turned to Natalie, who raised a cool eyebrow at him. To quote you, Classified. That is, till she returns. I cannot tell what she is doing. She has not gone after Cadros, has she? Harry frowned. No. You will be on the Cadros mission. Natalie said. There are more than 36 hours to go. and a lot of work needs to be done. Why do you think the first thing we did was stock up on coffee, pepper-ups, and super sleep potions? Wait, has she gone to get him? Horace suddenly asked, his eyes brightening. That'd piss him off. Natalie remained stony-faced, but the corner of her eyes crinkled. Who is him? If Horace wants to tell you, he could, Natalie said quietly. His guess is pretty bang on. Is it the 7th team member of their team? Harry motioned toward Horace. Don't think I didn't notice they were only 6. So has Daphne. Agent Quetzalcoatl is on special leave. Horace stifled a chuckle, with a very graphic threat that he'd kill us all if we dared to interrupt him. What does he specialize in? Harry asked. Old Quetzal? His specialty is twofold. One is in muggles, equipment handling, and theoretical magic, much like your Agent Niffler is. The other is blowing things up spectacularly, and he is on leave because I was in the middle of my wedding preparations, a loud voice said from behind Harry, and he turned. A man, taller than any human Harry had seen, was glaring at everyone in the room, trying to burn them down with his stare. You motherers, you all are uninvited. You've made your displeasure quite clear, Quetzal. Valkyrie entered the room, her robe scorched and her hair singed. Vividly so. Not enough. You are interrupting my wedding. Quetzalcoatl huffed. My apologies. Valkyrie's eye twitched. But I believe introductions are in order. I am Agent Quetzalcoatl. You can call me Quetz, Quetzal, Coat, and all the variations you can think of. If you can't, off. Get back to work and let's get this over with. I have a ING wedding on my head, and my fiancé is going to kill me if I postpone it even a minute further. Agent Quetzalcoatl, welcome back. DeLuca cleared his throat, rising from his desk. Hippogriff. Quetzalcoatl nodded. Tell me you will free me before Monday. I have my wedding on Tuesday evening. I will ensure you are freed up. DeLuca shook his hand. But it is going to be a tough 2 days. As long as you don't make me postpone my wedding, it is fine. I have already postponed it enough. Quetzalcoatl threw a scowl at Valkyrie. I'll never know how they cannot make it a week without me. Ever. Let's get to work. DeLuca glanced between Valkyrie and the new agent. Agent Quetzalcoatl, take Agent Felix's place. Felix, let Valkyrie get ready and then go with her. You are going to Kadro's residence to arrest her if she is there. Wait. Quetzalcoatl frowned. Kadros is your old team leader, right? Why are you arresting her? You, my friend, have a lot of catching up to do, Horace said. I will get you up to speed. But first things first, paperwork. Valkyrie tugged at the coat of her new suit, adjusting her hair as she strode into the lobby, a silver knife glinting at her belt. Daphne turned, shifting to broaden her shoulders and stand taller. You coming with us, Kion? Valkyrie waltzed past them, toward the elevator. I thought it was only Potter and I. DeLuca thought it would be best if you had one more with you in case Kadros resists, Daphne responded coolly. Very well, come along then. Do you have the disguise equipment with you? Valkyrie asked as the elevator doors dinged open. Of course. Harry tapped his wand against the silver bracelet on his wrist and felt a ripple of magic wash over his face. Do you have the portkey? Yes, but we are first taking the flu to a safe house in New York. After that, we will portkey to New Jersey and then apparate to Delaware, where Kadro's last known residence was. New Jersey? Daphne's forehead creased. Wasn't New Jersey the place where the guns were caught and confiscated by Makusa? It was, leading all the more credence to our theory. Valkyrie leaned against the mirror in the lift. Mind you, I had to get Mage to sign off on revealing her location, but it checks out. Why Mage? Daphne frowned. Does it have anything to do with this case turning out to be the way it is? All personal information of agents, current and retired, are put under a Level 7 classification, accessible only by Mage and the Secretary of Defense. Well, the team leaders know the locations for their own team, but that's a different matter. What is accessible to normal agents then? Harry's voice rang over the ding of the doors as they opened again. Normal information that may be needed. Certain things are and will always remain classified on a need-to-know basis. That is why there is a designated information retriever on every team. For yours, it is sure and crystal. Harry nodded absently, his gaze turning around the room to take in the looming huge fireplaces made of black obsidian that rose all around, flickering with emerald flames. In the center, a lone desk stood, a wizard seated on it, a newspaper in his hand. The wizard looked up as Valkyrie walked toward him, flashing her golden ring. "Agent Valkyrie." She pressed her ring onto the wand insignia on the table. A light on the guard's desk flashed green with the letter 6 appearing on a screen. "I need access to a place in New York. Off-grid. You have the clearance." The wizard nodded, pulling up a file and flipping through it. "Give me a moment, please." He walked up to a panel and traced his lines along a few runes before turning back. "Is this a passing visit or a staying visit?" "Passing." "Flu 3 then, Agent Valkyrie," he said. "Flu will not open back. In case I am aware of the protocols, thank you." She smiled at him, striding toward the fireplace with a golden 3 hanging over it. "Go on, Potter," Valkyrie said. "What do I say?" Harry took the flu powder from a container next to the fireplace, allowing the excess to roll out from between his fingers. "You don't say anything?" Valkyrie's lips quivered into a smile. "I keep forgetting this is still pretty much your first mission that exceeded beyond limits. To a level 7, no less. Anything Potter touches fails to remain normal." Daphne snarked. "Don't make a special journey across the flu, will you? Knowing me, I am going to shoot straight out of Kadro's flu instead of the safe house." Harry grinned. "So, I just throw the powder in and step through?" "Yes." Valkyrie shot him an exasperated look. "See you in America." Harry threw the powder into the flames that rose to engulf him. The world spun, green flames licking his vision before he felt his feet slam into hard ground and stumbled out into a quaint, modern home. The lights flickered on and he flicked his wand into his hand, scanning his surroundings. Just automatic lights. Harry walked to the window, glancing outside. Tall buildings and narrow roads stretched out in front of him, Muggle cars honking as the traffic moved at a snail's pace below. The sun hung high in the sky, blaring at the pedestrians who walked by the sidewalk below. A flash of emerald caught his eye, and he spun around to face the fireplace as Daphne appeared, dusting the soot off her robes. "No need to get twitchy, Potter. Just me." She eyed the wand in his hand. "Save the fighting for Kadros. If she is there, that is," Harry muttered, pushing his wand back up his sleeve. The flu flared with green flames again, and Valkyrie walked out, the soot on her robes disappearing with a flick of her wand. "Let's get going. We are on schedule, and we have to do a couple of things on the way." "What things?" "I have a contact in New Jersey." Valkyrie removed a handkerchief from her pocket. "Usually, we wouldn't bother with such things, but Makusa has a very interlocking grid to detect magic not performed by authorized wizards, namely, their citizens. We need to bypass that grid, and we don't have time to do so ourselves. For that, we would need to be keyed into the grid," Daphne said. "At least our wands will have to, or the grid be turned off." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Delaware is a small place. No one will notice till it is too late." Valkyrie's lips tugged into a smirk. "It is the fastest way. We are in a massive time crunch. Now, take hold of this and do not do any wand magic unless your life is in peril, okay? Jersey storefront. Activate." The handkerchief glowed and Harry felt a tug behind his navel as he was whisked away, appearing in a narrow, dark alley, nearly crashing into Daphne as they landed. Valkyrie tugged the cloth out of their grip and set it aflame with a wave of her wand, dropping it to the ground without a care. "Follow me." Valkyrie walked toward the main street, her robe turning to a normal travel cloak. Harry and Daphne followed her lead as they walked onto the main street, no one around giving them a second glance. Valkyrie casually pushed the door of an electronics store open and walked in. "Good morning. How may I help you today?" A balding, stout man smiled at them, his belly straining against his brown coat as he neared them. "I am afraid I need to meet your boss," Valkyrie said. "Official business from the house." The man's eyes widened a fraction. "Come, I will lead you to him." They followed him to a door in the back, where he motioned them to go forward. Harry felt a tingle of magic run over his body as he walked through the door. "Wards." Harry smothered the urge to draw his wand, choosing to look at where they were. It was a dingy, dusty room, filled with various kinds of things ranging from wands to bubbling potions, to Muggle items like knives, axes, and bows. "I was wondering when I'd be seeing another one of you again." A soft voice called from Harry's right. A woman stood atop a ladder, a metal string held in her hands. Her graying hair was tied in a braid that laid over her shoulder. Madame Houdini. Valkyrie smiled. We are in need of your services. That's why you people ever come around here. Madame Houdini rolled her eyes. What do you need? The magical grid over Delaware should be disabled for the next few hours. We do not need Makusa interfering today. That can be arranged. She nodded. It will set you back a little. About 5. 6 if you want it to last more than an hour. She means 5 grand. 5,000 galleons. Merlin, we should be good with an hour, Valkyrie said. The money will be transferred to your account before sundown tomorrow. Anything else? Valkyrie's eyes moved around the room. No. We should be good. Give me 10 minutes. Feel free to look around till then, I suppose. Madame Houdini walked away, disappearing through a door. Who exactly is she? Harry whispered to Valkyrie. Ex-agent? Independent contractor. Valkyrie picked up a switchblade from the table, pressing the button on it, and a blade popped out, its edge gleaming in the room's light. We usually hire them for tasks that we don't want to be caught doing under the ICW logo, like infiltrating ministries and disrupting operations. Harry raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Valkyrie put the blade back and moved to examine an axe on the wall. That is a Thunderbird core axe, agent. Madame Houdini strode back into the room. It can shoot lightning bolts and chop down an enemy. Its blade can even absorb weaker spells. Interesting, Valkyrie said. Is my work done? Give my men a little time, agent, she scowled. We ain't got super speed. I have sent the message and they are now on their way. Disabling the grid without raising the alarm takes time. Get it done as fast then. Valkyrie threw her nose up. We are on a timetable. That you always are, girl. Madame Houdini snorted. Now unless you want to buy something from my shop, wait outside. Mage ran a scrutinizing eye on the 3 agents in front of him, his eyes glinting in the harsh light of the room. Across Mage, a witch and a wizard sat, reading through a file with rapt attention. Agent Hippogriff. Mage's voice cut through the silence of the room with the sharpness of a dagger. Where's Agent Valkyrie? On a special task with Agents Kion and Felix, sir. DeLuca ran an eye over the other 2 people in the room. She is your second in command on this mission, if I am not mistaken. The witch tugged at her collared robes, stretching out the ICW logo on it. She should be present. If you would forgive my insolence, Madam Secretary, the mission was more important, and the target we were going after was no ordinary witch. Your ex-team leader, Agent Kadros. The Secretary of Defense gave him a piercing look. One might wonder if your team is fit to handle a case with a personal stake in it. That is why you will find that Agent Valkyrie is leading her capture, with 2 agents, one of whom has never interacted with Kadros, and another who is only acquainted with her. DeLuca shifted on his feet, his expression hardening. And the latter is only going as a backup, just in case they fall short. This is most unusual. Madam Secretary, respectfully, my agent's personal stake in this part of the case has been handled, I'd say. Mage leaned forward. And we are not here to discuss the aspects of their relationship, but the case itself, which is a factor we cannot ignore within the case, I am afraid. The other man spoke for the first time, his hands folded on his lap. While I do not question the decision they have made, an admirably wise one at that, we cannot ignore the fact that they have a personal stake here. Do they wish to make their old friend see the light? Do they wish to apprehend her, as is protocol? And if things go south, are they prepared to take the call that needs to be taken? With all due respect, Supreme Mugwump, it will not be my call to make today. DeLuca said. It will be Agent Valkyrie's. Perhaps a more pertinent question will be, are you, or are you not, involved with Agent Kadros and her operation? She led you dash. Madam Secretary, you were called here to assess the case and not speculate if I am not mistaken. Mage rose to his feet. The loyalty of my agents is not in question here. It is a possibility, Director Mage. A possibility that I as the Secretary of Defense cannot ignore. The woman pursed her lips. Agent Kadros led the team for more than a decade. Except for his 2 new agents, every person on his team has had a working relationship with Kadros for a long time. So have I, Madam Secretary. Mage gave her a piercing look. And if I am not mistaken, so have you. Not as long as theirs, but even you have had prolonged contact with Agent Kadros, and her whole team 2.5 years ago. What are you implying, Director? That you and I can be as connected to this plot as Agent Hippogriff and his team are? You even more so than me, given Agent Cadros saved your bloody life not once but twice. Am I wrong, Agent Hippogriff? No, sir. DeLuca's voice rang through the room. So, tell me, Madam, that's enough. Director Mage, your point has been put across. The Supreme Mugwump raised a hand. Now, if we ignore the personal connections, there are several questions I have, beginning with who. Is this man known as the Liberator, and what is his motive? We do not know, sir, DeLuca said softly. But it is something we intend to find out. What makes you think that this organization is as big as you even say? Big enough and dangerous to threaten a global crisis that we'd have to declare a level 7 here? Sir, they have over a score of establishments and have goons armed with weapons capable of mass destruction. DeLuca pointed at the photo of the silver gun attached to the file. A month ago, a wizard who had not even qualified as a newt wizard used one of these guns to slaughter 2 hit wizard squads, scores of witches and wizards, over a dozen goblins, and 100+ muggles alone. And how many of these weapons would they have? The woman asked. We have confiscated over 70 such guns so far, Madam Secretary, DeLuca said. And when we raided the warehouse, more were in the process of being made. In the case of the guns aside, the person who heads this also heads multiple other illegal rackets and operations. When the first container was confiscated, it broke through 8 cases across this organization, 6 active and 2 dormant. So, in your opinion, the level 7 is very well justified at this point. The defense secretary raised an eyebrow. Something it was not 2 days ago? This is more of a tactical decision than a threat assessment, Madam Secretary, DeLuca said. If we hit all bases of operation one by one, there's a chance a lot of it will disappear before we reach there. We are but 14 people, and we can only strike 2 locations at once. Maybe 3 if we really stretch ourselves out there. All 7 teams, on the other hand, will mean that a huge racket and a potential hazard to the society will go down in a single go. Mage chimed in. Even in case this Liberator is not caught, my teams will cripple an international racket and arrest hundreds of criminals. We just require permission and manpower from you. The Peacekeepers, she bit out. You want them to accompany you, only to see the arrests and evidence gathering through, DeLuca said. If we are to hit multiple locations in a short span of time, I'm afraid we cannot wait around to put everyone behind bars, take in evidence, and scour the place clean. We will go from one base to another. You want to cripple it in one go? The Supreme Mugwump said. Yes. And what is your opinion on this, Director? It is a sound plan, Mage said. Once you officially turn this case into a level 7, we shall be ironing out the finer details. In addition, it does warrant such attention, given the weapons they wield. With the numbers they might have, with the guns, they can wreak havoc across any country, muggle or magical. It is imperative that we nip the problem in the bud. Very well. The Supreme Mugwump nodded. Agent Hippogriff, you and your agents can leave the room. Director Mage will inform you of our decision soon enough. Till then, I believe you have work to get to. That we do, sir, DeLuca said. I hope you make the best decision today, for both our sakes. Saying so, DeLuca strode out of the room, followed by Natalie and Ares, the former with a smirk on her face. A dull crack rang amongst the trees, dissolving amongst the rustle of leaves through which bars of sunlight streamed onto the ground. Is this the place? Daphne whispered, straining her neck. We should be half a mile, okay? I misjudged. We are only a little over a quarter mile away from her residence. Valkyrie looked at the tablet with a frown. Remote scans show that she has some serious wards, which is not surprising all things considered. Should we have brought the Hippogriff in that case? Harry asked. No, we don't need subtle work here. Cadros is both skilled and sensitive enough to detect a shift in her wards. Valkyrie shook her head. We will take her wards down with a bang. I've brought a top-of-the-line ward detonator. Between that and us 3, I don't think it will be much of a task to tear the wards apart. Of course. You have all the equipment? I do. Valkyrie took out a small beaded pouch, removing a large, black case from it. That's exactly like the pouch Hermione has. Harry smiled slightly. We have the anti-apparition bubble. Valkyrie removed 4 pieces of rune-carved, triangular stones and placed them on the ground. A ward detonator, of course. Extreme tranquilizing gas, calms, gas antidote. Here, take them. She handed both Harry and Daphne their earpieces and a vial of peach liquid. Drink the potion, Potter. Daphne uncorked the vial and gulped the potion down, grimacing and coughing. It tastes bad, doesn't it? Harry pinched his nose and drained the potion, gagging slightly as the aftertaste hit him. This is horrendous. Yes, it is. Valkyrie agreed. Now, how do we want to do this? Overwhelm her? Daphne's forehead creased. Last time trickery didn't work, and neither did attacking her from both sides. All it did was make her desperate, which led her to unleash fiendfire of all things, Harry said. And last time I had a whole sea next to me. I don't have that luxury this time, I reckon. The river is half a mile behind us, Valkyrie said. So, no. We will have to be very careful. If needed, take her out. We cannot afford to let her escape again, right? You might be in for the fight of your lives, kids. You've faced her before. And this time, she might be waiting for us. Harry nodded grimly. Ready? Let's go then. She lives only a little distance away. Valkyrie strode forward, taking the lead. Soft loam squelched beneath Harry's boots as he trudged through brambles, the rustle of branches and leaves filling his ears. Leaves crunched and brambles snapped as Daphne stumbled, walking behind Valkyrie, who was weaving between branches and roots, despite her height. On top of the height, she is keeping an eye on the tablet. We're here, Valkyrie said softly after a few minutes of walking, raising a hand. The wards are only 50 meters away, so this is an ideal place to fire the detonator. Should I go inside first? Harry stepped forward. I can go through the wards and pull off a surprise attack on her. She'll be ready for you, Valkyrie said. She has not seen me. She will be wary even if I am there. All the more pressure, I would say, Valkyrie smirked. She'll be afraid, and she might expect 4. If 3 are there, she is bound to think there'll be a 4th waiting for her. Hopefully, she will just surrender. She doesn't know we don't have the rest of the team with us. She will the moment we blast apart the wards instead of taking them down. Valkyrie corrected. That is not an angle we can play on. Or we should. All right, Harry said. You take the lead. We're right behind. If she tries to escape from behind, we can intercept her by operating. You'll have thermal imagery, right? Once our wards are up and hers are down, yes? Excellent, Harry said. Kion, set up the wards, please. I will prepare the detonator. Felix, be prepared just in case. Okay. Daphne operated away with a slight crack. Valkyrie removed a huge gun, one with a long tube and a sturdy stand, set it up on the ground, and pointed in the direction of the wards. Harry tapped his foot against the ground, digging circles with his heel. A sharp crack drew his attention as both he and Valkyrie whirled around, their wands shooting into their hands. It's me. Daphne scrambled behind a tree. Don't shoot. Don't scare us, Kion. Harry hissed. Are the wards in place? Valkyrie rose from the ground. Last stone. Daphne dropped the triangular stone to the ground, adjusting it with her foot. Should I activate it? On the count of 3, Valkyrie said. Once the ward detonator hits, Potter, fire a very powerful blasting curse at the wards, just in case. And be ready to charge forward or shield. Going in, both of you be wary of your surroundings. And if you feel that you are about to die, activate your port key. Am I understood? Yes. Good. Prepare yourself. Valkyrie knelt next to the gun and Daphne touched her wand to the stone while Harry pointed his wand at the wards, tugging at his magic. 3, 2, 1. Something thick and black shot out of the gun on the floor, arcing ahead in a sizzle of magic before hitting the wards with a tremendous bang. Harry slashed his wand, a purple curse blasting forward, ripping the trembling wards apart like a needle through a bubble. Harry felt a cyclone of magic whip through the forest as an old cottage appeared in a grassy clearing, smoke curling out of its chimney. Go, go, go! Valkyrie yelled, striding forward. Ex-Agent Kadros, this is Wand. Please come out and surrender. I repeat, come out and surrender, with your hands above dash. Valkyrie froze as her tablet beeped. Multiple red dots covered the screen and color drained out of Valkyrie's face. Shit. Valkyrie thrust her wand forward, golden flames curling into runes, which turned into a golden dome just as dozens of curses soared toward them from all directions, hammering into her shield. Through the haze of magic, Harry saw gunmen appear around the property, their silver guns gleaming in the sunlight as spells roared from their nozzles. They had just walked into a trap. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. Cackles evilly. I know. I love these little cliffhangers. Stay tuned to find out what happens next. A huge thanks to Muggle, Nanu, and Anax for baiting this chapter. A Tinrid. Why would they frame Harry? I mean, that is the stupidest thing they can do, considering who he is in real life. Not only could he escape them, he could have the British on their ass with one call to Hermione. At the end of the day, WAND is a sub-branch of the ICW, which is a political organization. Thank you for all your reviews. A lot of early content and special content, which includes my first ever smut piece called The Date Part 2. The Dessert, Harry X Fleur, is up on Patreon. So if you want to, and can, please subscribe and support me as an author. It would mean a lot to me if you do so. There you can find additional short pieces and side stories too apart from the early content of my normal long fix. Link, www.Patreon HP Fanfictioner 66. Remove spaces. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. H Fanfictioner 66. Raining fire. Last time. Go, go, go. Valkyrie yelled, striding forward. EX Agent Kadros. This is WAND. Please come out and surrender. I repeat, come out and surrender, with your hands above dash. Valkyrie froze as her tablet beeped. Multiple red dots covered the screen and color drained from Valkyrie's face. Shit. Valkyrie thrust her wand forward, golden flames curling into runes, which turned into a golden dome moments before dozens of curses soared toward them from all directions, hammering into her shield. Through the haze of magic, Harry saw gunmen appear around the property, their silver guns gleaming in the sunlight, spells roaring from their nozzles. They had just walked into a trap. CH-15 raining fire. Spells flashed from the gleaming nozzles, bursting into sparks against the golden shield like a wave upon a rock. Harry eyed their attackers through the golden whirls cascading down Valkyrie's trembling shield. Over dozens spread across the property. Harry's heart clenched. The shield won't hold. The house behind the attackers glowed and Harry's skin prickled, the hairs on his neck standing up as he felt magic close around them. Like a noose, a shimmering dome rose in the sky, disappearing a moment later. Wards, Valkyrie gritted her teeth, her knuckles white against her wand. We cannot apparate away. I've sent up a distress call. Daphne's watch flared red, and simultaneously, Harry's watch vibrated hard, its screen flashing red rapidly. They'll never reach here in time. Harry thrust his wand out. Metal molded into spears out of thin air and pierced through the chest of the two gunmen closest to them. And even if they do, they will walk straight into blazing spellfire. Golden flames roared from Valkyries, twisting into more runes, sinking into the golden shield that blazed fiercely against the haze of spells. Daphne thrust her wand, a purple curse slicing a gunman's chest open. I cannot keep this shield up. Spells gonged against the golden barrier, thin cracks spreading across its surface. I need to drop this and make a better one before it breaks. Dakayon, take over. The Elder Wand snapped up in a bluish blur. The spells flying at them changed their path, curving around them, tearing trees to splitters, turning rocks to dust in the forest behind. Valkyrie's golden shield crumbled, and a white wall of magic rose in its place. In the blink of an eye, more curses smashed against it. Daphne's arm buckled, her feet skidding back. I can't hold dash. Daphne's knees trembled, her fingers barely holding onto her wand as the shield shook. Do something. Harry's eyes flicked down to the wand in his hand, which thrummed, drinking in his power, its tip glowing. Do we need them alive? Harry breathed, peering past the cracks of the shield toward the house.
Because dash.
Do it. Daphne screamed in his ear. Harry thrust his wand out and yanked it back, feeling a knot twist in his gut. The house behind the gunman groaned and some stopped, whirling around to inspect the source of the noise. Harry grunted as the magic quivered, the wand humming in his hand. What the? Valkyrie's murmur was drowned out by a thunderous snap that rang across the field. Kadro's whole house hurtled forward, smashing through the gunman in front of it. Harry's wand swished through the air, and the house swept across the clearing like a humongous bowling ball, ramming into the attackers. Windows shattered as furniture flew out of them, rolling across the ground below. Debris rained, crushing their attackers under them. A few moments later, Harry let go of the house, allowing it to collapse on the ground with a thud, cracks forming up its walls. With a crash, the front crumpled just as Harry dropped to his knees, a deep ache settling in his muscles. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his breath ragged. Valkyrie gaped at the crumbling house, her spell dissolving into a shower of golden sparks. Daphne's mouth hung open, her shield breaking into motes of white light. What the? Valkyrie twisted to look at him. Did you just uproot a whole house and do that? You. Harry coughed, his hand grasping his chest. Had a better plan? No, but Valkyrie was cut off as the wards over the house trembled, multicolored lights flashing across the invisible dome. W.A.N.D. is here. Late, with an ear-piercing bang, the wards shattered and agents flooded onto the property, their wands glowing. Surrender. A voice boomed and Harry winced. Or we will be forced. This is Agent Valkyrie. Valkyrie stepped in front of Harry and Daphne, her amplified voice reverberating through their surroundings. The threat has been neutralized. I repeat, the threat is down. Code Evergreen. Code Evergreen. Brooms swooshed over them in a gale of wind, disappearing in a swirl of colors beyond the tree-line. Some of the agents disappeared with a crack, a few staying back. Valkyrie tensed as a man in a light blue robe, whom Harry didn't recognize, strode toward them. Shit. Decision review. Of course, Valkyrie ground out. What the hell happened? DeLuca jogged toward them from the side, Natalie and Ares following closely behind. Check on Felix. Huh? Felix, deep breaths, Natalie whispered, kneeling next to Harry. Stay still and let me work. Agent Kion. The man in light blue robes neared them, glancing at his watch. You sent up a distress call about 3.5 minutes ago. Is that true? Yes, I did. I ordered the call. Valkyrie slid between the man and Daphne. We had walked into a trap that could have proven fatal. If Felix hadn't pulled a miracle out of his ass, we would have been in desperate need of backup. He looked over her shoulder to see the crumbling house that stood at the side of the clearing, splatters of blood running down its base, a few hands and legs visible under it. Around the field, people lay scattered, some buried under concrete and furniture, their limbs bent at awkward angles. Then I must call you in for questioning, Agent Valkyrie. The man drew himself up in an attempt to match Valkyrie's height. I know the protocol, but I am afraid I am in the middle of a level 6 case. Valkyrie smiled. I will hand in a report by the end of the day, for your consideration. Actually, it is a level 7. DeLuca cleared his throat. The decision review team has no jurisdiction over this case now. But even then I'd say the distress call was justified. I wasn't aware there was a level 7, Agent Hippogriff. The man turned to him, his eyes narrowing. It is now. Mage signed off on it 5 minutes ago. You can feel free to ask him about it. DeLuca patted the man's shoulder. Your job here is done, and you aren't needed. Feel free to off. With a scowl, the man vanished with a crack, leaving them alone. Those motherers. Harry flinched as Natalie jabbed her wand wildly at his face. He pushed her wand away from his face. You're going to. Harry let out another ragged cough, pain lancing up his chest. Take my eye out. Sorry, Natalie mumbled. You have a severe case of magical strain. You used too much magic in a very short amount of time. Considering if you did what I think you did, that sounds about right. He uprooted the whole house and used it like a giant hammer on the attackers. Daphne waved her hand, indicating to their surroundings. I have no idea how he even did it. Summoning and levitation charm. Valkyrie's eyes shifted to Harry, who gave a weak nod. But to do that with a 2-storied house, that too a magical one, should be impossible unless you had a team of wizards working with you. No wonder he is so out of it. Natalie stood up, grabbing Harry's arm and pulling him to his feet, wrapping an arm around his waist. I am going to take him to the med bay. He needs some potions and a few hours of sleep before he can use magic again. Do whatever is necessary. We will clean up here. DeLuca inclined his head. Take care, Felix. Natalie muttered something beneath her breath, and the world swirled into darkness before Harry knew no more. The white ceiling swam into view, a groan slipping from his lips. His head spun, patches of darkness swirling in his vision. Agent Felix. A dark-skinned face hovered over his eyes and something cool slipped down his throat. The world cleared and the ringing in his ears faded. A witch in white robes stood over him, the W.A.N.D. logo stitched on the front of her robes. Good, you're awake. She waved a wand over him, slipping an empty vial into her pocket. How are you feeling, Agent? What time is it? Harry looked around. How long have I been here? A little over 2 hours. You were admitted because you suffered severe magical strain. I know. Harry pulled himself up, grimacing as an ache ran up his arm. I need to go. You will not be going anywhere, Agent Felix. Her arm shot forward, pushing Harry back onto the bed. You are in my care, and until the moment I declare you fit, you cannot leave. I have spent over a decade keeping stubborn idiots in check. Boy, don't test me. Look, give me whatever potion you have to Oh, I will shove them down your throat, if need be, and I will be on my way. Harry mustered a smile. Let's be done with it. The witch pursed her lips and flicked her wand, summoning a flask full of teal potion. You will be drinking a glassful of this, and you are free to go. However, no magic for the next couple of hours. I would recommend at least 6 hours. But you ain't gonna listen to that, are you? I am afraid it is a big Harry felt bile rise in his throat as the smell of the potion hit him. What? Can't handle a little smell? The witch snorted. Pussy, that smells rotten. Harry wrinkled his nose, backing away as she poured the potion into a goblet. There's no way I am going to drink that. Oh, well, you can stay here for the next 2 days then. She raised an eyebrow. If that's what you want, I cannot stay here. Harry snatched the goblet out of her hand, pinching his nose. Oh, Merlin. Closing his eyes, he chugged the potion down, feeling the putrid taste seep through his tongue. Draining it, he threw the goblet away, retching as the aftertaste hit him. Yak, Harry gagged. That was the most horrible potion ever. That potion is specifically tailored for you operatives. Be thankful. The witch poked him with her wand, and the taste on his tongue vanished, a minty freshness filling his mouth. Now get out of here, and do no magic for as long as you can. The longer you don't, the better it will be for you. Minimum of 2 hours, right? Ideally 6. But sure. She rolled her eyes. You will find your robes in the drawer next to you, washed and pressed with all your belongings. I will call up Fern and hand her over to you. Thank you. Don't get into trouble, Agent. The woman walked away. I don't like patience. Of course you don't, you old crone, Harry mumbled under his breath, swiping up his belongings. A few minutes later, he walked out of the lift, only to stop short at the unfamiliar place that greeted him. Wizards and witches in suits bustled around, papers whistling over them while quills scratched away and photos pinned on boards snarled at him. This looks like the British Order office all over again. Harry frowned, checking the floor he was on. This is nothing like the headquarters. Harry. Faisal stepped out of another lift opposite him, a huge bag levitating in front of him. You're awake. We heard what happened. What's happening here? Oh, this case is now level 7, which means the whole of WAAND is getting involved. Heck of a first case, eh? Yeah. Harry followed him, weaving between the crowd of agents. Can you get me up to speed? I'll leave DeLuca to do it. Faisal jabbed a hand at the center of the room where their common space once had been. He is coordinating operations. Valkyrie will be overseeing attacks, but they are a few hours away. Till then, you're on operations, right? Harry shoved his way toward DeLuca, catching his eye. You're awake. That's great. DeLuca rose to his feet. Lots of work to do, Harry. In the next 30 hours, we will be raiding every operation of theirs, taking it down. Not to mention all the preparations we have to do before it. Wonderful. What do I have to do? Natalie told me you are not to use magic for the next 6 hours. 2, Harry corrected. No, 6. I want you in top form, DeLuca declared. Go to Quetzalcoatl. He's handling remote recon right now. He would appreciate all the help he can get. The new guy? Harry's forehead creased. Yes. And once you are done with that, go to Valkyrie. I think she would like you to go with her when we confront Lou Duff. And that thing is going down in 24 hours, give or take. Right. It is time to see this shit through. We still don't know what their mission is, or who the Liberator is either. Let us not forget Cadros, shall we? Harry said. She's neck deep into this. That she is. DeLuca bowed his head. But we cannot find her right now. The house was nothing but a trap. She has scoured it clean. Not that it was in a good enough condition to give us something anyway. What of the attackers? While some are alive, they are in no condition to talk. DeLuca rubbed his face. It might have been nice to get a couple of them alive and unharmed. Not that I blame you. What you did saved all your asses back there. And I'd do it again if that is what it took to keep the team safe. I'd expect nothing less. Though, it does make it all the more likely that Valkyrie will want to snatch you for herself. That is the least of our concerns right now, I think. Indeed. Get to Quetzalcoatl. And you tell him that I want all the locations under watch within the hour. DeLuca nodded. And remember, no magic. Of course, Harry sighed. Beams of sunlight peeked through clouds, streaming through the glass window and glinting on the cogs of the watch on the wall. Valkyrie stood atop a raised platform, the image of a villa stretching on the screen behind her. Our target has doubled his security since the past week. There are over 30 guards spread across this property, some armed with guns and some with wands. The wand guards are only a handful, hired from a security agency nearby. But what is most worrying is that Lou Duff has hired 2 new bodyguards. The villa's image changed to show Lou Duff flanked by a witch and a wizard, both of whom had a golden sword strapped to their backs and a staff in their hand. Next to him, Harry watched the color drain out of Quetzalcoatl's face. Around the room, many shifted, some whispering to each other. Who are they? Harry asked. By the way they are dressed and what they have? Quetzalcoatl turned his head. The Japanese Kamaitachi squad. Or well, at least ex-operatives. As many of you might have guessed, they are ex-operatives of Kamaitachi. Valkyrie continued. Disbarred from the force over 6 years ago for crossing lines one too many times and killing anyone that gets in their path without mercy or hesitation. Coming from a squad meant to be lethal, that is something. Reports also state that both of them are a couple and their dedication to a job borders on insanity. Mage's gaze swept through the room. Highly paid, skilled, and lethal to boot. They are both wanted in multiple countries for numerous high-profile assassinations amongst several other crimes. Once labeled as a cold case, they are now not but another file in this mission's growing pile. Let us get on to the villa itself. The image changed back to show Lou Duff's lavish property. 4 floors in total spread over an area of more than 14 acres. Amenities aside, there are guards at every corner and every floor. That is not to discount the other magical protections that might be over the property. You will have no help from the local Aura force either. All the men you have are sitting in this very room with you. Worst comes to worst, I shall authorize an airstrike. But it is not an option, I fancy. There are 9 of us agents in this room. Valkyrie tossed her hair over her shoulder. We split into 3 teams of 3 people, one of whom will stay back and assist the 2 in the field remotely. Each team goes in through different routes, taking care of any resistance they face and continuing till they reach the target, LeDuff. Once that is accomplished, you either extract LeDuff or interrogate and kill him there. Mage removed a tablet from his robes. All 3 teams will be given a special signal on their watch. Once it lights up green, you will have to retreat to safety, well outside the villa in less than 2 minutes. If you don't, you'll be blown up, Valkyrie said brusquely. We are going to leave no evidence behind. Also, under no circumstances is Lou Duff allowed to escape. Mage flicked his wand, and the images vanished. I am authorizing everything we have in our arsenal to get to the bottom of this. If LeDuff turns out to be the Liberator, make sure to know of his plans before killing him. Or better yet, bring him straight to the black site where we can deal with him. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Someone yelled. Thank you. Mage's lips quivered. Agent Valkyrie will walk you through a plan of attack while I go, and make necessary preparations to handle both Agent Hippogriff and Agent Loki will accompany you to deal with the wards if needed. Once inside, you will be on your own. With that, Mage swept out of the room. Valkyrie waited for the door to close before turning back to the agents assembled. Teams now. First, Agent Chutney with Agent Birdie Beans, and backing them up will be Agent Sugar Quills. Sweet. A witch twisted in her seat and tossed a man a bar of chocolate. Welcome to the chocolate family, Chutney, Agent Whale, and Agent Jupiter will be accompanied by Agent Moonlace, Valkyrie said. And Agent Felix will be with me, alongside Agent Quetzalcoatl in the chair. Any questions? Not a single agent moved and Valkyrie nodded in contentment. We have 3 hours till we go and attack. Get some rest and think of a plan of attack. You all have the schematics of the villa. Let us see this mission through once and for all. Done. Hope you all like the chapter. As you can feel it, Agent Potter now nears its climax. The end is near. The next chapter is going to be an action-packed extravaganza and is already up on Patreon. After Agent Potter ends in a couple or so chapters, I shall start a brand new Harry Potter FIC named Black Dawn. Its summary is up on my Discord server for all to see. Link, Discord. GG/4QFP3FXDQ4. As for Agent Potter itself, I have a sequel planned which I will write on the side when it catches my fancy. But it'd be a lot smaller than this FIC. Do join my Discord server where you can interact with me about all my fics, including my future projects. You can also feel free to DM me. Jlee102. They were within the W.A.N.D. building. So, it doesn't really matter if she calls him Potter or Felix in my opinion. When they're in the field, sure. But within Juan's premises, it won't matter. Brombros, LMAO, AfriGeek. Arrogance has been the bane of many of the best. Not to mention, they didn't anticipate the trap, which was a shortcoming on their part. But then again, when does any person do every single thing perfectly? There's always something you don't anticipate. Things you don't see when they are right in front of your eyes. Characters are the same. What would be a story if every character does everything perfectly and doesn't have their shortcomings? How mad Howie. He was born thanks to you, my friend. So, cheers to you. As for Cadros, you have to remember that she was once the best Wand had. She was better than even Valkyrie was. See the pensive scene? She made her team the best of the best, and when she left, it crumbled. Rixel. Oh dear. The next chapter will kill you then with the anticipation. Guest. What's a story without mind-blowing, heart-wrenching cliffhangers? Thank you for all your reviews. A huge thanks to Muggle and Anax for baiting this chapter. The next chapter of this FIC, with a lot of other early content, is already up on Patreon. So, if you want to, and can, please subscribe and support me as an author. It would mean a lot to me if you do so. There you can find additional short pieces, including my first smut piece, apart from my normal long fics. Link, www.patreon.hpfanfictioner66. Remove spaces. Stay happy. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Keep reading. HPFanfictioner66.